December 26th. Fun day morning. Now it's winter, the weather is slightly cool, and the pedestrians have already put on winter clothes. Okay, just add an extra coat. The winter in Qingyan City this year is not too cold. Tang Qing is no exception. Although the strengthened body doesn't feel much, if he wears a short-sleeved ant, he won't even let him out. Tang Qing drove to Lu Gan's villa early. This time, Tang Qing didn't drive the van. After all, as the number of uses increased, the van became more and more dirty, and there were some obvious scratches. And this kind of car is really inappropriate to drive into this villa area. So Tang Qing directly asked Yang Kai to borrow his car, Buick Regal. At least this is still a car, and it doesn't look so conspicuous in this wealthy area. Haha, Xiaotang, I finally changed the car. This shouldn't be what you bought. It's so old. Lu Gan questioned. He walked closer and found that although the car was clean, it was clean. It is obviously not a new car. I borrowed it. I don't have time to buy these days. I don't see if I have time next week. Tang Qing said embarrassedly. This is really embarrassing. He drove a broken car to Lu Gan every time. To be honest, it feels a bit embarrassing to Lu Gan. After all, what is this place? What would Lu Gan's neighbors think when they saw it? He cannot care about his own face, but he can't ignore the face of others. Well, how is your company? Lu Gan nodded. Although this car is still a bit hard to get on the table, it is better than the van. Isn't it better than that? 2 days ago, someone asked about his villa several times for dinner with friends. A broken bread patronized him, and he was very scared. He only realized that Tang Qing's van came here has become the object of gossip in the villa area. If Tang Qing was still driving the bread this time, he would really not help reminding him, or change the deal, location, or send a car or something. It seems that he has at least improved a little now, so he is relieved. It's okay. It's still running and storing. Some of the first batch of clothes are already sold online. It is now in various stages of storage. When the year starts, we will prepare to open stores in the province. At that time, Uncle Lu will need to support it. Tang Qing said with a smile. There are not many days left until the end of the Chinese New Year. In other words, with the decoration and the opening of the store, there are still more than 3 months. During this time, the entire design department of the company is busy because starting from scratch is the most difficult stage. However, with accumulation in the later period, it will be much better. In the end, Tang Qing directly asked Qi Yin to expand the design department to 100 people, otherwise the basic goal of complete categories would not be achieved in 3 months. Haha, no problem. You will bring your company's team to the group to have a meeting with me in the next year. Let them get to know them, and let the people below do the rest. As for the relationship with other partners, we the company's public relations department will do it. After all, they are more familiar with it, and it is convenient to do it. But after a year, I don't care about the entire public relations coordination work. Lu Gan smiled. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I followed Uncle Lu after the new year. Tang Qing said thankfully. Lu Gan's conditions are simply not too generous. He is very satisfied that he can help to this extent. After all, he can't always trouble the other party. He hasn't established a good relationship for a year, and he also opened a yarn company. Haha. I dare not let you chase with me. It is true that I might chase with you in the future. Lu Gan laughed. Although he was joking about this sentence, he did not expect this sentence to become a reality in the future. How come? By the way, Uncle Lu, I will need 30 million yuan at the beginning of next month. It will take more than a month. I don't know if Uncle Lu can help this. Tang Qing drank after seeing that Gongzi and Monkey counted correctly. A tea ceremony serves its purpose. How difficult is this? No problem at all. When do you have to notify me 2 hours in advance within the working day of the bank? The account will be received on the same day. Don't tell me about interest and things like that. You can guarantee future transactions will be the best reward for me, or the previous account. Lu Gan said boldly. Tang Qing now has the credit to borrow large sums of money from him, and he doesn't worry about Tang Qing's ability to repay at all. As for what Tang Qing did with it, although he was curious, he wouldn't ask. He used some connections to find someone to check the whereabouts of the money in Tang Qing's account, but he concluded that he couldn't find it at all. As soon as the money arrived, the account will be transferred immediately. As for where it was transferred, he has not found the slightest trace through the provincial branch. There is a transfer record, but the other party's money went to this company's account for a while. Then it was that company, and then jumped to another bank, and finally went to the ICBC overseas settlement account. And then he couldn't check it anymore. This authority is under the management of the head office. As for the head office, he has nothing to do with him. At this time, in his opinion, Tang Qing not only has overseas relations, but also the internal relations of the bank. For those above provincial level, if this is the case, then he has to reassess Tang Qing's strength. Well, yes, I guess I will need it around the 10th of next month. I will let you know when the time comes. As for the repayment, there is no problem with whether you want RMB or US dollars. The repayment date will not be later than the end of February at the latest. Tang Qing said. The entire market for those stocks that Tang Qing remembered ended in early March, but for the sake of safety and insurance, he would not foolishly wait until the end before leaving the market. There is no way to make money, and he will close out his position at the end of February anyway. Okay, no problem. Today's US dollar transaction should be the last transaction of this year. I will prepare the 30 million yuan for you at all times. I will call you when I need it. When I return it, I will press this time. Let's return the exchange rate to US dollars. But is this 30 million enough? Do you want to borrow more? Lugan thought for a while and said. After listening to Tang Qing's thoughts, he said, since you are paying back the US dollars, how about the 4 million US dollars, which is 33.6 million yuan? After all, the plate is so big, he really doesn't dare to play too big. In his previous life, he was just a retail investor who bought 2 stocks to play with. He is really unfamiliar with the dealer's gameplay, but he knows from various posts on the internet. Retail investors are still a little more relaxed, too arrogant to be killed and eat meat, but it is boring. Okay, no problem. I took a look at the days and didn't say anything about the 10th, just the 7th. It was Friday. How about I directly charge you the money on the afternoon of the 7th? Lugan turned over, clicked on the calendar on the wall, and said, okay, no problem. Tang Qing agreed. After talking about things, Tang Qing didn't stay too much and said goodbye on the grounds that something happened. Today, he will go to Hanbing to learn how to fight. The workaholics Yang Kai and Qi Yin have not taken a break for several weeks. Although the company has nothing to do with the startup, seeing their hard work, Tang Qing is considering giving them year-end rewards at the end of this year. After returning to the company, Tang Qing didn't stop and took a ride to Hanbing's shop. It was already 10:30 in the morning. Uncle Han. Tang Qing saw Hanbing at the cashier as soon as he entered the store. He was lowering his head at this time and didn't know what he was doing. Tang Qing hurried forward to say hello. Hanbing looked up and saw that Tang Qing said happily, huh? Xiao Tang is here. How is the book for you? I've seen it almost. There is basically no problem. If you don't believe me, test me. Tang Qing said confidently. That's okay. I'll test you. After all, fighting these things is not a joke. It hurts from the slightest to the deadly, and this book is also the basis. Only by understanding the structure of the human body can you truly understand what some fighting moves can produce. The effect of is just like military physical boxing. It is easy for ordinary people to learn to fight, but to practice it requires a lot of actual combat. Only when you truly understand these foundations can you exert the true power of a set of moves to keep changing. There are moves to win with no move. All changes are adaptable, not limited to moves, so the theoretical foundation must be firmly established, which will determine how high you can go and how far you can see. Hanbing said slowly, yes, I understand. You can just ask the question. If it is not enough, I will continue to read the book. Tang Qing said solemnly. Hanbing's remarks are as effective as an enlightenment to him. He did not expect this book of anthropology to be so. No-cha, but think about it. After you understand this, you can analyze the attacking parts of all martial arts genres and the original design intentions. During the use, there are no moves for you. When it comes to fighting, sometimes the opponent, if you don't know where he will fight next, you can only design moves in accordance with your own fighting purposes in this situation to defeat the opponent. Well, very good. As long as you can understand it, I am afraid that you will want to learn moves instead of theory. Remember that every martial arts school has its own theory, and this theory has a common goal to overcome the opponent. And defeating the opponent is to hit the opponent's weakness, and the weakness is in this book. Every martial artist has a full understanding of the human body. Many people put the cart before the horse, and in the end they can only be called a reckless man. Han Bing nodded in satisfaction. Yes, I understand. Tang Qing said solemnly. Well, good. Then I will give you a question. The function of the human spleen and the classification of damage. Regarding this completely transcendent topic, Tang Qing can only despise the master severely. The function of the spleen is. In the next hour, Han Bing asked more and more surprised, and finally turned into shock. He did not expect that the big hole he dug would not be difficult for Tang Qing. The other party really almost remembered this book, even if many of it was not the original text, but the meaning is the same. Many organizations that have passed through Tang Qing have become more sophisticated. For an entire hour, Han Bing couldn't stop. Tang Qing also answered very smoothly. Closing the book in his hand, Han Bing suddenly became a little suspicious of life. This person compares with others. It's just a shameless one. Now it's winter, the weather is slightly cool, and the pedestrians have already put on winter clothes. Okay, just add an extra coat. The winter in Qingyan City this year is not too cold. Tang Qing is no exception. Although the strengthened body doesn't feel much, if he wears a short-sleeved ant, he won't even let him out. Tang Qing drove to Lu Gan's villa early. This time, Tang Qing didn't drive the van. After all, as the number of uses increased, the van became more and more dirty, and there were some obvious scratches. And this kind of car is really inappropriate to drive into this villa area. So Tang Qing directly asked Yang Kai to borrow his car, Buick Regal. At least this is still a car, and it doesn't look so conspicuous in this wealthy area. Haha, Xiaotang, I finally changed the car. This shouldn't be what you bought. It's so old. Lu Gan questioned. He walked closer and found that although the car was clean, it was clean. It is obviously not a new car. I borrowed it. I don't have time to buy these days. I don't see if I have time next week. Tang Qing said embarrassedly. This is really embarrassing. He drove a broken car to Lu Gan every time. To be honest, it feels a bit embarrassing to Lu Gan. After all, what is this place? What would Lu Gan's neighbors think when they saw it? He cannot care about his own face, but he can't ignore the face of others. Well, how is your company? Lu Gan nodded. Although this car is still a bit hard to get on the table, it is better than the van. Isn't it better than that? 2 days ago, someone asked about his villa several times for dinner with friends. A broken bread patronized him, and he was very scared. He only realized that Tang Qing's van came here has become the object of gossip in the villa area. If Tang Qing was still driving the bread this time, he would really not help reminding him, or change the deal, location, or send a car or something. It seems that he has at least improved a little now, so he is relieved. It's okay. It's still running and storing. Some of the first batch of clothes are already sold online. It is now in various stages of storage. When the year starts, we will prepare to open stores in the province. At that time, Uncle Lu will need to support it. Tang Qing said with a smile. There are not many days left until the end of the Chinese New Year. In other words, with the decoration and the opening of the store, there are still more than 3 months. During this time, the entire design department of the company is busy because starting from scratch is the most difficult stage. However, with accumulation in the later period, it will be much better. In the end, Tang Qing directly asked Qi Yin to expand the design department to 100 people. Otherwise, the basic goal of complete categories would not be achieved in 3 months. Haha, no problem. You will bring your company's team to the group to have a meeting with me in the next year. Let them get to know them, and let the people below do the rest. As for the relationship with other partners, we the company's public relations department will do it. After all, they are more familiar with it, and it is convenient to do it. But after a year, I don't care about the entire public relations coordination work. Lu Gan smiled. Okay, thank you, Uncle Lu. I followed Uncle Lu after the new year. Tang Qing said thankfully. Lu Gan's conditions are simply not too generous. He is very satisfied that he can help to this extent. After all, he can't always trouble the other party. He hasn't established a good relationship for a year, and he also opened a yarn company. Haha, I dare not let you chase with me. It is true that I might chase with you in the future. Lu Gan laughed. Although he was joking about this sentence, he did not expect this sentence to become a reality in the future. How come? By the way, Uncle Lu, I will need 30 million yuan at the beginning of next month. It will take more than a month. I don't know if Uncle Lu can help this. Tang Qing drank after seeing that Gongzi and Monkey counted correctly. A tea ceremony serves its purpose. How difficult is this? No problem at all. When do you have to notify me 2 hours in advance within the working day of the bank? The account will be received on the same day. Don't tell me about interest and things like that. You can guarantee future transactions will be the best reward for me, or the previous account. Lugan said boldly. Tang Qing now has the credit to borrow large sums of money from him, and he doesn't worry about Tang Qing's ability to repay at all. As for what Tang Qing did with it, although he was curious, he wouldn't ask. He used some connections to find someone to check the whereabouts of the money in Tang Qing's account, but he concluded that he couldn't find it at all as soon as the money arrived. The account will be transferred immediately. As for where it was transferred, he has not found the slightest trace through the provincial branch. There is a transfer record, but the other party's money went to this company's account for a while. Then it was that company, and then jumped to another bank, and finally went to the ICBC Overseas Settlement account. And then he couldn't check it anymore. This authority is under the management of the head office. As for the head office, he has nothing to do with him. At this time, in his opinion, Tang Qing not only has overseas relations, but also the internal relations of the bank. For those above provincial level, if this is the case, then he has to reassess Tang Qing's strength. Well, yes, I guess I will need it around the 10th of next month. I will let you know when the time comes. As for the repayment, there is no problem with whether you want RMB or US dollars. The repayment date will not be later than the end of February at the latest. Tang Qing said. The entire market for those stocks that Tang Qing remembered ended in early March, but for the sake of safety and insurance, he would not foolishly wait until the end before leaving the market. There is no way to make money, and he will close out his position at the end of February anyway. Okay, no problem. Today's US dollar transaction should be the last transaction of this year. I will prepare the 30 million yuan for you at all times. I will call you when I need it. When I return it, I will press this time. Let's return the exchange rate to US dollars. But is this 30 million enough? Do you want to borrow more? Lugan thought for a while and said. After listening to Tang Qing's thoughts, he said, since you are paying back the US dollars, how about the 4 million US dollars, which is 33.6 million yuan? After all, the plate is so big, he really doesn't dare to play too big. In his previous life, he was just a retail investor who bought 2 stocks to play with. He is really unfamiliar with the dealer's gameplay, but he knows from various posts on the internet. Retail investors are still a little more relaxed, too arrogant to be killed and eat meat, but it is boring. Okay, no problem. I took a look at the days and didn't say anything about the 10th, just the 7th. It was Friday. How about I directly charge you the money on the afternoon of the 7th? Lugan turned over, clicked on the calendar on the wall, and said, okay, no problem. Tang Qing agreed. After talking about things, Tang Qing didn't stay too much and said goodbye on the grounds that something happened. Today, he will go to Hanlong to learn how to fight. The workaholics Yang Kai and Qi Yin have not taken a break for several weeks. Although the company has nothing to do with the startup, seeing their hard work, Tang Qing is considering giving them year-end rewards at the end of this year. After returning to the company, Tang Qing didn't stop and took a ride to Hanlong's shop. It was already 10:30 in the morning. Uncle Han. Tang Qing saw Han Long at the cashier as soon as he entered the shop. He was lowering his head at this time and didn't know what he was doing. Tang Qing hurried forward to say hello. Han Long looked up and saw that Tang Qing was a little happy and said, huh? Xiao Tang is here. How is the book for you? I've seen it almost. There is basically no problem. If you don't believe me, test me. Tang Qing said confidently. That's okay. Let me test you. After all, fighting these things is not a joke. It hurts from the slightest to the deadly. And this book is also the foundation. Only by understanding the structure of the human body can you truly understand what some fighting moves can produce. The effect of is just like military physical boxing. It is easy for ordinary people to learn to fight, but to practice it requires a lot of actual combat. Only when you truly understand these foundations can you exert the true power of a set of moves to keep changing. There are moves to win with no move. All changes are adaptable, not limited to moves, so the theoretical foundation must be firmly established, which will determine how high you can go and how far you can see. Han Lung said slowly, yes, I understand. Just ask the question. If it's not enough, I will continue to read the book. Tang Qing said solemnly. Han Lung's remarks were just as powerful as an initiation to him. He didn't expect this book on anthropology to be like this. Nyocha, but think about it. After you understand this, you can analyze the attacking parts of all martial arts genres and the original design intentions. During the use, there are no moves for you. When it comes to fighting, sometimes the opponent, I don't know where he will fight next. In this case, you can only design moves according to your own fighting purpose and defeat the opponent, well, very good, as long as you can understand it. I'm afraid you will thinking of learning moves, not paying attention to theory. Remember that every martial arts school has its own theory, and this theory has a common goal, to defeat the opponent, and defeating the opponent is to attack the opponent's weakness, and the weakness lies in this. In the book, every martial artist has a full understanding of the human body. Many people put the cart before the horse, and in the end they can only be called reckless, harming others and themselves. Han Lung nodded in satisfaction. Yes, I understand. Tang Qing said solemnly. Well, good. Then I will give you a question. The function of the human spleen and the classification of damage. Regarding this completely transcendent topic, Tang Qing can only despise the master severely. The function of the spleen is. In the next hour, Han Lung asked more and more surprised, and finally turned into shock. He did not expect that the big hole he dug would not be difficult for Tang Qing. The other party really almost remembered the book, even if many of it was not the original text. But the meaning is the same. Many organizations that have gone through Tang Qing have become more sophisticated. For an entire hour, Han Lung couldn't stop. Tang Qing also answered very smoothly. Closing the book in his hand, Han Lung suddenly became a little suspicious of life. This person compares with others. It's just a shameless one. Han Lung closed the book and turned and put it in the cabinet without speaking. Although Han Lung, who had experienced many big scenes, had already developed a mental quality that was not surprised at all, the expression of satisfaction on his face was nothing but nothing. Unstoppable. Tang Qing's genius was a complete surprise to him, but he slowly accepted it when he thought that Tang Qing was doing well in his studies. Being a master, it's normal to have a strong learning ability. Ahem. Xiao Tang is good. Really good. You gave me a big surprise. Well, in that case, you have already passed the level of physical fitness and the most basic theory. Then I will start to teach you how to fight basis. Han said solemnly. Tang Qing couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw it. He heard that he was about to teach himself fighting skills, and he immediately listened intently. The basis of fighting is very simple, that is, the moves. Today I only teach you the military sports boxing. This widely spread boxing method is generally useless for ordinary people to practice, but this is the real basis for fighting. The main function is to form the best basic muscle memory. Later, I will teach you the moves of other martial arts genres. Although you are too greedy and can't chew, I believe that your talent will not create a sense of confusion. You will at least be able to skillfully perform these moves. When you can really start learning actual combat, you will leave the deepest muscle memory and coping strategies in your heart after actual combat and thinking about these moves theories. Han Lung paused again when he said that, looking at Tang Qing with an eager expression, and said, Okay, I'll do it again. Let you look at all the movements first, and then I will teach you the essential step by step. You must be optimistic. After talking about Han Lung's fight, Tang Qing's brain quickly remembered these movements. Compared with text memory, people's memory of pictures is more powerful. As for video, isn't a video made up of pictures? It may take a while for people to remember a passage at a glance. If you don't read it repeatedly, you may forget it after 10 seconds or even a minute. But the memory of pictures is extremely long and efficient, just like watching TV. Afterwards, you can even remember some pictures of movies and TV you watched a few years ago, and some are very clear. This is the structure of the human brain. Tang Qing remembered reading an article in his previous life. The memory capacity of human images is thousands or even tens of thousands times that of words. This is the direct reason why some people in history have the ability to remember, not to forget. They do not memorize words, but as images. Even if you remember things repeatedly, such as Chinese textbooks, you will find that when you remember, you often remember pictures instead of words. And you only need to add a few spaces to memorize the piece of text, stagger a few words in each line. and let you read the memory several times, you may not be able to memorize it, or it will take a lot of effort to remember it. This is the theoretical foundation that the so-called right brain development institutions boasted of in later generations to cultivate the ability to make people have the ability to remember, but it seems to be played by some people, and the name is misplaced. At this time, Tang Qing's developed brain image memory is quite awesome. He may have to memorize it several times, but watching videos or pictures like this, he can only say that there is no pressure. Just read it once and remember it almost. Okay, this is the movement of the entire military sports boxing, and then we will practice step by step. Han Lung said after the fight. Come on, Xiao Tang, do it with me, first style. Wait, Uncle Han, I think I almost remember. Can I just talk about the essentials of the action? Tang Qing said hurriedly. Seeing that he was going to learn Tang Qing stupidly one by one, he couldn't help but stop it. You? Okay, then you call me again. Han Lung couldn't help but said, thinking about Tang Qing's previous performance, and didn't say much. He admitted that Tang Qing has a good memory, but this is not the case. Memorizing things requires good physical coordination and control. He doesn't want to directly hit Tang Qing. Now he is thinking about how to educate him when Tang Qing fails. Wushu is not just a few times. Can learn. It's rude, Uncle Han. Immediately Tang Qing closed his eyes and recalled the whole process. Without muscle memory, he could only play a little slower for the first time, so as not to be embarrassed if his body can't keep up or get stuck in a non-standard way. Looked at Tang Qing closing his eyes and starting to hit the military physical boxing. Han Lung's face became more and more surprised. Although Tang Qing didn't play as fast as him, they were all very standard. He couldn't fault him except for his unfamiliar movements. Is there such a genius? Han Lung began to doubt his life again. He had been in the army for more than 10 years, and he hadn't heard it before. The growth of a strong man in the army was not accompanied by tremendous hard work. Xiao Tang, have you practiced before? Han Lung couldn't help asking. No, this is the first time to learn. Tang Qing replied. He knew that this kind of performance was too outstanding, but what about it? If you will be able to pretend that you can't fail. At this moment, Tang Qing finally understands a bit. Why are those excellent people so uncomfortable in the eyes of other people, and they just don't want to pretend? I am me. Excellent is excellent. I have 100 million yuan. Do I really have to eat pickles and eat steamed buns in order to be gregarious? If you do that, it must be because I like it. Well, now that you know how to move, then I'll do it again and tell you the deadly moves, and see how much you can remember. Han Lung could only sigh at his fellow fate. Then Han Lung played it again. This time it was very slow, and every movement was explained. Have you remembered? Call it again and show it to me. Han Lung said after the second call. Okay. Soon after, Tang Qing played it again. With the essentials, Tang Qing no longer needs to think slowly. He did not expect that the muscles of the modified body were so developed, and he would be familiar with it the first time, but think about it. It's not uncommon for muscle memory to remember things that you can hardly forget, and the more you hit it, the smoother it gets. Hiss! Facing such a genius, Han Lung suddenly felt that Liao Sheng was bored. How long did it take to learn this by myself? How long did it take to learn Tang Qing? This? Uncle Han, Tang Qing said after seeing Han Lung in a daze. Han Lung immediately returned to his mind and said, oh, well, you are doing well. So now we will start the third step, to understand the design goals and actual applications of the moves, and by the way, teach you the changes of these moves. In the afternoon, we will fight directly. Is there a problem? No, Tang Qing replied loudly. He waited for actual combat. In this way, in Han Lung's unbelievable time after time, Tang Qing made rapid progress. Nearly 12 o'clock, Han Lung's wife came again to deliver food. During the meal, Han Lung frequently served Tang Qing with vegetables, which made Tang Qing surprised. What Tang Qing didn't know was that Han Lung had already begun to have the idea of accepting disciples. Such a good seedling is really eager for love, but Tang Qing's disposition still needs to be examined. He is most afraid of Tang Qing's misbehavior and the final harm. Society. After eating, Tang Qing didn't rest, and directly fiddled with the goods in Han Lung's shop. He didn't expect that there are so many things in the store, such as binoculars, military flashlights, waterproof watches, and all kinds of military uniforms. But think about it. It is normal for men to like these, although it is difficult to use them. 1 p.m. Well, then we will enter the actual combat training. The purpose of actual combat is very simple, to protect ourselves and defeat the enemy, and the former is more important than the latter. So now you attack, I will block. Pay attention to the scale of the attack, is it okay? No, Tang Qing said excitedly. He realized that he was actually a little violent. Immediately, Tang Qing made a fighting posture, clenching his fists with both hands, placing them on his chest one after the other. He was not prepared to use his full strength, nor was he really fighting. He was just familiar with the moves, and 30% of his power was enough. Anyway, since the other party was just beaten and didn't fight back, Tang Qing didn't plan to use both hands and feet, but first tried his feet skills. After all, this was just a small exercise. To be honest, Tang Qing feels fake every time he sees those martial arts scenes on TV. Although gorgeous and cool, it is not practical. It is purely for the effect of the show. The other party is holding a knife and you kick it. Isn't it a joke to block honestly with your hands or feet? Is it a decoration to be a knife in the hands of others in actual combat? It's hard to beat me. Tang Qing took a deep breath. Tang Qing, who had strong reaction ability and speed, kicked it in an instant. Bang! Han Lung took the kick easily with a single gear at the same time. He couldn't help feeling a little contempt. Although Tang Qing was fast, he didn't have much strength, obviously. It is far from the strength of the hand. It was Tang Qing's next attack that made him busy, who was a little despised, because Tang Qing had been attacking with his feet, kicking horizontally, kicking sideways, and flipping kicks. That's fine, but as Tang Qing's speed gradually increased, and his moves became more fluid, and his strength became greater, Han Lung couldn't help but deal with it with 12 points of spirit. But this is not over yet. Tang Qing's speed has not reached the limit. Boom, boom. But in 5 minutes, Han Lung felt like he couldn't resist. Tang Qing's speed was too fast at this time. He often just finished kicking the first kick, and then followed by the next. If it weren't for fighting instinct, his several key parts have been kicked a lot of feet. However, this is not the limit of Tang Qing. Seeing that Han Lung can support at this speed, Tang Qing can't help but want to test the limit speed of using 50% of his strength because of his true limit speed. It can only be achieved under the premise of using 100% of the power, otherwise it will not be able to exert its full strength under the premise of controlling the power. Just do what you want. Tang Qing's speed instantly increased a little bit, although it was only less than 5%, but 5% in battle is not a small gap. Boom. The so-called world martial arts. Only fast is not broken. The ultimate speed of this power stage was only 3 moves, and Han Lung was hit. He was kicked in the chest, and Han Lung, who was as strong as a cow, took a few steps back. Stop. Xiao Tang, what happened just now? Is this the limit speed of your legs? Han Lung asked incredulously. He hadn't encountered many of these leg speeds in the army, as Tang Qing showed just now. That kind of speed can't be trained by hard training. It also means that the body has this kind of talent, and it has little to do with hard work. Yeah, it was my fastest speed just now. Uncle Han is really amazing, and this can be blocked. Tang Qing exclaimed. Of course he wouldn't say that I still hide a half of my strength. This kind of thing is too good. It's not good after that. He doesn't want to be pulled and sliced as a monster. He feels a bit regretful for his amazing fist performance. It's a bit to hide a little bit. If Han Lung wants him to try his best, it's troublesome. When the time comes, it will not be either not or not. After all, if you use all of them, Han Lung will definitely suffer serious injuries, and there will be a lot of follow-up troubles. No one knows whether the retired Han Lung is still in contact with the army. Reporting to the country will be a lot of things at that time. If there is no system that can be related to the country, Tang Qing would be very happy, but now he is like a giant panda. Like the giant pandas, jumping out of the cliff can only be controlled to squeeze juice. Since you are not ready to use it, let's hide it. Hee hee. Awesome. I really underestimate you. So you can attack me as fast as you can. I want to see it again. Han Lung believed it when he heard it. In his opinion, Tang Qing must have done his best just now. No one can control the speed under full force. Good. Tang Qing agreed. This time, Han Lung's energy was 20 minutes, and he mobilized his whole body muscles and attention as if he was facing a big enemy. He blamed carelessness for getting a kick before, but this time if he was attacked by a beginner with only his legs. If it's the point, then it would really be a shame. But 5 strokes. Only 5 moves. Han Lung was kicked in the chest again. Of course, the vitality of the human body is more than that, but it is not a real fight. It just shows speed. Tang Qing also tries to avoid other weak points and attack on his chest. False and true. Bow left and right. Hiss. Come again. After a dozen or so times, Han Lung only insisted on 7 moves at most, and was kicked by Tang Qing to the point where he could be judged as not lightly injured. Of course, this is just a valid attack, not a win or lose. How can it be possible that you won't get a few hits after a fight? Even if you hit the key, as long as you don't hit the head and the head, the opponent will have the ability to fight back. Although this attack cannot be counted as a win, Han Lung can't calm down anymore. He also saw that Tang Qing's reaction speed was ridiculously strong. With his own size, he was destined to not be fast. In this respect, he is a brawny man. It's a bit of a disadvantage. Of course, although Tang Qing is inferior to Tang Qing in terms of speed and strength, he is not likely to feel lost. After all, close combat is very important for soldiers, but more importantly, firearms. In the face of modern weapons, there are not many opportunities for close combat. Even if close hands are required for combat missions, firearms are the most important means. Now Han Lung is surprised that Tang Qing is only using his feet. This attack method is much less flexible than hands. After all, his legs are so big and his movements are wide open and close, making it easy to distinguish and react. What if Tang Qing uses his hands? What would it be like? Hand speed is much faster than leg speed. Flexibility is also a far cry. Xiao Tang, only attack me with your hands this time. I know your strength is strong. This time you only use half your strength. The end criterion is to attack my chest or head 5 times. That's okay, Han Lung thought. Said at once. Okay, no problem. Tang Qing agreed. After saying that Tang Qing controlled his strength, he tentatively swung his first punch to Han Lung's face. Han Lung dodged the punch with ease. He knew that Tang Qing didn't use his full strength, but Tang Qing was halfway. His power is not so easy to follow. He can hide or hide. He is not a sandbag. Seeing that his punch was avoided, the corner of Tang Qing's mouth rose slightly. The show has begun. His attack speed was raised to the half-strength limit as soon as he increased. 15 strokes. Pure defense. Although Han Lung was fully prepared, Tang Qing's ghostly speed still caused Han Lung to capsize the boat. Han Lung was attacked 5 times in 15 moves, and the battle was over. Han Lung stood there for a long time and hasn't recovered. This game is simply a rhythm of giving away heads. What is the difference between having no fight back? This is still Tang Qing only used 50% of his power. And what if Tang Qing has another knife in his hand? Then, isn't it the end of the game? Han Lung couldn't imagine. He felt that within a month, even if he and Tang Qing would fight in a hand-to-hand battle, it would be unpredictable. Carry on. The next afternoon, Tang Qing played against Han Lung at Han Lung's place, but as a result, Han Lung's 3 views were refreshed. He finally saw what it means to be talented and what it means to win at the starting line. You are still riding a plane shamelessly. Han Lung was hit to death. Strength, resilience, speed, learning ability, body flexibility. Han Lung, who has been crushed in all directions, has not dared to say for a month, and now it is not certain who will kill him with a knife. Especially Tang Qing's physical flexibility and ability to fight offenses were simply abnormal, coupled with that enchanting learning ability. In the end, in addition to the ultimate move, he used all his best to tie Tang Qing. At that time, Tang Qing had also used 8 layers of strength. Oh, Xiao Tang, I really don't know what to say. I hope you will not harm the society and bully others after you learn this. Han Lung sighed. He was defeated by his apprentice within a few days of being a master. He didn't know why. Should I be sad or happy? Don't worry, I'm not such a person, but Uncle Han, don't tell my uncle, or don't tell me for a short time. Tang Qing said solemnly. Now it's ostentatious enough, and he doesn't want to show the limelight anymore. That's okay. I won't say. Next week you come and I will teach you some other genre skills. With your learning ability, it shouldn't be a problem to learn in one day. Han Lung agreed. As for why Tang Qing didn't want Qin Yugong to know, he also understood that Tang Qing wanted to keep a low profile. Okay, I'll come again next weekend, Tang Qing said. He is still going back to have dinner. Just now his aunt's phone number has already called him. Yep. Just when Tang Qing was about to leave, a voice came from outside. Brother Han. Tang Qing turned his head and saw that this man was also a soldier, because he had an aura similar to Han Long's. But at this time this man was obviously in a bad condition. His height was a little over 1.70 meters, but his face was sad, his eyes were bloodshot, and his hair. It's also a bit messy. It should have not been washed for a few days. Although it doesn't look like Han Lingzhuang on the outside, the muscles leaking from the open clothes show that this person has excellent physical fitness. Xiao's son, how did you come to the city, and how did you make it like this? Han Lung was very happy when he saw the person, but he cared about his condition. Obviously the other person is not doing well recently. It was his comrade in arms named Sun Chao, but the opponent was much younger than him. He retired for some reason after serving for 5 years. He has been taking care of his elderly mother at home and rarely came to the city. Last time there were 3 many months ago. Brother Han, I came here to borrow some money from you. My mother was critically ill last week and was hospitalized in the city. The money from my retirement has been spent on medical treatment this week. I want to borrow some money from you. I really can't help it either. Sun Chao hesitated and gritted his teeth. He would not borrow money from others if he had a strong self-esteem as a last resort. But his mother was his only relative, and he was obliged to do so. Okay, how much is needed? Han Lung directly agreed, without asking too many questions. Human life is a matter of life, and he is a comrade in arms. The love of comrade in arms cannot be realized by ordinary people. It is a long-term and stable intimacy. The doctor said it would cost 300,000 yuan. I would like to thank you for as much as you can borrow. I will think of other things. Sun Chao said with a bleak expression. Oh, what can you think of? How many people do you know and how much money I don't know? So, let me figure out how to make money. I can borrow some money everywhere. I will mortgage the shop and save people first. Han Lung frowned when he heard that Sun Chao was in the army, but he was very optimistic about the seedlings. If it weren't for that incident, he wouldn't be able to leave the army. Plus, there is only one mother in the family to take care of, otherwise he wouldn't be discharged. Nestled in the village, Han Lung felt that this kind of talent was really a waste. That's not good. This shop is your painstaking effort, and your family lives on this shop too, no. Sun Chao hurriedly stopped when he heard it. Of course he knew that this shop had spent all of Han Lung's belongings. What came down was the source of their family's life. Although his mother was the most important in his heart, he would never agree to ruin a family like this. What's wrong? Life is at stake, Han said with a cold smile. Although he has served in the country for many years, how can I say that there are too many people in the country, and he can't take care of everyone? He can understand it. He just hopes that the country's economic construction will be better. The better you come, welfare is getting better and better, and we can take care of them who have dedicated their blood and youth to the country. As for the mortgage, it is not sold. It is just similar to borrowing money. Although the interest rate is higher, it is slowly repaid. He can imagine how his wife and family will oppose it. But what about it? If he doesn't help, conscience will be disturbed for a lifetime. This won't work. I can't hurt you like this. This shop must not move. Sun Chao loudly discouraged. What's wrong? People are the most important thing. Since you call me brother, I must not watch your mother die because of lack of money. Han Lung said sternly. But, Brother Han. No but. At this time, Tang Qing couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but said, Uncle Han, do you need my help? The love of the two comrades in arms made him very moved. Especially Han Lung's unhesitating attitude made him extremely shocked. In later generations, such people are really rare, but they are quite common in the military. More than the feeling of ordinary friends. For the soldiers, they are still those who used to defend the country's borders with justice and awe. He is extremely respected. Without them, there would be no stability of the country. Seeing Master and another man who is obviously a military character worry about money, he certainly can't stand idly by. It's just that the country is too big to be able to take care of everyone. He can also understand that since he has encountered it, one can help one. As for the large-scale help, let's forget it. The country will doubt his intentions. That is too dangerous. It was a weapon for Lei. He didn't want to be harmonized yet. Xiao Tang, No, what can you do as a student? Don't ask your family, and don't tell your uncle, you know. Han Lung said without hesitation. He didn't think Tang Qing could get much money. Even if Tang Qing saves some pocket money, it is a drop in the bucket. Tang Qing's family also understands that only a clothing-selling family has no rich relatives. He heard that the family's savings were spent in the past 2 years to treat the elderly. There is no money left at all, and even if the other party can provide part of it, it is impossible for him to speak to this new apprentice. As for Qin Yugong, it seemed to him that the couple had to raise 2 daughters for that little salary. There was a senior and a minor. The pressure was not small, even greater than him. After all, he still has a shop and his wife is also at work. The child is only 8 years old, and Qin Yugong's character also understands that he is not greedy or occupying, and he usually has social entertainment, and his expenses are not low. Qin Yugong was okay with 20,000 to 30,000. If it was too much, it would be totally troublesome for others. Although Qin Yugong would definitely help if he knew it, he couldn't solve the fundamental problem. As for borrowing money from other comrades in arms, he just flashed the idea in his mind and was thrown behind his head. To be honest, this group of them will only fight and kill. There are not many gangsters, everyone. It's not easy, and he doesn't want to block everyone. He is such a person, he would rather trouble himself to become a shop, rather than embarrass others. Don't worry, Uncle Han. I have a lot of money myself, and I'm not at home, and I won't talk to Uncle. Tang Qing admired Han Lung in his heart at this time, and took care of everything by himself, preferring to mortgage his family. The shops that depend on for survival must also help their comrades. At the same time, they don't want to trouble other people. Only this kind of person can support the backbone of this country. How can he be disrespectful? Xiao Tang, thank you for your heart, but this amount is a bit big. Even if you have tens of millions of dollars, it's useless. Forget it. Uncle will come to think of a solution. Han Lung was moved. He didn't expect this Tang Qing, who had just met for a short time, was so sensible. He would rather take out the pocket money he saved. This moved him very much. Although even if Tang Qing provided the money, it was of little use, but this heart made him very pleased. Sun Xiao on the side also looked at Tang Qing gratefully. Uncle Han, although I don't have a lot of money, there is nothing wrong with treating a disease. Tang Qing said modestly. He was not interested in showing off his wealth in front of the master and exploding all his savings. It was boring. He took care of this matter. What? What? The two cried out in surprise. Although the mental quality of the two is absolutely nothing to say, the news is really surprising. What did they hear? Cure a disease, no problem? He has hundreds of thousands? Han Lung watched Tang Qing's eyes full of unbelievable, and Sun Xiao still had a little hope in his eyes. Seeing these two people in surprise, well, Tang Qing couldn't help but feel a little floating in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people like to pretend to be. Xiao Tang, what you said is true. This is 300,000 yuan. How can you have so much money? Han Lung said with a trembling voice, who had recovered. Of course he didn't doubt his ears and his own. The ability to understand is not to doubt the authenticity of Tang Qing's words. After all, although he has not been together for a long time, he knows that Tang Qing is a cautious person and can't talk nonsense. It's just that this news is a reversal of God, hundreds of thousands, that's okay. It's not a small number. This era is equivalent to a house of 100 square meters in the city center. Haha, I have the money. I earn it. It is completely legal. As for how to earn it, don't ask. Don't worry, Uncle Han is willing to use the store mortgage to help people. I admire your personality. Only 300,000 yuan. I have the money. Tang Qing said with a smile. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this sentence. It is not an exaggeration to say that he made this kind of business at the risk of being harmonized. As for legality, to a certain extent increasing the country's foreign exchange reserves, in terms of the result, he is considered to have offset his merits, and he feels at ease when he says it is legal. This. Han Lung was completely convinced at this time, but he was a little hesitant in his heart. When he wondered the legality of the money, how could a senior high school student spend hundreds of thousands of dollars at ease, just looking at the haggard-faced Sun Xiao and thinking about his own family? His shop was messed up for a while, and he really didn't know whether to accept or reject it. Thinking of Sun Xiao's mother who was still lying on the hospital bed, Han Lung gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter what he cares about. It is important to treat the illness first, and I will talk about the money later if the path is not right. He really didn't know what to do. Just as Han Lung Tianren was fighting, Tang Qing walked over and directly took Han Lung's hand and walked out. Uncle Han, life is a matter of life. Don't do this and that. Let's go to the hospital first. Being pulled by Tang Qing, Han Lung also recovered. He acted decisively and ignored him and said, "Little son, let's go. Let's go to the hospital." Sun Chao, who was in a daze, immediately followed. Han Lung believed that Tang Qing would not bludgeon them. Sun Chao believed in Han Lung. Although the current situation is a bit awkward, a stranger gave his mother money for treatment. He thought that only his mother was alive. No, he really couldn't say a word of rejection. In the taxi, Han Lung introduced the two of them. Tang Qing also knew about Sun Chao's experience and current situation. He couldn't help feeling a little bit. Fortunately, he was here today. Fortunately, his uncle introduced Han Lung to teach himself to fight. Otherwise, Han Lung would really want to fight. The family went bankrupt, and the old man was getting older. After this illness, he was still a bottomless pit. Sun Chao's money would not be paid at all for a while, and in the end he might be forced to commit a crime or take risks. It is conceivable that if he is absent today, the family of the two will be in great trouble for a long time in the future. Qingyan City Second People's Hospital. Third floor. Oncology. A few people did not pay the fee first, but first went to the attending doctor. "Dr. Wei, I'm here to pay the fee," Sun Chao, the attending doctor, said a little excitedly. At the same time, he glanced at Tang Qing beside him. His eyes were full of gratitude. Without Tang Qing, the money is estimated. Even if Han Lung became a shop, he would have to prepare for a while. If it takes a long time to delay his illness, Xiao's son, the fundraising is done so soon? That's good. Your mother can't delay this disease. The operation must be performed as soon as possible. Alas, it's hard for you. But this is the hospital's regulations. Nothing can be done without money. Please understand. When Dr. Wei looked at Sun Chao's face, he said sympathetically. He also understands and admires Sun Chao's situation, but the rules are the rules. He is just an attending physician. How can he defy the hospital's orders? In his opinion, although their doctors are not low income, they are under tremendous pressure. After all, people's hearts are grown in flesh, and every living being disappears before their eyes because they don't have money for treatment. This feeling of guilt is except for a few inhumane doctors. There is no such a system that criticizes them, but they can't help it. It is all money. The only way to change is through huge investment from the upper level. But the country's money is mainly put in the economy and infrastructure construction. On it, it makes people helpless. Of course, as a doctor, he can only hope that the country will do a good job in the insurance reimbursement ratio and the coverage of the population, and the price of medicine will drop a little. As for free medical care, he dare not even think about it. It is impossible to achieve such things as free medical care for the whole people. Many people with a cold and fever may ask for all items to be checked. If they are fine, they will live in the hospital for a month. Anyway, it is not necessary to have money. By then, the number of hospitals across the country will be increased by 100 times. Not enough. Dr. Wei, I can understand, Sun Chao said with a wry smile. Of course he knew that this could not be changed in a short time, but his heart was full of helplessness. That's it. I will accompany you to pay the fee, and we will arrange the operation time as soon as possible when it's over. Who are these? Dr. Wei got up and asked. My comrade in arms, and his apprentice, is also the person who helped me this time. Sun Chao introduced. Well, you have a good comrade in arms, Dr. Wei said with emotion. And Sun Chao nodded repeatedly. Go, come with me. Dr. Wei took the lead and walked out. Came to the billing office. Dr. Wei, may I ask if the 300,000 yuan is for the operation cost or includes other expenses in the later period? Tang Qing couldn't help asking. This is the operation cost plus 1 month's observation hospitalization cost. Dr. Wei replied. Do you provide nursing care? Tang Qing asked. This is not included. Dr. Wei said. By the way, brother's son, is the aunt in a separate ward or a multi-person ward? Tang Qing asked. In the car, he already knew that Sun Chao was only 28 this year. It was obviously inappropriate to call him uncle, so he could only call him brother. Single, Sun Chao replied. Dr. Wei, Is there a separate ward now? Tang Qing asked, turning his head. Yes, Dr. Wei said. Then, Dr. Wei, please transfer the aunt to a separate ward. By the way, please ask for a caregiver. Tang Qing said. Xiao Tang. No need. I can take care of my mother. No need to waste it. Sun Chao said hurriedly. How can it be wasted? That's it. Since I help you, just listen to me. Tang Qing said solemnly. Looked at both Han Lung and Sun Chao dumbfounded. Okay, Tang Qing is rich again. How much do you want to pay? The toll collector inside asked. Well, let me think about it. Let's make a whole. Swipe 400,000 yuan. Tang Qing handed over the bank card and said easily. At the same time, he asked the system to transfer 400,000 yuan into the card. Xiao Tang, this 400,000. A bit too much. Sun Chao said dumbfounded. Han Lung was also a little silly at this time. 400,000. 100,000 yuan was just thrown out again. Tang Qing is so rich, as if he didn't care about 100,000 yuan at all. Of course, the money collector and Dr. Wei were not surprised. They were paying the money. They should prepare some woolen threads to be surprised. They were just surprised that this young man was so rich. Not much. Give Annie a better recuperation environment. Tang Qing said with a smile. Spend 400,000 yuan. Change to a separate ward. Ask for a caregiver. And find the best doctor to perform the operation, understand? Tang Qing turned his head and said lightly to Dr. Wei. Okay, no problem. Don't worry. We will arrange the best ward, nurses, and expert group consultations to ensure the success of the operation. Dr. Wei quickly agreed. Only then did he know that Tang Qing was the payer. Well, yes, you decide. I hope to spend the money where it should be spent. Otherwise, my money is not so easy to get, understand? This patient is a family member of a veteran in our country. I don't care anyway. There was a problem with the operation. I made you unable to eat up and down in your hospital. Don't doubt my ability. Tang Qing said coldly. Although he was a little bravado, proper threats are still needed. Put some pressure. What should I do when my money is good and shoddy? Yes, no problem. Dr. Wei immediately shocked Tang Qing. This momentum, this tone, this financial power, is it the second generation of which family? But it doesn't matter to him. He can't guess it anyway. He is not going to hack this kind of money, so there is no need to be afraid. It's just that I can't help but feel a lot more nervous. According to the style of this group of second generations, if there is a problem with the operation, the other party may not give up and trouble them. Although they won't lose their jobs or the like, this group of second generations can still do a lot of things that will make them sick for a lifetime, such as being splashed with dung when they go out. Well, by the way, brother son, those are medical expenses. You can buy some delicious food for the ant. Of course, the premise is that the ant can eat. Ask the doctor more. For the rest, find a place to live, clean up, and pack yourself. It's not enough. Tell me again. Tang Qing directly withdrew 10,000 yuan from the system into his trouser pocket, then grabbed Sun Chao's hand and stuffed it into his hand. At this time, Sun Chao was still in a daze, looking down at his hand. It's 10,000 yuan. His eyes can't help but feel a little moist. Xiao Tang, thank you so much. Sun Chao did not refuse. He knew that he did not have any money, so it would be hypocritical to decline. Well, of course I can trust the friends that Uncle Han approved. I won't let you write the IOUs. Don't rush to pay back the money. Take your time. If the job is not good or you are not satisfied, I will help you find it. I have some here. Work is suitable for you. Tang Qing laughed. This sentence is true. He has nothing to worry about for people who Han Lung dared to bankrupt his family and help. And he had a plan in his heart, that is to recruit this Sun Chao. The commander of the bear pole is a bit embarrassing now. As for the people in the company, they are not considered people who he can truly trust, have the ability, and can do private affairs. Sun Chao, who appeared at the time, was a good bodyguard or driver. There are bodyguards in and out, and the days of having a secretary are not far away. Wow, Kaka. Thank you, Xiao Tang. Sun Chao said a little choked up. Tang Qing gave such a large sum of money if he said it. Don't pay any debts. If there is not enough, he really has something at this moment. The impulse of the scholar to die for his confidant, the gratitude in his heart, is beyond words. What am I? Okay, grandbrother, let me go first. My aunt is still waiting for me to go back for dinner, and I won't bother her if my aunt is asleep. Uncle Han, let's go. Tang Qing laughed just now. Dr. Wei went to check the room and mentioned that Sun Chao's mother was asleep. Seeing that the matter had been finished, he didn't stay any longer, otherwise his aunt would call again. Ah, okay, Han Lung said blankly. Looking at the young face beside him, he really understood the meaning of the 8 words, the proud son of heaven and dragon and phoenix among people at this time. Both civil and military, noble morals, unfathomable financial resources, and relaxed, he suddenly felt that he had taught a truly remarkable apprentice, and his future was unlimited. This sentence was just for this kind of person. Okay, Dr. Wei, let's go first. The next thing is your business. If you have any questions, let Sun Chao find me. Tang Qing turned his head and said to Dr. Wei. Okay. Dr. Wei hurriedly replied. After Tang Qing and Han Lung walked out of the hospital, Sun Chao delivered them to the door. Looking at the back of the two of them going away, Sun Chao's eyes were full of gratitude, hope, and even firmness. Tang Qing and the two were waiting for a taxi on the side of the road, but now it is the rush hour. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, there is no empty car, and Han Lung has also remained silent, not knowing what he is thinking. Hee, why doesn't Uncle Han stop talking? Tang Qing broke the tranquility first. You me? Han Lung hesitated and stopped. You want to ask how my money came from? Don't worry. What bad things I can do in a high school, don't worry. As for how it came, don't ask. It's a legitimate transaction, a trade secret, haha. Tang Qing said with a smile, and he was not going to tell people about things. Thank you, Han Lung said in silence. No matter where Tang Qingqian came from, it is always good to help his comrades in arms and save lives. He also wanted to open it. Even if it is illegal, he can only assume that he hasn't seen it. Whether it's because of Sun Chao or Qin Yugong's face or Tang Qing's apprenticeship, which he is very satisfied with, even Tang Qing's actions have indirectly saved his family, and he should be taken care of. It is impossible to hurt Tang Qing. Seeing that Han Lung had completely accepted the fact that the money was of unknown origin, Tang Qing also let go of his heart, smiled and said, What's the matter? You have given your youth to this country. I just do something within my power. If I get rich in the future, I am going to set up a charity organization that specializes in solving the problems of people like Uncle Sunday. Of course, I don't want to cause trouble, so these money only provides all kinds of commercial insurance, not all expenses. This is an idea that suddenly popped out of his mind. He can only and dare to do so much. If all is provided regardless of whether it is paid or paid, he will definitely be harmonized. Only buy insurance for them. It doesn't matter how old he is. Things are up. In short, it's a principle. There should not be a large number of gifts and loans to retired soldiers. This is a red line. He dare not cross it. If he helps people to the end, he will be finished. And I believe you and thank you. Han Lung looked at Tang Qing with satisfaction and said he was really lucky to have met Tang Qing. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable, or that kind of consequences would come now. Right? It was definitely a nightmare for his family. Tang Qing not only helped Sun Chao, but also saved his family. At this time, 2 empty cars came. Haha. Let's go. Uncle Han. I will go home first. Next week I see if I have time to go to your place to continue studying. Tang Qing said with a smile. Well, then, I will cook you a big meal then, Han Lung said. It's a deal, goodbye. Tang Qing said. December 31st, 2004. Friday. Today is the last day of 2004. It will be a holiday for New Year's Day tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The rare 2-day holiday made the classmates happy, and finally there is a double break. New Year's Day 8th High School did not organize any large-scale performances. It was just that the classes organized their own activities on Friday afternoon. Anyway, it was nothing more than eating and drinking. After half a day of class in the morning, everyone happily went home with their school bags. In the afternoon, each of them would bring some food to share with everyone. The class would also buy some, such as melon seeds and fruits. Of course, since there are activities, you can't escape the show. The top few in the other classes were asked by Su Zhiwang to perform something, and they did not refuse. Wang Yin also readily agreed to sing a song, but Tang Qing did not report anything, because he really doesn't have any talent. In his previous life, his singing was incomplete, so he couldn't go up and recite poetry. He was not as versatile as the other reborn predecessors. Su Zhiwang did not dare to say a word about this. Other students only thought that this was the first grade treatment. Only Su Ziwang understood that this was a complete fear. When Tang Qing arrived in the classroom in the afternoon, he saw that the desk was surrounded by the students on duty, and a small open space leaked out in the middle, and there was a mess everywhere. The window grills and balloon ribbons made Tang Qing feel very interesting. At this time, the classmates in good conditions at home had already brought a set of DVD equipment. After all, singing had to be accompanied by accompaniment. At this time, there is a festive song that he often hears during the Chinese New Year. Tang Qing didn't know what the name was. There were only a handful of songs he could remember. Tang Qing didn't bring anything. He came empty-handed. After school at noon, he gave Li Kai 500 yuan and asked him to help buy it. However, Li Kai hasn't come yet, and there are not many classmates in the class now. Wang Yin instead, he was sitting there reading romance novels. As for why Tang Qing knew, because Tang Qing had read this book in his previous life, and Wang Yin lent it to him. Tang Qing directly sat down next to Wang Yin, grabbed the melon seeds in front of Wang Yin, and started to eat. Tang Qing, you're here. Why didn't you bring anything? Wang Yin frowned when she saw someone dared to sit next to her, grabbing her own melon seeds, and was very angry, but Tang Qing immediately felt relieved. Zhang Mei said, well, I asked Li Kai to buy it. He hasn't come yet. Tang Qing said as he chanted, and put it in the bag of melon seed shells in front of Wang Yan's desk. Wang Yin also thoughtfully pushed the bag to it. In front of Tang Qing's heart trembled in response to this subtle movement. Here, I brought a lot of food here. Wang Yin didn't think there was anything when she heard it, and then she took out a large bag of food from her desk pocket and handed it to Tang Qing. Well, let me see what I have to eat. Tang Qing rummaged in it, and when he came at noon, thinking about eating a lot in the afternoon, he didn't buy any stomach cushions to play with. At this time, he was really a bit greedy. It's just that there are some girls' favorites in it. After searching for a few times, he couldn't find what he wanted to eat. In the end, he reluctantly chose a pack of peanut candy. Wang Yin was also a little nervous when she saw that Tang Qing didn't like her other 0 hours, but she felt relieved when she saw Tang Qing's election. At the same time, she remembered to buy more of this for Tang Qing in the future. Normally, Tang Qing never brought snacks to school. She really doesn't know what Tang Qing likes to eat. I still have fruit here. Wang Yin took out another bag of fruit from her pocket. Bananas, apples, oranges, and lychees each have a little bit. Seeing the color, you can see that it is not cheap. Tang Qing also unceremoniously took another biggest apple and gnawed. Yep, red Fuji. So crispy. So sweet. Seeing Tang Qing eating what she brought, Wang Yin felt a blessed moment. Next time I buy more of this, I will give it to Tang Qing for eating too much at home, Wang Yin thought to herself. Many other classmates in the class also noticed the unusual relationship between the two and whispered from time to time. And one of them was already burning with jealousy watching the behavior of the two and couldn't help it. Wang Yin, how is your preparation for the show? I believe you will surprise everyone. A boy boldly walked to Wang Yin and praised. Wang Yin, who was enjoying her self-confident moment, was immediately upset when she heard someone coming to disturb her. If it was Li Kai, it was nothing but Tang Qing's good friend, and that was also her own friend. As for the other men in the class, in her opinion, the importance of classmates immediately dropped by a level. It was not that she was arrogant and despised people, but that she had such a personality that she was really not interested in talking to unimportant people, and this person still came to disturb her. As soon as Wang Yin heard the voice, he knew who the other party was. This person was Xie Wendong. He was newly transferred to the class last week. The other party's father was transferred from the county to the city last month as an ordinary deputy director of the construction bureau. Xie Wendong was still very low-key when he came back, and he didn't come close to it. Honestly, he couldn't do it. However, my father has recently started to transform into real estate, and he definitely needs to meet some leaders. On Monday, his father invited Xie Wendong's father to the house for dinner. He didn't expect the other party to bring Xie Wendong with him. At that time, Xie Wendong was very enthusiastic when he saw her. Honestly, she buzzed around like flies. She was so annoyed at the time. Of course he knew what Xie Wendong was thinking, but it was disgusting when he looked at it with such anxious look. Thinking about it, it is completely incomparable with Tang Qing. Especially the other party's father said that the two of them were predestined and could make good friends. This really made her sick. Of course, his father didn't answer the conversation, but just played haha to deal with it. Of course, the intelligent Wang Yin knew his father's thoughts. I can't look at Xia Wendong on the one hand, and on the other hand, I can't look at his father's family. A marginal deputy director, it's really hard for him to think of being a family member, and his daughter doesn't like it. It is even more impossible to have the slightest idea of this kind. If it weren't for the approval card for Xia Wendong's father, and he lived not far away, and the other party offered to come to eat at home, how could he actively invite the other party to come home? Of course, although Wang Yin didn't want to care about the other party, he couldn't ignore it completely, frowning and saying, "Well, Xia Wendong, you have to behave well." Although Wang Yin's tone was cold, but these words were encouragement and support in Xia Wendong's ears, so he hurriedly said, "Wang Yin, do you have time on the weekend? I am going to climb Qingyan Mountain with a few friends. They are all officials and wealthy businessmen. There are some girls, and I'll introduce you to your father's business." His implication is not to play with people like Tang Qing, who have no money and no rights. Before he proposed to Shun Mei to adjust the seat to Wang Yin, but the teacher directly told him that Tang Qing was the first in grade and wanted to adjust his position. Tang Qing disagreed that it was impossible. Xia Wendong was discouraged at the time. The mountain of the first grade was crushed on his heart, which really made him feel a little inferior, but the thought of his father's position later gave him courage to dominate. It's just that Wang Yin didn't react to the illicit meaning for a while. When Wang Yin heard that she asked herself to play, she had asked her to play next to Tang Qing. She was suddenly annoyed, and this person felt bad at first sight. She didn't want to pay attention to him at all. If you don't cause trouble for your father, you should suppress the anger in your heart and say, "No, I won't go out on New Year's Day. I want to study, so you can study hard. What are you afraid of after your studies are so good? As for my study, although my studies are almost inferior, modern society is a relational society. It is useless to have a diploma. Even if you are in the first grade, you may not be able to find a job at that time." Xia Wendong kept talking while Yu Guang glanced at Tang Qing, his eyes full of disdain and warning. This sentence directly angered Wang Yin. Hearing Xia Wendong talking about the first grade, it was obviously aimed at Tang Qing. She also realized the meaning of Xia Wendong's words before. As for Tang Qing, he wouldn't be able to find a job. She felt that Tang Qing was the best in her eyes. Xia Wendong looked down on Tang Qing and looked down on her. How could she bear it? "Xia Wendong, you go, I don't want to talk to you." Wang Yin gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice. Although there is no sadness or joy in her words, her eyes are full of anger. "Wang Yin, I'm telling the truth. I will introduce you to your father," Xia Wendong hurriedly said when seeing Wang Yin angry, but this guy is obviously used to domineering in the county below, blindly showing off the relationship. He doesn't understand that this is simply intolerable for a girl who is full of longing for love and life. "Let me go." Wang Yin wanted to scold someone, but couldn't say it. Seeing what Xia Wendong provokes in front of him, Tang Qing can no longer stand idly by at this time. Especially this is obviously a threat to Wang Yin, and he dares to look down on himself. And even if he denies him face to face, he still makes Wang Yin so angry. Tang Qing looked at Wang Yin's pretty face full of anger and felt very distressed. Team is just looking for death. If he doesn't stand up at this time, he will be a man in vain. Wang Yin, Xia Wendong just wanted to say something, but was stopped by Tang Qing. "Shut up for me." Tang Qing stood up and shouted. The loudness of this sound made the class that was a bit noisy suddenly quiet, and the needles were almost audible, and all the students in the class looked at this place. "I don't know what's going on. I just watch the excitement and don't be afraid of it." They all looked at Tang Qing curiously. Obviously Tang Qing and Xia Wendong had a conflict, and many people still felt relieved in their hearts. This Xia Wendong looked down on everyone in the class and was unfamiliar. Of course, they were instinctively on Tang Qing's side. Xia Wendong, who was frightened at this time, felt that he couldn't live up to his face. He was embarrassed in front of so many people. Fighting was impossible. He could only look at Tang Qing bitterly. He looked at him as handsome, taller and better than him. By Tang Qing, who is more temperamental and better than him, he really can't stand it. This is an all-round crush. At this time Su Ziwang also noticed this, watching Xia Wendong's eyes full of sympathy. Xie Wendong wanted to use his father's name to recruit himself before, but as soon as Xie Wendong entered the class, Wang Yan's eyesight drifted from Wang Yan, knowing that this person must never be associated with it, because this person will bring him to the opposite of Tang Qing sooner or later, and then rely on Tang Qing's relationship, and he will definitely play with him. Later, he inadvertently asked his father about the background of the five-star hotel. Listening to his father's description, a behemoth formed in his head. Lu Gan, a businessman with great influence in both the internal affairs and business circles of the province, like Tang Qing. Familiar. Plus, every time Lu Kai calls Tang Qing and Tang Xiao on the phone, an impression of a strong background is formed in his head, and he doesn't dare to have any unruly thoughts anymore. He didn't want to accompany Xie Wendong to death, and he couldn't understand Xie Wendong's arrogant appearance. He was not interested in reminding Xie Wendong, "I am fine now," and finally hit the wall. Su Ziwang couldn't help but thank Tang Qing for teaching Xie Wendong, who looked down on him a little bit. "Dare to offend Xiao Tang. You are so brave." An old daddy who had just been a deputy chief. Compared with Tang Qing's power, he was simply hitting a rock with a pebble. "You? It's up to you to talk to Wang Yan." Xie Wendong shouted to Tang Qing. Facing Tang Qing, who was half a head taller than him, he really had no confidence in cursing or even hitting others. "You quarreled me, and what does it mean that I can't find a job? Just try it again and see if I don't smoke you. Finally, speak quietly. Don't slobber indiscriminately. Believe me or not. Believe me or not." Tang Qing said coldly. He was really speechless when he saw this person. Just after he killed Su Ziwang, another Xie Wendong came. Su Ziwang was honest, and he had to clean up this guy. It was really troublesome, and he was disgusted by flies on New Year's Day. But think about it. Beauties, they must all come with their own settings for attracting flies. Everyone has a heart for beauty. He can understand that if you bring a stunning beauty to the street, it is estimated that countless people have been in the minds of countless people along the way. I made up a long MV, which can't be changed, but there is no brain show, then it can't be tolerated. Regarding the second generation who had never seen anything in the world before him, Tang Qing really didn't want to pay attention to him. But he couldn't watch Wang Yan being bullied, and the threat in his tone was almost death. "You? If you dare to beat me, my father won't let you go." Xie Wendong didn't know how to answer the conversation for a while, and he was frightened by Tang Qing's threat. Tang Qing wanted to curse, who specially designed such a line, pulled it out and chopped it out, or bounced it to death. I won't hit you, let's go," Tang Qing said helplessly. Tang Qing is already unable to complain. There are too many slots. If there is a complaint energy collector, the energy of the dumb hair is probably full. In particular, one aircraft carrier can be manifested. Xie Wendong is simply advancing, not retreating or not. He can't beat him. He doesn't dare to scold him, and he's too shameless to go. "Don't leave yet. Don't make me angry." Tang Qing threatened with waving his fist, and he would be guilty of embarrassment if he didn't leave. "I want to do it, no way. You give me. Get out," Xie Wendong was yelled at, and took a few steps back. When everyone looked at him, he was immediately embarrassed. He didn't want to say anything cruel. His eyes were full of hatred. "Go back to your seat." Looking at Xie Wendong's eyes, he suddenly felt the same as Su Zi's eyes when he looked at him. Is as disgusting as eating a fly, especially if this scene is so familiar and has a sense of sight. After speaking, he couldn't help turning his eyes to Su Ziwang, wondering what he was thinking. Su Ziwang was stared by Tang Qing and immediately lowered his head like a mouse saw a cat. "Old Tang, what's the matter? What are you doing, eh? Are you staring at me to see what you are doing?" Li Kai's voice suddenly sounded at the door. Tang Qing turned his head and watched Li Kai walking in with a large bag of snacks. It was a moment of tension. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Li Kai, but he looked at Li Kai somewhat inexplicably. "I'm exhausted, Old Tang. You are too lazy. I left 100 for my running errands." Li Kai put the snacks on the table and didn't even think about what happened. "Ben, what big things can happen here? No one fights, no one gets hurt, so he doesn't bother to care." Well, at this moment, Li Kai's interruption did give everyone a chance to relax. Tang Qing ignored Xie Wendong, and Xie Wendong returned to his place in a nonchalant manner. Looking at Tang Qing as if he was about to eat people, the classmates bowed their heads. Whispered, "This drama is too strong. The first grade and the second generation clash. Who will win in the end? Please listen to the next time. In a short while, the classmates arrived one after another. What happened just now has been quickly spread throughout the class by the gossiping classmates. Seeing that the classmates looked into their own eyes with joking and ridicule, Xia Wendong's self-esteem couldn't stand it. Xia Wendong didn't. Thinking that he was a bad name for the first time he became famous in school, the resentment towards Tang Qing deepened in his heart. Although he wanted to teach Tang Qing, he didn't have any reliable relationship in Qingyan City when he first arrived. This was not because he was in the county before. There were a lot of friends, and he couldn't get revenge for a while. This made him almost suffocate his internal injuries. Li Kai later learned what had happened, and his eyes were full of disgust when he looked at Xia Wendong. If Tang Qing hadn't stopped him, he would have wanted to go up and scold him. As for Wang Yan, she looked at Tang Qing with admiration on her face. She was full of sweetness in her heart when she saw Tang Qing showing up for herself. As for Xia Wendong, might she find Tang Qing trouble? It's not that she looks down on Xia Wendong. She really doesn't believe that Xia Wendong will be Tang Qing's opponent. Next was the performance time. The students below had a good time. The students above took turns playing. Although the quality was not very good, one of the two students' sketches was halfway through and one of them forgot the words, and then the two of them were completely confused. It made everyone happy. Compared to a serious performance, the students liked it better. After all, everyone was just having fun. All of them were so good that there was no laughter, and how could they make the students happy? After a few rounds, it was finally Wang Yan's turn to play. Wang Yan walked to the open space and immediately attracted the attention of the whole class. Wang Yan can be said to be the crush of all the male classmates. This is why most people hate Xia Wendong. Especially Tang Qing has a first-hand approach to the water tower. The month is no more. After all, people are the first in grade or they are at the same table for 3 years. In this school age, the first in grade represents authority and the throne. What do you Xia Wendong, a second generation who has no skills, come to join and do? Isn't this pulling hatred? At this time, all the male classmates unconsciously hated Xia Wendong. Compared with Tang Qing's excellence, they would never allow Wang Yan and Xia Wendong to be involved. If you lose to Xia Wendong, it will be as disgusting as eating a fly. At the same time, many people decide to isolate Xia Wendong completely in the future, so they dare to make Wang Yan angry. This character still dares to have evil thoughts on Wang Yan and resolutely refuses to agree. There is no place for him in this class. Background music starts. Okay, Tang Qing only felt very familiar, but he didn't remember what song it was for a while, or that sentence. He could distinguish no more than 30 popular songs except nursery rhymes, and no more than 10 songs that he completely remembered the lyrics. Alas, a person who just listens to songs without remembering names can't be hurt. The song I bring to you today is a song that I like very much. July 7th is sunny. I hope everyone likes it. Wang Yan said with a smile. Say goodbye. Can you stop missing? Say sorry. Can you understand everything? Tears instead of you kissing my face. My world is suddenly frozen and snowy. Your yesterday still remains between the 5 fingers. How to collage piece by piece completely. July 7th is sunny. Suddenly it snowed. I dare not open my eyes. Hope it is my illusion. I stand by the earth and watch the snow. Cover the street you came from. Is so nice. The whole class is utterly intoxicated. Tang Qing knows that Wang Yan is a weak tyrant, and there are few songs that he can't sing in later generations. Every time Wang Yan is taken to KTV, he listens to it. Wang Yan sings there, one after another, which Tang Qing likes. Wang Yan likes. Thinking of this, Wang Yan in front of him and Wang Yan in later generations slowly overlap, especially the look in his eyes, really. It seems. Tang Qing couldn't help but see his spirits. Wang Yan looked at Tang Qing and stared at herself blankly, unavoidably embarrassed in her heart. She dared not look at Tang Qing, bowed her head and sang. July 7th is sunny. The night suddenly changes to the day. I lost consciousness and looked at the limits of love. I look at the horizon and the sky is boundless. Can't hear you say goodbye. After the end of the song, Wang Yan said thank you everyone and walked down, leaving behind a round of applause. It was the first time they heard Wang Yan sing. They didn't expect it to sound so good. Before, Wang Yan did not perform on New Year's Day. The applause pulled Tang Qing back and looked at Wang Yan with a smile, and said, "You sing so beautifully." "Really?" Wang Yin whispered, and Tang Qing could hear the joy in that voice. "Well, it's really good, better than those celebrities' voices," Tang Qing exclaimed. Of course, he just admired the voice, not singing skills. After all, Wang Yin is only an amateur. How can he directly crush those professional? "Well, thank you. Do you have a favorite star?" Wang Yan's voice became even smaller. "Yes, a lot. Jackie Chan, Stephen Chow, Jay Cho, Anita Mui, Teresa Teng." Tang Qing reported more than a dozen names in one go, from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and mainland China. These are all stars he likes very much in later generations. There's the talent and hard work are well known to everyone, and Tang Qing has to admire. "Well, I like Teresa Teng the most," Wang Yin said happily. "Hee, do you want to be a star?" Tang Qing asked casually. "I think too, but my father will definitely not let me," Wang Yin said with a bleak expression. Do you really want to be a star? This is not an easy way." Tang Qing couldn't help being a little surprised. He had never heard of Wang Yin wanting to be a star in his previous life. Before Tang Qing was reborn, Wang Yin, his father, is worth tens of billions. This super white and rich girl really wants to be a singer? "Well, I really want to, but my dad will definitely not let me. But what do you think of me being a star?" Wang Yin looked at Tang Qing and said nervously. Seeing Wang Yan's slightly nervous expression at this time, Tang Qing suddenly became speechless in his throat. Wang Yin in the previous life seemed to have asked himself this question. He still remembered his answer at the time. He said he didn't like celebrities at the time. "It's too messy inside, and I would never chase stars, wouldn't it?" Tang Qing suddenly looked at Wang Yin and didn't know what to say, according to his judgment. In her previous life, Wang Yin gave up her dream of music because of her own words, and followed herself to the university in the provincial capital. Tang Qing really has an urge to cry. Another girl changed her dream by him. This debt. How can I repay this debt in my previous life? He really wants to talk to himself in his previous life. Seeing Tang Qing's silence, Wang Yin thought Tang Qing didn't like it. Her expression was a little disappointed, and she whispered, "You don't like me being a star, don't you?" "No, I think it's good. Stick to your dream. I will support you. I also like the way you sing on stage," Tang Qing said hurriedly. Since Wang Yin has a dream, he will find a way to help her realize it. No matter how difficult it is, what you owed in the previous life, slowly make up for it in this life. Anyway, Wang Yin has money in her family, and she can make a star without relying on unspoken rules. Besides, don't you still have yourself? He doesn't believe it. With Wang Yan's strength and his father and his own financial resources, she will not be popular. Still has his own strength. It is still too weak and must be improved as soon as possible, because this is not only to protect his family and lover, and their dreams. He doesn't even know what Lin Jiashua's dream is now. He just knows the university she wants to go to. He feels very dereliction of duty, but now it is not too late to realize it. Then ask, no matter how difficult it is, he will help Lin Jiashua achieve it. "Well, by the way, Tang Qing, how about I just go to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music?" Wang Yin said happily. He knew that Tang Qing was going to take the Fudan exam, and he was going there too, but now Tang Qing likes to sing by herself. She just preparing to take the examination of the music school there. After all, Lin Jiashua must be with Tang Qing by then. It is not good for her to be too close. She is satisfied to see Tang Qing from a distance. "Okay, you will be a big star at that time, and I will book a room to support you." Tang Qing smiled. "You are not allowed to break your word then." Wang Yin pointed to Tang Qing and said with a smile, "Never break your word." Tang Qing promised to say with 4 fingers up to the sky. The two chatted very happily. But some people don't want them to be so comfortable. It was originally a very harmonious performance, but Xie Wendong came to do something again. Watching the two of them whispering, Wang Yin still looked happy. He couldn't bear it anymore. After he finished his performance, rap was still something. Anyway, Tang Qing was too lazy to listen and kept eating. The male classmates applauded Sheila, and most of the applauds to Xie Wendong were girls. As for why, she was jealous. In line with the principle that the enemy's enemy is a friend, Xie Wendong still has some personal support in the class. Xie Wendong did not go down after the performance, but stood on the stage and said loudly, "Everyone is quiet. This New Year's Day performance. our class has performed well in school performance. Do you want to see Tang Qing, the first grade 1 impromptu performance? He obviously wanted to push Tang Qing to the forefront and force him to make a fool of himself. After saying this, the people below showed a stunned expression, and then both male and female classmates started to booze. Although many people did not like Xia Wendong, it did not prevent them from wanting Tang Qing to show off their talents, especially a few ducks driven by Suzy Wang. Some students on the shelves are looking forward to what kind of surprises or fun this number 1 can bring to them. Miss you. Tang Qing, come 1. Tang Qing, perform 1. Yes, we haven't seen your show yet. It's Tang Qing, Tang Qing. Tang Qing under the stage looked at the students, expecting eyes, and smiled. This kind of scene can no longer make him nervous, only fun. Tang Qing already had a solution at this time. With the worried eyes of Li Kai and Wang Yan, Tang Qing walked up to the open space. At this time, you can see who are friends and which are non-friends. Friends will worry that you are not prepared, while others want to watch the excitement and have some fun. Some are also wishing you to be a little ugly. Tang Qing stood in the middle, looked around, looked at those hot and expectant eyes. Tang Qing smiled and said, "Since everyone wants to see it, I don't want to discourage everyone. Forget the talent, I don't have much preparation. Then, let me tell you a few jokes." The students were a little disappointed when they heard Tang Qing just telling jokes, but it was better than nothing. They all calmed down and looked at Tang Qing expectantly. Xia Wendong was a little disappointed. He hoped that Tang Qing would be arrogant and rigid and resolute not to come up. Even if he came up and performed a show and watched him make a fool of himself, he had just inquired from his classmates. No one in Tang Qing knew what talent he had. But he didn't expect Tang Qing to tell a joke. Who wouldn't? Cunning, Xia Wendong hummed in his heart. Originally, Xia Wendong wanted to encourage everyone to force Tang Qing to come to a show, but he was forced back by Tang Qing's cold eyes. He didn't expect Tang Qing to press his eyes so terribly that he was trembling with fear, as if by something. The beast stared at the same thing, dare not say a word. This is because Tang Qing found out that Genesis Qi could be released outside due to the last time he pierced the sandbag. Later, he did a good experiment. As long as he wanted, he could use any part of his body to send it out, but to achieve the ability to break the armor only it's useful only with the body, and it can't be used to beat a cow in a short time. He thought of the eyes at the time. Of course, this was not to attack with eyes, but to shock. He found that according to his emotions, the origin Qi radiated from the eyes had different effects, such as being happy, the origin Qi exuded by the eyes. It will make other people happy, and other emotions are the same. Seeing that Xia Wendong still wants to do something just now, he directly learned from Han Lung's unique temperament and gave Xia Wendong a stare. He had tried before, and stared at a vicious dog in the community with Gen Qi, and directly scared the vicious dog who yelled at everyone except the owner and hit his tail in the corner with his tail, and he did not dare to make a sound. Learning that the effect was so good, he was too excited at the time, and then he gave a kind look at the terrified vicious dog, and the dog instantly wobbled his tail and begged for kindness. He was too obedient. If Tang Qing hadn't been frightened in the end, the dog would have tried desperately to break free of the chains and go home with him. However, although Yuan Qi can carry emotions, it cannot carry information. At that time, he thought that Yuan Qi could convey happiness and anger. Can it convey other information, such as letting a puppy sit down? But the result was very disappointing. The vicious dog doesn't understand at all, and no matter how he tries it, it is useless. This also lets him know that the source of energy can only convey emotions, which can be transmitted to the depth of the opponent's brain, but not specific information. The key is that the cheating system is still uncomfortable, and it is not humane at all. It is like the system in the novel, and it has the emotions, sorrows, and communication. It's a bit boring system. Tang Qing really doesn't know why the people who created it didn't let it bring emotions or something. He didn't even change the name. He didn't even know if he asked, just like the uncle. Tang Qing doesn't want to complain about this anymore. Cough, cough. Okay, everyone should stop doing things on their hands and mouths, so as not to spray the faces of the classmates around and before and after, affecting the feelings and friendship between the classmates, not to mention, but also wasting food. It's too much. I declare in advance that I will not be responsible for the consequences of disobedience. Are the students ready? Tang Qing said with a loud smile. Sometimes, it's really good to be watched by many people. Haha, you're ready. Don't worry. You don't need to be responsible. Hurry up. That's right. Tang Qing speak quickly. Is this a joke? The classmates shook up for a while. They didn't expect Tang Qing, who is usually not leaky, to be funny. Tang Qing had only talked about topics on the blackboard before, and it was the first time he was so open. Okay, let's move on to the topic. Listen well. This is a series of jokes that happened on a primary school campus, and the name is Xiaoming. Get rid of it. Tang Qing said with a plain face. When is the funniest when telling a joke? Is of course when the speaker is serious. Otherwise, you will laugh in the middle of it, and even the most funny joke will be greatly reduced. The classmates were also filled with expectations and doubts. Xiaoming. What an ordinary name. Why do you want to get out? Did you make a mistake? Tang Qing took a deep breath and slowly said. In the classroom, Xiaoming leaned his head on the table and did not attend the class. Teacher came over and asked caringly, Xiaoming, are you sick again? Xiaoming said without raising his head, Yes, a headache. Teacher said, Do you have a doctor's certificate? Take it out, and you can go home and rest. Xiaoming said, It's because the doctor doesn't issue a certificate, so I have a headache. Teacher, get out of here. Ha! Not open proves a headache. Killing me. Teacher asked Xiaoming to get up and answer questions in class, and wanted to exercise his courage. Xiaoming weakly said, Teacher, me, I don't know. Teacher said loudly, Can't you be like a man? Xiaoming thoughtfully. Finally, Xiaoming slapped the table angrily and yelled, I can't. Teacher, you get out of here. History class, the teacher asked Xiaoming, Do you know what Li Shizhen's works are? Xiaoming replied, I don't know his work, but I know what he said in the last sentence before he died. The teacher was very curious and asked him what he said. Xiaoming, this grass is poisonous. Teacher, you go out. Xiaoming, teacher, I want to ask you a question. Teacher, get out. Xiaoming, teacher, I really just want to ask a question. Teacher, Nishifu, get out of the women's bathroom. Teacher, Xiaoming, get out. Xiaoming, why? I didn't do anything. Teacher, because I want to ask a question. Huh, I'm so funny. Xiaoming is so cute. Tang Qing, you are so funny. Sympathize with Xiaoming. No, I should sympathize with his teacher. That's right, ha ha ha. I can't see it. No way, one more. Yes, one more. No, 10 more. After listening to the Xiaoming series, the students almost laughed, but they still feel a little bit unsatisfied. Okay, then I'll have a few more. Anyway, there is nothing wrong. Tang Qing said with a smile. Although he can't remember many songs in his previous life, he remembers a lot of funny jokes, just like Xiaoming. Whenever he is bored, watching funny videos is his daily life, so he remembers a lot of jokes, especially the millions in later life unexpectedly, the Runaway Event series. Just let it go and read it while reading a book. He will play down many funny web dramas in later generations and listen to it repeatedly. There is no way. Life is stressful. Watch the video to solve the problem. Ha ha ha. No more. Tang Qing, you can go play the sketch. Yes, very promising. More than 10 minutes later, Tang Qing told a lot of jokes, making the classmates laugh so hard that they did not dare to eat, so as not to choke. This is different from the jokes they usually hear. It is so novel. It was the first time they listened to rebellious jokes. Xia Wendong couldn't help but laugh a few times, but when he thought of Tang Qing, he immediately stopped his smile. His face was tangled, his face flushed, and Tang Qing could be seen. Without any feeling, defeating such a low-level and brainless opponent is a shame. Seeing that the time is almost up, Tang Qing is about to end, and I don't remember much. Many of them are talk shows and jokes. There are not many things that are suitable for jokes. If you continue to talk about it, you will be hollowed out by this group of people. Okay, classmates, I don't have any inventory left, so let's have another brain teaser at the end and find a classmate to cooperate. Tang Qing said. The classmates didn't say anything at all. They talked for more than 10 minutes, and in the middle they added a lot of jokes. With so many paragraphs, it would be good to remember, and it would be embarrassing to not let Tang Qing down. Well, thank you, classmate. Please, remember to answer within 3 seconds. Tang Qing said to Xia Wendong. When the matter is here, of course Xia Wendong must come to the end. No matter what the result is, he will be invincible. Ground. Xia Wendong just heard Tang Qing call him. He didn't accept it at first. If you can't let me come up, you can come up. If you ask me to answer, just answer. The design is so rough. But we can't get rid of the wind. So Xia Wendong stood up and said to Tang Qing, you can ask the question. Listen well. You are racing with other people in a 100-meter race, and you surpassed the second place. So which place are you now? Tang Qing said with a smile. I'm the first. Wait, I'm the second. Xia Wendong replied Jizong Shengxi with a dangerous heart, and at the same time looking at Tang Qing's eyes full of pride. At this level, I want to come 10. This is all answered by classmate Xia. Well, the second question, if you pass the last one, which one are you in? Tang Qing said with a smile. Of course it is the last one. Xia Wendong said with a natural expression. This question came twice. He is not stupid. In his opinion, Tang Qing's brain is pretty funny. Thank you, classmate. Yes, then, the third question, why did a pig hit the tree as soon as it got out of the pig pen? Tang Qing asked with a mysterious smile. Because he doesn't know how to turn his head. Xia Wendong answered in an instant. He usually played with friends in the county. How could such a simple sharp turn be difficult to get him? It's easier than the one just now. Cut. A soil bun who has never seen the world. Xia Wendong despised Tang Qing in his heart. Xia classmate. Smart. Okay, everyone eat and drink well. Tang Qing said with a smile, watching Xia Wendong's eyes with a little joke, then turned and returned to his place. Xia Wendong didn't expect Tang Qing's question to end at once. In his opinion, these 3 questions are not difficult. Isn't this a chance to show himself? He thought that Tang Qing would take the opportunity to retaliate against him and wanted his classmates to watch his jokes. This gave Xia Wendong, who had already prepared a coping strategy, the feeling of punching cotton. Does Tang Qing want to shake hands with himself and make peace? But the expression doesn't look like it. Xia Wendong couldn't understand the reason for a while, but it didn't matter to him. Just don't make a fool of yourself. The classmates who were going to watch a good show were also confused. Only a few caring classmates were in deep thought as they recalled Tang Qing's question just now. They didn't believe it would be so simple, and they always felt a little inexplicable about these questions. The plot is over before it develops, which makes some students with obsessive-compulsive disorder totally unacceptable. Wang Yin also found the problem, but she was smart and instantly figured out what Tang Qing meant in the question. After she understood it, she smiled, and she knew that Tang Qing would not be able to let Xia Wendong out of the limelight, even though it was the limelight. Not too big. At this time, Wang Yin looked at Xia Wendong with a faint sympathy in his eyes, the kid who had been cheated. Within a minute, several people understood the pitfalls in Tang Qing's question and suddenly looked at Xia Wendong, who was proud, and their eyes became strange. Some had already begun to share their findings with their classmates. You passed the last place. Then, where are you from? You don't exist at all. This question is completely wrong. Or, it's a trap. Xia Wendong listened to the students' discussion and gradually understood what was going on, his face flushed with anger. The first 2 questions are fine, and the answers to the right and wrong answers are really nothing. But once the 3rd question is added, I actually got the right answer. That is Hong Guogua's irony, especially Tang Qing's nice and clever compliment. The words pierced into Xia Wendong's heart like a knife. Is simply a soul crit. Tang Qing also didn't bother to look at Xia Wendong's cannibalistic eyes. Went back to the seat. Old Tang, what was going on just now? How did you make that guy show off? Li Kai came up and asked. In his heart, he was ready to watch Tang Qing abuse Xia Wendong. But Tang Qing asked a few questions and was answered. He thought that Tang Qing would ask more questions, but he didn't expect Tang Qing to end directly and praise the other party, which made his mind unable to react for a while. Well, I overestimated your IQ. Tang Qing said, covering his face. You? Wang Yin, do you know? Li Kai turned angrily and asked Wang Yin. There is a problem with the logic of the second question. Wang Yin said with a smile. The second one? Isn't it right? Isn't it the most after the end? Hey, there is a real problem, haha. Xia Wendong, it's time to teach him this way. Li Kai finally reacted, adding the 3rd question. Tusk, this face is well fried and well fought, and his heart is relieved immediately. Shin Mei, the head teacher, immediately stopped the discussion among the students when the atmosphere in the class was not right. She also reflected that Tang Qing and Xia Wendong must have conflicts. Although they don't know what they are, after all, it is impossible for students to talk to the teacher. However, they can't let the development continue to affect the unity in the class. After all, Xia Wendong's father, he is still a small leader, and he can't be guilty if he can't. However, Xia Wendong is too arrogant. Last time he used an imperative tone to change his position with Tang Qing. How could this be promised? Firstly, your father is not the direct leader of the education department. Secondly, even if it is, you can't help but change the position. I, the teacher in charge, put it in his eyes. Besides, the other party is Tang Qing, the first grade, the hope of the school. Moreover, even if Xia Wendong is really a child of the city's education department, he will not be partial to him, because there is a cow-breaking principal in the 8th middle school. The principal's father has just moved from the position of executive deputy director of the Provincial Department of Education in the middle of this year. After raising half a grade and retiring, the principal is waiting for Tang Qing to take up the position of deputy director of the Municipal Education Bureau and want to offend Tang Qing. Unless you can change that position, his principal will ignore him. In the province's education system, the principal of his own is not a fearless person. Although people have gone, they have not gone far, so the tea is not yet cold. And she doesn't want to see Xia Wendong very much, because Xia Wendong's grades are really terrible. If it weren't for her father's relationship, she wouldn't even be able to enter the 8th middle school, let alone her own class. An average guy, she is very welcome. In this way, the dinner was over in a peaceful atmosphere, and Shun Mei went up to sing the last song. As the finale of the show, it turned out to be a nursery rhyme. Let us paddle our oars. All the students in the class were stunned by this style of painting. It's not right. Although the show has ended, its influence is far more than that. Especially Xia Wendong. Not long after he first came to school, he made 2 foolish appearances in a row, and they were still in the public. Seeing the strange eyes of the classmates looking at him, he felt deep contempt and ridicule. Especially when Wang Yin and Tang Qing were chatting and laughing, Xia Wendong was about to explode, so a commoner baby had humiliated himself. This is unbearable, but although I cannot retaliate against Tang Qing now, Wang Yan's father's engineering project can be used to vent his anger, depending on his father's doting on him. When the time comes, come and beg me. Xia Wendong failed to make a plan and made a living, thinking that Wang Yin would eventually beg for him. He was full of pride. Tang Qing really didn't bother to pay attention to the eyes of Xia Wendong in such a small role. A deputy director-level father, and an official who did not have any intersection with his business. He really couldn't talk about being afraid. He was not afraid of both black and white. If Xia Wendong dares to use his family relationship to make trouble for himself, it is best to bless your father to be an upright official. But he was worried about Wang Yan's father. Wang Yan, if your father encounters any difficulties, please tell me. I am worried that he will trouble your father. Tang Qing said the worry in his heart. In his previous life, he didn't know that there was a figure like Xia Wendong. In his opinion, the butterfly effect happened so quickly, and it happened so suddenly, which really made him unacceptable. Well, I see. By the way, what are you going to do tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? Or let's go out and play. Wang Yin replied with joy. She was very touched by Tang Qing's concern and care, and she plans to go back and spend time with him. My father tells me about this and prepares his father, but although she doesn't want to offend Xia Wendong and the father behind him, she is not allowed to need her own family if she is so anxious. If the other party dares to do something, then let you can't close the scene. I will have dinner with my family tomorrow at home. I have other business the day after tomorrow. I don't have much time. Tang Qing explained. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. Lin Jiashue's family will come to eat. The day after tomorrow, the customer will have to repay and new customer loans. It is also possible to go to Han Lung's place, and then he will be busy with the disbursement of the remaining loans. He feels that he is almost too busy at the beginning of each month. Tang Qing was considering whether to set up a new company and hired someone to help him interview customers and find people who need loans. It was really exhausting to do it alone. And that's the decision. I figured out a way to get it done a year ago, and the Chinese New Year will be next month. If I were still worrying about loans, I wouldn't be able to get by. Oh, Wang Yin said a little disappointed, but she couldn't say anything. First, She was with her family, plus Tang Qing in this company, a rare vacation, just like her father, with a career in time. It's really not enough. Thinking of his father, Wang Yan's heart is also full of helplessness and respect. Most people think it's good to be a boss, but the boss is not so good. Rich is rich, but the labor is not less than the staff, or even more. They give up their rest days and don't have time to spend time with their families. They are not only busy, only in that small office, in the time that employees can see. What the employees think is that this company can't do it and there is a next home. If you change jobs, your salary may increase a bit, but the boss has no retreat. After the boss has finished playing, it's the end of the game. When the time comes, the whole family will have problems eating. You have to pay a price if you want anything. Even if you were born with a golden key, it only means that your parents have helped you bear the price. When your parents have experienced famine, experienced starvation, experienced failure, experienced hesitation and helplessness, and went through many hardships to a high position, they have already paid the price for you. Even if the other's father is embezzled, he risks being liquidated. A person wants to succeed without paying any price, wants to increase his salary if he doesn't want to improve his abilities, and wants to get money if he doesn't want to work. What is the difference between this and a robber? No era or society will provide a way for people who have such values and put them into practice. People can be poor for a while in their lives, but my heart is poor. Then it will really be poor for a lifetime. Of course, it's okay to YY in your spare time. 2005, January 1st. On Saturday. Today on New Year's Day, Lin Jiaxue came to Tang Qing at around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Lin's father and Lin's mother continued to open a store. Now the business is getting better and better. They called a little girl from their hometown to help. Have a good rest one weekend. At the request of Tang Qing, all the seasonings in Li Jiangguo's place came from Lin's shop. But no, Li Jiangguo went to solicit the goods every time. They called Father Lin one day in advance to get them ready, and went straight away the next morning and settled the accounts once a week. Compared with other customers like the uncle, Li Jiangguo is a worry-free customer. Lin's father is not willing to come more. In addition, it is about to upgrade today. The interface has changed early in the morning. After 12 o'clock, I will be at level 3. When the time comes to see what functions of the system will open, Tang Qing is full of expectations. Sister Jiaxue, you look really good at this dress. When did you buy it? As soon as Lin Jiaxue entered the door and didn't even see Tang Qing's face, Qin Shiqi pulled her into her room. Uncle and aunt are watching TV in the living room. As for Tang Qing, she read bored in her room and didn't go out to say hello. They were all old husbands and old wives. As long as they had each other in their hearts, there was no need to get tired of being together. Tang bought it last time. Lin Jiaxue said truthfully. Now every time she wears the clothes Tang Qing bought for her, she can't help but think of Tang Qing begging to buy clothes for herself at the time, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect my brother to be so generous. It won't be cheap at first sight. Qin Shiqi said enviously. Of course, she can only envy her, and her brother buys the righteousness for his daughter-in-law. Well, it's okay, Lin Jiaxue said. Of course, she couldn't say how much money. She knew that Qin Shiqi didn't know about Tang Qing's wealth, and she wouldn't be able to explain it. Otherwise, according to Qin Shiqi's character, if she knew that her cousin was a local tyrant, she would definitely blackmail Tang Qing. That scene. She thinks it's so interesting. Lin Jiaxue doesn't care whether Tang Qing has money or not. What she cares about is whether Tang Qing has her in her heart. Although she is confident in her appearance, but with a quiet but extremely independent personality, she doesn't have the slightest idea of becoming a rich man. She just wants to live a lifetime with the one you love. And Tang Qing is the person she has always identified since she was a child. This can also be said to be accustomed to it. Accustomed to liking someone. Accustomed to having him in my mind. Accustomed to wanting to live with him for a lifetime. Accustomed to everything about him. And never thought of changing. After sitting in Qin Shiqi's room for a while, Lin Jiaxue came to Tang Qing's room. Qin Shiqi was carried by her aunt to do her homework. Seeing Tang Qing reading a book, Lin Jiaxue only glanced at Tang Qing, smiled faintly without speaking, and started. Picked up Tang Qing's room, tidied up the desk, folded the quilt, and sat next to Tang Qing, and picked up a textbook and read it. I simply made a la carte at noon, because the big meal is only eaten in the evening. In the afternoon, at Qin Shiqi's strong request, Tang Qing was taken to go shopping. Lin Jiaxue's hand was led by her two cousins and walked in front. Tang Qing could only follow behind and put her hands in her trouser pockets, watching the pedestrians on the street. Tang Qing, there is only one feeling, there are so many people. Of course, uncles and aunts also went. Otherwise, who would pay for shopping? Tang Qing didn't want to leak so quickly. Aunt bought something for each of Tang Qing's juniors, and Tang Qing didn't spend a penny. The dinner was made by Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue. Lin's father and Lin's mother closed the door early, followed by the little girl they called from their hometown. The little girl was still Lin Jiaxue's distant relative, but Tang Qing had never seen him before. Now I also live in Lin Jiaxue's house, and live in a small bed in the living room of Lin's house. None of them went to the kitchen to disturb the two-person world, and at the same time, they were happy to have fun. Although Tang Qing could cook a lot of dishes, even if he was reborn, he was not as good as Lin Jiaxue at this time. So most of the dishes were made by Lin Jiaxue. Looking at her cooking dishes behind Lin Jiaxue, from the side, Lin Jiaxue at this time feels unusually good-looking. Tang Qing's intellectualness and the faint smile on his face make Tang Qing look a little silly. Tang Qing couldn't help but hugged Lin Jiaxue gently from behind. Place his chin on Lin Jiaxue's shoulder. Her hand pressed against Lin Jiaxue's lower abdomen. This sudden movement made Lin Jiaxue stiff, and Tang Qing had never hugged herself in this position. Tang, what are you doing holding me suddenly? Lin Jiaxue said softly. It's nothing, I just want to hold you. Tang Qing hugged even tighter after speaking. Oh, Lin Jiaxue replied softly. She didn't refuse the hug. She was hugged by her lover. Although it was a little inconvenient to cook, she couldn't bear to push it away. It's just that Qin Shiqi was bothered by this situation soon. Brother, what are you doing? Are you ashamed? Qin Shiqi opened the door and leaked a small head, watching Tang Qing holding Lin Jiaxue, and couldn't help but joking. You go out. You want to take care of you. Lin Jiaxue shook her body. Tang Qing immediately understood that Lin Jiaxue let go, but to this cousin, he was reluctant to beat and scold, and was helpless. Humph, don't affect Sister Jiaxue's cooking. I'm almost starving to death. Qin Shiqi muttered. Drink water when you are hungry. Tang Qing said angrily. I'm full. Qin Shiqi said without thinking. Then you are hungry, go out. Tang Qing said triumphantly. You? Qin Shiqi's words fell short, which trapped herself. Humph, ignore you. Qin Shiqi was defeated and left the field. After Qin Shiqi left, the two of them did not hug again, and the atmosphere was destroyed by the cousin. Just once. Quality is more important than quantity. During the meal, in order to avenge the revenge she had just made, Qin Shiqi forcibly pulled Lin Jiaxue to her side and looked at Tang Qing triumphantly. The expression seemed to say, let you show your love again, let you just say me. Tang Qing curled his lips and expressed his uncompromising expression, which made Qin Shiqi very angry. Tang, when are you on holiday? Father Lin asked Tang Qing during the meal. Our school will not be closed until February 2nd, Jiaxue, you guys. Tang Qing asked Lin Jiaxue again after he finished saying that there are really few winter vacations during the third year of high school. So are we. Lin Jiaxue replied. Well, Uncle Lin, how about I and Jiaxue going back together on February 5th? Tang Qing said. He knew that Father Lin would only go back before New Year's Eve every year, and I will have something to do at the beginning of next month. There are a lot of system tasks, the company's annual meeting, and year-end inventory. After the beginning of the year, I still have to be busy. Okay, you can go back on the 5th. We are on February 7th. Then you and Jiaxue will go back first, said Father Lin. And, Tang Qing replied. The meal was still eaten late, and the two sisters Qin Shiqi were responsible for the closing work. Qin Shiqi was reluctant, but Qin Shiyu was very happy. Tang Qing knew that she was guilty of the obsessive-compulsive disorder that she likes to pack up. Tang Qing couldn't help but shook his head. Sometimes obsessive-compulsive disorder is really a good thing. Being convenient with others can also make the person feel happy. 12 o'clock in the evening. Tang Qing lay on the bed and looked at his message. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 2. Experience, 140 out of 200. This month's loan amount, 100/1 million. Personal quota this month, 20/200,000. It has been overdrawn until the end of December. Withdrawable assets, 6.21 million. Spirit, 110. Physique, 110. Genius value, 0. Convertible foreign currency, US dollars. The changes were not big. After purchasing companies, capital injections, renting houses, and medical expenses, he only spent 6.21 million in his pocket. The odds and ends were spent, and he didn't even know where to spend 20,000. Completed the achievement task 2 before and got 5 points of source energy, and he used them all to make his 2 attributes look a little even. As for the experience, although it was said that it was returned on the first day when signing the contract, but don't add to the blockage on New Year's Day. If you are too busy, let the other party return it to yourself tomorrow. Anyway, the delay of the system recommended customer will not affect it. Experience photos, yes. It just needs to wait until 12 o'clock, and experience will be issued before the system assessment, plus 60 points of experience, just to level up. In general, the attributes have not changed much, but the money has increased a lot. With the money borrowed by Lu gone, he can have nearly 39 million in funds. Go to the stock market next week to make a fortune. As for the group of retail investors, he can only say sorry. The weak and the strong. The stock market is like a game of drumming and spreading flowers, thinking that there will be the last fool to take the market. Since the gambling is over, then you have to accept the risk of losing. Without this awareness, it is better to cancel the securities account early. This is not where you should be. Of course, this is not what he looks forward to most. There are 2 things he looks forward to most. What is the newly opened currency? This directly affects his next plan. The second is the new auxiliary function of the system, which he is full of expectations. Pass 12-1. December assessment result pass. The system sounded. Tang Qing hurriedly checked his information. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 3. Experience, 0 out of 400. Loan amount this month, 0/2 million. Personal quota this month, 0/400,000. Withdrawable assets, 6.61 million. Spirit, 110. Physique, 110. Genius value, 30. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars and euros. The 3-level system rewarded 400,000 yuan. His deposit became 6.61 million, and the loan limit was refreshed. Rose to level 3, and the system rewarded 30 points of origin chi. He wanted to spit out Mao Yuan Chi as 2 names in his personal information and in the task description. System, did you make a mistake? Yuan Li and Yuan Chi are different? Tang Qing couldn't help asking. The system is displayed correctly. There is a big difference between the 2. Only the source energy that merges with the body can be called source energy, and the uncontrolled source energy is collectively called source energy. The system replied, well, this setting is also true. Who said you are the system? You have the final right of interpretation. Tang Qing thought about it for a while and evenly divided the source energy. Every 15 o'clock is equivalent to adding 30 points for each, and the physique and spirit have become 140. After the addition, Tang Qing felt her body warm, and her strength and various abilities increased greatly. He believed that next time he saw Han Lung, he could abuse him by speed alone, and he could not find north. At the same time, he was completely sure of the fact that the money he earned through the system for exchange differences would not be included in his own assets even if he bought industrial or fixed assets. Only the value-added part of these assets would be included in the statistics, otherwise, it would be spent. So much money, and a lot of capital injection, his physical assets exceeded the scale of 5 million early, but he estimated that it should be completed next month, because now Xingtong's e-commerce business is booming, and I invested some money to buy some homepage ads. With the increase of styles and the spread of word of mouth, sales have been growing, and now there are nearly 100,000 sales every day. Of course, none of the above is the point. The newly opened currency is the focus. Looking at the big euro and foreign currencies, Tang Qing took a breath. Fortunately, it wasn't Japanese yen, Korean won, or Vietnamese dong. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. Can live on the dollar exchanged with Lu Qian. It's good now. With the euro, it means that I have a stable, safe, sustainable, and massive source of funds, and I can safely and boldly start the risk-free arbitrage business. Thank God. The system finally gave a boost. As for how to arbitrage, Tang Qing already had a solution in his mind. This mode was just after he thought about it for a while before figuring out the logic. It feels that the money is the most brain-burning. His arbitrage model is very simple. For example, the current international exchange rate of the euro to the US dollar is 1:1.3668. After the internal exchange rate of the system is rounded up, the RMB exchange rate for the US dollar is 8:1, and the euro exchange rate is 11:1. You can open an account in the international free foreign exchange market first, or open a few more accounts, and you should share the regulatory risk. So if you have 11 million yuan, you can exchange 1 million euros through the system, and then you can exchange this million euros with others for 1,366,800 US dollars, and finally exchange it back to the system. It's very simple, just multiply it by 8, and it's 10.93 million. Lost nearly 70,000 yuan. Haha. Of course, no one would do this kind of business, and Tang Qing is not stupid. But what if the other way around? 11 million renminbi, which can be exchanged for 1.375 million US dollars in the system at 8:1, and then exchanged back to euros at 1.3668 internationally, to get 1 million euros and the remaining US dollars, of which a net profit of 8,200 US dollars. The profit of a transaction is nearly 0.6%. Even if you subtract the transaction costs that may exist in it, at least the profit is at least 7,000 US dollars. In this case, the system entry and exit limit of 10 times a day is a profit of nearly 70,000 US dollars. This doesn't seem like much. And if it is a transaction volume of 10 million euros at a time, at least 700,000 US dollars in a single day is equivalent to a profit of 5.6 million renminbi. And what if it's a month? Damn it. At this point, Tang Qing suddenly sat up, eyes full of shock. As long as there are 110 million yuan, can earn in 1 month. 168 million. Damn, damn, damn. Go crazy. Tang Qing's heart beats so fast that he is almost bursting. This is more than a huge profit. It is simply picking up money. Besides, this is still calculated based on simple interest. If all the money earned is invested in accordance with compound interest, then the profit is likely to be 200 million. Mamma mia, more than 200% profit. Too crazy. Moreover, this is still relatively conservative. The first point is that the exchange rates of the two currencies against the RMB will not change in a short time. Tang Qing checked and found that the international exchange rates of the two currencies are now more than 0.2, at least 1. There will be no major changes within the month, but there should be no changes within the system for at least half a year. Why? Because even if the renminbi falls below 8 against the US dollar, as long as it is above 7.5, the exchange ratio within the system is 1:8, and the same is true for the euro. Above 10.5 is based on 1:11, and such a big plunge is at least several months, or even longer. And he knows one thing. The US dollar has not been high against the euro. 1:3.6668 is already very high. Even in 2007, it is at most 1.37. Then it means that the profit of one transaction may be higher than this in the future. A little bit lower, but at least 1 or 2 years will be profitable. And this is only the exchange of euros to US dollars. What if you are level 4? What currency will be released? At that time, the arbitrage profit of the US dollar against the euro will decrease, and I will move to the next one. What a big deal. Even if one of the newly opened currencies is above the whole number and the other is below the whole number, then profits are likely to double again. In any case, he can still arbitrage successfully, and no one can stop him from making money. Damn, Tang Qing couldn't help, but another word popped out in his heart. Can this system be better? Banking system is really well-deserved. It seems that I am not far from becoming a billionaire. At this speed, it shouldn't be too difficult to get a net worth of hundreds of millions before the college entrance examination. But he plans to make this money in the next few years. Now that he has made a fortune in the stock market, he can find a way to open or buy a bearer account with a foreign bank. Anyway, he is not prepared to have any relationship with him. And a few days ago, he inadvertently asked about the account bound to the system. The system told him that the account bound to the system could be monitored and frozen by the outside world. But without Tang Qing's consent and system operation, it would be impossible for others to transfer a dime. Even if the money is frozen, Tang Qing can spend 1 million yuan, and the system will defrost it for 10 seconds. This makes Tang Qing feel safe and secure. In 10 seconds, his money will have run away long ago. Of course, the system only provides unfreezing service for Tang Qing's account. Others don't provide it. Tang Qing doesn't think there is anything. He is not interested in unfreezing other people's accounts. Although helping others to unfreeze accounts may be a great business, after all, many banks, all of them have frozen accounts, ranging from tens of millions to billions of dollars. That is not a profit, but Tang Qing has no interest, so let's forget about it. It's obviously following the governments of various countries and the world's major governments. The bank worked against him, which made him completely disinterested in his aspirations to become a banker. He would play a fart after making too many enemies. It's not that I don't have a channel for money. I have to do this unless I get my brains. After the year, we will make up 110 million. When the money is not enough, you can mortgage or borrow from the bank, and you can pay it off by yourself at most 1 month. This kind of risk-free business is not afraid at all, and the rest is left after you pay it back. It's all his own money. Tusk, Tang Qing gets more excited the more he thinks, and the more he thinks, the more excited he is. Numerous banknotes are beckoning to him. Anyway, he is sure to make the money. Of course, Lugan's business there is not ready to let go. Since he stepped in, how could he easily get out? Lugan was so enthusiastic about him, and he knew the reason. If he cuts off this business, to be honest, he is really a little scared of Lu Ganha, who has no deep strength now. The alliance of interests behind him. In addition, his clothing business still needs Lu Qian's full support. In any case, the transaction with Lu Qian cannot be stopped. But he also strictly adheres to a bottom line, and he is determined not to exchange foreign dollars for Lugan. If this opening is opened, he may really get angry by then. He doesn't want to be in jail, and he doesn't want to run for the world. Then Tang Qing called out his own task. 1. Complete the loan task recommended by the system this month. For details, please check the task introduction. Reward content. Experience value plus 20. Completion degree 0/1. 2. Complete 1 non-system recommended customer loan business this month. The amount is not less than 400,000. Reward content. Experience plus 20. Completion degree 0/1. 3. Complete all foreign loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 20. Completion degree 0/200. 4. Complete all personal loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 20. Completion degree 0/40. 5. Achievement task 1. The total amount of external loans of the system reaches 3 million. Reward content. Source value plus 10. Experience value plus 30. Completion degree 2/5 million. 6. Achievement task 2. The system's total external loan principal recovery reaches 3 million. Reward content. Source value plus 10. Experience value plus 30. Completion degree 1/5 million. 7. Achievement task 3. The total amount of personal loans in the system has reached 500,000. Reward content. Source power value plus 5. Experience value plus 20. Completion degree 30/500,000. 8. Achievement task 4. The host's own assets reach 5 million. System personal loans and rewards are not included. Reward content. Source power value plus 10. Experience value plus 50. The task is still the same. There is no change, as long as the loan and collection tasks are completed step by step. Anyway, it is far from upgrading in a short time, no matter what. Achievement task 3 can be completed right away, but forget it after thinking about it. Don't worry, it's useless anyway. You can accumulate it. Rush it. What he cares about now is what is the auxiliary function of the system's 3-level open. System, what are the functions that you opened up to level 3? Tang Qing asked in his heart. He didn't pay attention to any changes in the interface. Anyway, the system would say. 3-level open mall system. The host can purchase mall items in the mall. The system replied. Mall. Tang Qing said in surprise, then looked surprised, and finally something normal came. This is a mall. The standard configuration of the system. Will there be any peerless exercises? Will there be any panacea? It's no good to give some high-tech equipment. Skills, or whatever will do. I won't have less money in the future, so I have to find a place to spend it. Anyway, the system mall in the novel is a very good existence, and everything can be bought. Tang Qing immediately found the mall icon in the interface, which is very conspicuous. The icon is a bit ugly, a bunch of unclear pictures. Tang Qing opened the mall while complaining. Looking at the things in the mall, Tang Qing, who was originally quite happy, slowly turned cold. After turning a few pages, his face became pale, and even cold sweat came out. Tang Qing, who doesn't believe in evil, refreshed the mall page over and over again. The entire page was more than 30 pages, and he turned it over in a few seconds. Tang Qing searched for it again. Is there any other category? It's impossible for this category of products. But reality gave him another resounding slap. No, there are no other categories, just these things. Tang Qing took a deep breath and pressed his heart. Restlessness. System, come out to Lao Tzu. Tang Qing said coldly. Host, what's the matter? The system replied. What's the matter? Haha, it's a big deal. Come and tell me what's going on with these products. Ah, are you kidding me? Although it was meditated in my heart, the angry emotions can be expressed. Please describe the problem correctly, the host. The system replied. You? Okay, then tell me, what are the things sold in the mall now? Is there any mistake? Tang Qing was anxious. Host, the system found no errors. This kind of goods is indeed a 3-level open mall product catalog. The system replied. Well, you tell me why it is full of weapons and equipment. Do you want me to go to war? If Tang Qing was speaking, this sentence would definitely come out in anger. Yes, there is only one type of thing sold in the entire system mall, and that is weapons, which are available from all countries. Tang Qing is also not familiar with firearms, and there is no indication of which country it is. Each weapon is only written with a model and 1 bullet purchase quantity and matching parts options. Of course, these are just ordinary firearms and supporting bayonet and muffler racks. There are no aircraft, cannons, aircraft carriers, or anything. They don't even provide grenades, let alone rocket grenades. However, according to the system's urinary properties, Tang Qing is sure of these in the later period. There will definitely be gadgets. Just like the US dollar exchange and the foreign currency at the 2nd level of the system, and the euro exchange at the 3rd level, the 4th level will definitely unlock more weapon options. Before the system answered, Tang Qing opened his eyes and took a deep breath, staring at the ceiling in the dark, lost in thought. The system also seemed to understand that it didn't answer him immediately. Just like ordinary men like military, guns, and watching more violent movies and TV, but if one day you wake up and find an extra gun in the drawer of your bed, you will never feel excited. You may have a big deal. This is what Tang Qing feels now, scared, terrified, and confused, but he is never excited or happy. The opening of weapon exchange. What does this mean? This means that he is expected to deal with a lot of dangers in the second half of his life, and it means that he wants to follow the banker's path plan step by step, and there are many more twists and turns. The system mall will never let him use this thing as a display. The system is not so idle. These weapons will definitely be useful and will be of great use. In the future, his life trajectory will become a bit incomprehensible to him, and the price is probably his life as well. Originally, he wanted to make his own efforts to spend this life with Lin Jiaxue well, happily. But looking at the merchandise in this mall, he was a little confused. This is tantamount to putting his whole family into a kind of danger. You have no choice but to bite the bullet and go on and go. Everyone is good. If you go bad, then finish playing. As for rebelling against the system, Tang Qing used his to know that the ending must be miserable. The system is not his dad. It can make him play tricks. Even this system can't even be humanized. What can he expect? As for suicide to get rid of all this? Well, the ant is still alive, and God wants to rebirth himself once. If he commits suicide, it is not enough to describe him directly as a fool. Tang Qing thought a lot, and finally decided to take one step. As long as he doesn't play around and gets rid of it, as long as he doesn't go crazy, fights, kills, hates or something, it should be more than enough to protect the safety of his relatives. It seems that I have to think about finding some powerful bodyguards to protect my family, but I don't need it now. That's something for the future. I don't have so many mad enemies now. After making the decision, Tang Qing began to ask the system what's going on, Why only sell arms? Damn, I don't beg you to sell any magic bullets, martial arts skills. You sell instant noodles with ham and even toilet paper. Can be satisfied. System, the mall, please explain to me why there are only weapons. Aren't you cheating me? Tang Qing closed his eyes and asked inwardly. Hello, host. The system can answer this question. According to the standard explanation left by the designer, after translation, you can borrow a passage from your Earth. War is the continuation of politics. Politics is the continuation of economy, and Jin Quan controls everything. Under the golden power, the tangible supreme power, military force, and the intangible supreme power, currency together maintain the supreme power of a banker. After listening to the systematic explanation, Tang Qing was silent. The system is very clear. The most popular explanation is the carrot and stick policy. For a real banker, with these two, do you need other things? Obviously not needed. Use force to defend the safety of capital, and capital to strengthen the limit of force. The two complement each other, and there is no disadvantage in the past. Look at the real bankers abroad. Don't they use capital to control politics, then control the military, and even directly participate in wars, conquer state property, and make huge profits? Didn't they use the simple method of sticks and carrots to control the operation of this world? Okay, Tang Qing accepted the system reason, and he couldn't refute it. This is the case. I'm just a little disappointed that I don't have any skills or pill to realize a martial arts dream. I don't know if there will be any future military equipment or space battleships in the future. Now there are only guns in the mall, but think about it. Even if there are aircraft carriers now, don't say you can afford them, even if you can buy them. He didn't dare to get it out. Isn't this just looking for death? Tang Qing, who understood the truth of the matter, didn't struggle anymore and couldn't change it. Instead, he looked at the list of weapons with interest. After all, men who don't love guns just don't know how the system is priced. All weapons and equipment. They all look cheap. The pistols are priced at 300 yuan, and other firearms are different. Even the various versions of Barrett are only 20,000 yuan. Yes, you are not mistaken. It only costs 20,000 yuan. So the ex-factory price in the US is more than that, right? System, are you sure that this thing is worth the cost? The bullets in the mall are different according to the caliber, and the bullets of each caliber are all at the same price, no matter what the bullet. But the most expensive is only 10 yuan. That is Barrett's armor-piercing incendiary bomb. The price of this bullet is it so cheap? Special, Barrett would cost dozens of dollars per bullet, even if it was a normal bullet. Even if the cost is more than that, right? System, your price is random, right? It's seriously inconsistent with reality. Tang Qing couldn't help asking. The price of all weapons is weighed and charged according to weight and technological content, and there is no absolute comparison with the outside world. For the system, the mall does not need to make money. The money is meaningless to the system, but it cannot be given to the host in vain. At the same time, it is the same. The combined price of firearms by weight is basically the same. Based on the principle of simplicity and ease of calculation, the price of similar firearms with a quality difference of no more than 30% is unified as one price, and all ammunition is charged uniformly based on the caliber. The system replied. Tang Qing suddenly. It's no wonder that there are not many types of firearms in the whole mall. The prices of the same type of firearms with similar weights are exactly the same, but the price is too cheap. Produced by the system, it will never be a copycat. I really don't know how the internal calculation method of the system is priced. It is so cheap. As for synthesis, is it 3D printing or other more powerful synthesis technology? Okay, Tang Qing really can't figure out how to synthesize it, and she doesn't bother to think about it. Such a cheap price makes Tang Qing feel like he wants to be an arms dealer, but that's just thinking about it. The profession is too dangerous, and it is really blacklisted by various countries. As a banker, you can also tell your parents and lovers that they must be very happy, but as an arms dealer? Just Lin Jiaxue's peace-loving character. The consequences were unimaginable for him. Now that he has accepted the products from the mall, Tang Qing is no longer entangled. He will not use it as a last resort, and it is very good for self-defense. Immediately, Tang Qing turned over for a while and exchanged a pistol. No bullets were exchanged. Fortunately, the system has a recovery and storage function for the weapon he exchanged. This also let him know that the original system has something similar to storage space, but now he is level. Relatively low, The system only provides storage services for the weapons and equipment it produces, but also does not provide recycling services, only selling but not collecting. Think about it. What does the system recover weapons do? Turning on the light, holding the cold and dark gun in his hand, the M1911, a very classic pistol, cost only 300 yuan. Tang Qing's heart cannot help but become hot. There is no place for men who do not like guns, and there is no place to try. He couldn't get itchy in his heart, so he could only relieve it by squeezing the trigger. Later, he simply threw the gun back into the system and put it in the system. Looking at it, he felt uncomfortable, thinking about going back to his home village to go hunting in the back mountains next time. You can test the power of his favorite Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. At this time, Tang Qing also found that a warehouse icon suddenly appeared next to the mall. Okay, this time the icon looks like a warehouse. Tang Qing clicked and opened it, and there was a warehouse inside. A handful of M1911 lay there quietly. At this time, Tang Qing's heart was filled with inexplicable excitement and faint worry. Various thoughts occupied his mind repeatedly, and he did not fall asleep until 2 o'clock in the morning. 5 o'clock. Tang Qing woke up again. He had nothing to do, took out the pistol again, locked the door of the room, and turned on the light. He wanted to learn how to dismantle the gun, but he didn't find the trick after dismantling it for a long time. So Tang Qing had to turn on his mobile phone and surf the internet slowly. Find out how to dismantle this gun. After more than 2 hours of hard work and repeated practice, Tang Qing was finally able to quickly dismantle and assemble the gun in 1.5 minutes, which made him enjoy himself. Unless time is not allowed, he would like to exchange for a Barrett rifle for disassembly, so he can only talk about it next time. At this time, Tang Qing heard the sound of his aunt and the others getting up and walking, and Tang Qing took the gun directly back into the system. He didn't go out directly, but lay on the bed with his hands and looked at the Tianhua board, waiting for his aunt to make breakfast and call him. Another busy day has begun. The weather is slightly cool. Tang Qing will see the weather forecast next week to cool down, and it may even snow. He feels so boring. It doesn't matter what that thing is doing, it doesn't have anything to do with him. After breakfast, Tang Qing said that he would go to Han Lung to continue to learn self-defense skills. Qin Yugong did not ask how he practiced. In his opinion, Tang Qing had only been there a few times, and at most he would practice moves. According to this kind of learning frequency in actual combat, it is estimated that in a few months, I don't think about how much progress will be made. Han Lung will definitely tell himself if he has almost practiced, so he doesn't bother to care. It was a big holiday, a rare holiday, and the teachers didn't want to add a block to the students, and they didn't assign homework. Tang Qing was also happy. Originally, my aunt wanted to tell Tang Qing not to delay studying or something, but Qin Yugong stopped him. If Tang Qing's academic performance fell after one day of school, what would he do with such academic performance? When Qin Shiqi heard that Tang Qing could go out in an open manner, she also clamored to go, which made Tang Qing look black. Of course, she was treated honestly by her aunt. She looked at Tang Qing with a grievance and was really seen. Of course, Tang Qing, who couldn't stand it, knew what that meant, so he hurriedly promised to buy her something delicious before letting Qin Shiqi jump and ran back to the room. Tang Qing looked at each other in this situation. What else can I do with a foodie cousin? Used to chant. On the way to Han Lung's shop, Tang Qing called Zhou Li, a system recommender customer last month, to make an appointment to repay the loan in the afternoon. He was not going to have dinner with Zhou Li this time. It was really meaningless to eat too much. Of course, the steps of information investigation are still solved by the time of eating. At that time, I have to find a way to recruit individuals to do this kind of thing. The location is also changed to the office. Tang Qing is also annoyed to eat every time. By the way, he also called the customers recommended by the system this month to meet at noon tomorrow. This time, he will not use cash anymore. With more than 1 million cash, the number of each other will be counted for a while, and the goal is still big. After a while, Tang Qing came to Han Lung's shop. He didn't see Han Lung outside. He wanted to come and was inside again. After all, only Han Lung had the key to the store door. Brother Su, isn't Uncle Han inside? Tang Qing entered the door and said smoothly to the man with glasses who was mopping the floor. He wanted to go in directly, but it was a bit unreasonable if he didn't even say hello when he met. If the words are extremely nutritious, You have to say no, just like that sentence, "Have you eaten it?" is simply a omnipotent greeting sentence, so it won't be embarrassing. "Ah, Xiao Tang is here. The boss is inside. You go straight in." The glasses man raised his head and smiled. Tang Qing has been here twice. Of course he knew that Tang Qing was Han Lung's apprentice, but he knew that his boss was a special soldier. "I can't worship, but I'm small in size and don't have the perseverance to endure hardships. Otherwise he wants to go to apprentice." "Well, good." Tang Qing finished speaking and walked in. When he arrived at the door, Tang Qing saw Han Lung cleaning the training room. He had finished cleaning and was shoveling garbage. Since the cleaning was finished, he didn't pretend to go up to help. After upgrading at this time, Tang Qing's physical indicators have undergone tremendous changes. He is really itchy and wants to find someone to practice his hand to try his strength. After all, he is considered a half martial artist. He is thinking about finding an opponent to practice. It didn't feel strange either. Thinking of waiting for a good fight, Han Lung was surprised by the way, and Tang Qing couldn't help but exclaimed with excitement, "Uncle Han, I'm here." "Smelly boy, knowing you are here, what are you doing so loudly?" Han Lung looked up at Tang Qing and cursed with a smile. Seeing this childish youth again, Han Lung couldn't help being surprised again. After a few days, he noticed that Tang Qing's temperament had changed a little. He has become more mature and confident, but he doesn't know the reason for this change. Of course, he didn't know what Tang Qing experienced yesterday. The system opened up the euro and foreign currency. The resulting euro-dollar arbitrage model made Tang Qing ecstatic, but the next mall weapon made Tang Qing fall from the cloud to the ground. Tang Qing's heart was full of fear. After a systematic explanation, Tang Qing slowly accepted this fact. The big ups and downs are the most letting people grow. Together with these two new functions, Tang Qing has a lot of confidence in both financial and military power. Money and guns. They are all things that can make people feel safe, but Tang Qing can't feel this change in mentality. Hee hee, are you excited if this is missing? Uncle Han, what are we learning today? Tang Qing said embarrassedly. Today I will teach you some martial arts postures of various sections. This is what I have learned from my missions or military comrades. As for the core ideas of those sects of martial arts, I don't know much about them. I only know some moves, which are not complete. After all, there are a lot of moves that are not practical in actual combat. Whoever uses it, I didn't remember those that were useless, but the rest is enough for you. Although many martial arts moves are a bit fancy, they are still a bit fancy after being skilled and adaptable. It can be very lethal, but first of all I have to check if your skill has fallen. Han Lung said slowly. Of course not. I have been practicing. Tang Qing said firmly. He is getting more and more proficient in this serious nonsense. Of course he will not say that he has never practiced once when he goes back, but it also benefits from this. My muscle memory, even if I haven't exercised for a long time, I won't be able to make progress, but I'll never regress. If I level up, I will use those moves more dexterously, which is not much stronger than before. Okay, we are the same as last time. I won't stay strong. Han Lung nodded and said, whether Tang Qing lied or not, he will know after a try. When it comes to this, he still blushes. He was cultivated in his own country. The special forces tried their best, although they didn't use some illegal moves. They almost couldn't beat a high school student. This is a fact. Every time he thinks about him, he will question his aptitude. In the previous troops, he had few opponents and had so many missions. After defeating so many enemies, he was finally planted in the hands of a child. The master didn't believe it before the folks, but he believed it now. No problem, Tang Qing promised. At this time, his heart was full of eagerness. He was going to use the same strength as last time this time. First, he should be more proficient. Second, don't let Han Lung lose too ugly. Well, here I am, Han Lung said in a fighting pose. As soon as S voice fell, before Tang Qing could react, a fist was already in front of him. Come again? Tang Qing did not panic either. Although he could not use full attack, it did not affect his perverted avoidance and nerve reaction speed. The dynamic vision, which was far stronger than ordinary people, had already unconsciously captured the trajectory of Han Lung's fist and opened it to outsiders. The fist that came to be extremely fast. At this time Tang Qing did not seem to be fast. Of course he knew that Han Lung did not use his full strength in this first punch, and it is estimated that Han Lung also wanted to slowly use more power. Tang Qing took a step to the side without a hassle and easily escaped the blow. Seeing Tang Qing easily dodge his seemingly unexpected attack, Han Lung didn't think there was anything. He didn't use his full strength. It is normal for Tang Qing to be able to avoid it. Then he just got up and Han Lung raised his foot and kicked Tang Qing with all his strength. The direction of movement. Tang Qing smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then he looked a bit fighting. Between the lightning and flint, Tang Qing instinctively raised his right hand to block Han Lung's blow. In order to prevent himself from defending too hard and hurting Han Lung's leg, Tang Qing also specifically relieved the strength in his hand. Han Lung's attack became more and more violent and fast. But under Tang Qing's perverted senses and speed, he returned in vain. Of course, Tang Qing could not always defend. He was not a tortoise. At this time, Tang Qing also began to attack. Of course, he didn't directly crush Han Lung as soon as he came up. Don't worry, just speed up slowly. In this way, at first, Han Lung was able to play well with all his strength, and the courtesy exchanges were full of joy. But as Tang Qing's speed increased, Han Lung also began to rush into confusion. But for 10 minutes, Han Lung was completely defensive because he has no time to attack. Tang Qing can't be hit with any attack, and it doesn't matter if he can't hit. The key is that every time he attacks Tang Qing, he will definitely get a heavy blow. At this point, Tang Qing knew that it was time to end. Under this situation and speed, even if Han Lung's killer moves and unique fighting skills were of no use, no matter how powerful he was, it would be rubbish. Tang Qing only used 60% of the speed. Immediately, Tang Qing suddenly increased by at least 10%. Although Han Lung could still see Tang Qing's speed, he was unable to defend. Tang Qing made 10 moves. Just suffered 10 tricks, it was. He already knew that even if he used a killer move at Tang Qing's speed, if one person had a knife, he would definitely die, and Tang Qing would be injured at most, or no hair will fall. This turned out to be a bit unacceptable for him. Knowing the status quo, Han Lung didn't want to fight anymore. Being abused is not fun. He stepped back and said, "Stop." Tang Qing stopped attacking as soon as he heard it. "Xiao Tang Yu, how the speed is so much faster?" Han Lung questioned. This is what he cares most about. With speed, Tang Qing will be invincible. I usually practice with a fist. Tang Qing found a reason at random. At least it sounds more scientific. Oh, okay. You are really talented. I really don't want to praise you, but you are really too good. I admit, even if I use my best now, I am not your opponent. Han said with a cold smile. When Wudi won, Wudi, he really took it. Maybe only those soldiers in the army can defeat Tang Qing, but he is not sure now. Uncle Han passed the award. I still have a lot to learn from you. Tang Qing said modestly. Then I'll teach you other moves. It's not difficult. It is estimated that you can hollow out my work in one morning with your ability. Han said with a sneer. In the next morning, Han Lung was teaching some of the martial arts skills he knew, including Tai Chi, but it was not complete. After all, some of Tai Chi's moves are only suitable for health preservation and are not very interested in soldiers who pursue life and death fighting. After all, in the close life and death battle, you try to throw 1,000 caddies in two ways and cut it up with one knife. If the reaction speed is not fast enough, there is only a dead end, and there is no other way to go. Han Lung can't see anything that can train people's speed, reaction ability, or dynamic vision on that softboxing technique. In addition, there are some army grabbing knives and guns, and how they don't have it in his hands. Ways to dodge all kinds of attacks in the case of weapons. As expected by Han Lung, Tang Qing had almost done the actions in his mind in just one morning. Even though he knew it would be, Han Lung was still shocked by the enchanting Tang Qing. Although he did not teach Tang Qing the real killer moves in the army, Tang Qing has this speed and responsibility. The killer move is no longer different from the ordinary moves. The killer move only exists when the strength is not much different. Meaning, with the crushing reaction ability and speed of reaction, no matter how powerful moves are meaningless, and Tang Qing is a person who is both. Even if Tang Qing can't do anything, relying on these two abilities, any one of his blows was a killer move, because the opponent couldn't defend it anyway. So Han Lung didn't go to icing on the cake to teach this. Xiao Tang, I have nothing to teach you about fighting. If you are interested in fighting in the future, You can come here to find me at any time, Han Lung said with satisfaction. As a fighter, he is also a bit violent. I don't like the plain body, otherwise I wouldn't get a fitness room here. I usually don't find someone to fight. If my hands are itchy, I can only practice with the sandbag, let alone find a well-matched opponent. Now that Tang Qing is still a man who can really use his full strength, Han Lung is really a little excited. Okay, Uncle Han, there is still some time now. Should we fight again? You can use all the moves. Any move will do, Tang Qing suggested. Of course, Tang Qing knew that Han Lung did not use all the tricks. Many comparisons Han Lung has never used the inferior and powerful moves. He was worried before. Now, in the face of his crushing speed, Han Lung can hardly cause much damage to him. So now he wants to try nothing. How good is Han Lung, who is scrupulous? Okay, you have to be careful. These moves are quite dangerous. Han Lung thought for a while and agreed. He didn't believe that these ultimate moves would be learned. Tang, who had learned human anatomy with Qing's horrible martial arts talent and abnormal speed, even if the current Tang Qing designs it by himself, he can design a lot. Okay, come here, Tang Qing said with a serious face. As soon as his voice fell, Han Lung kicked him with his een-legged kick. This sudden change in painting style shocked Tang Qing. Is this stimulating action really good? Tang Qing hurriedly blocked Han Lung's leg with one hand, because Han Lung hit with the other hand at the same time and went straight to the head. Boom, boom. After 2 beeps, Tang Qing hurriedly backed up a step and got up to 12 points. It would be enough for him to take a note. Of course he is not afraid. A few days ago, he discovered a new function of origin qi, which is defense. As long as the origin qi is concentrated on the affected part, it can have a very good defense effect. He tried it hard. The effect is really good. With the protection of the source energy value, I only feel a little pain when I hit it with a hammer, and then I lose the feeling, thinking that the source energy has the ability to repair damaged cells. It's just that he has too little Genesis Qi and can only cover the range of one hand at most, but it should be enough to deal with this kind of battle. But the current Genesis Qi defense power is not too bad. If you slash it, you will also be injured. Han Lung smiled at the corner of his mouth, seeing Tang Qing step back. There are no opponents to practice these moves in the army. After all, if you can't hold back your strength, it will really happen. Even in the battle of the mission, it is mainly used. With his guns, there are no opportunities for close combat. Seeing that Tang Qing can handle these all-purpose tricks, Han Lung is also full of interest. Hey, this time I'm going to have a good time. Drink. The whole idea was only a moment. Tang Qing took a step back and still hadn't gained a foothold, and Han Lung's attack came again. A heavy whip kicked Tang Qing's head with no mercy. Interesting. Tang Qing also started to get excited. This is a bit of a life-and-death fight, which is too exciting. Next, Han Lung exhausted all his strength to attack Tang Qing. He looked like he was going to die. He didn't leave anything behind. Tang Qing didn't counterattack, but kept defending instead of seeing Han Lung's full strength. 10 minutes later, Han Lung had no new moves to use. His ultimate move at the bottom of the box could not help Tang Qing. For this, Han Lung finally realized the fact that Tang Qing's force completely crushed him, and he couldn't help but feel it. There was a trace of respect for Tang Qing, and the soldiers respected the strong. Stop it! Han Lung shouted to stop, and at the same time stepped back a few steps away from the combat range. He was attacking just now. If he continued to fight Tang Qing, he would fight back. He didn't want to be a sandbag. Tang Qing stopped and looked at Han Lung in surprise. The expression in his eyes meant to stop, but looking at Han Lung's playful smile, Tang Qing also immediately understood Han Lung's thoughts and suddenly couldn't laugh or cry, but Han Lung was right. He was about to fight back and stopped. Okay, the other party was the master when he was sleeping. Well, his speed is faster than Han Lung's attack, but Han Lung's speed is not as fast as himself. Once he can't help his strength and speed, Han Lung will be in a tragedy. You will suffer serious injuries wherever you strike. You are so cunning, Uncle Han. Tang Qing closed his hands and smiled bitterly. Haha, this is the wisdom of the elders. Han Lung laughed loudly. Seeing Tang Qing frowning, he was so happy that he couldn't beat you, and he would also suffocate you. Dad, Brother Tang, come soon for dinner. At this time, a little boy ran in. It was Han Lung's son. Tang Qing noticed that it was 12 to 10. Okay, good son, Xiao Tang, go and eat. Han Lung picked up his son and turned around and laughed. Okay, Tang Qing replied, and then followed. This meal of Han Lung fulfilled his promise. It was really a big meal. There were 8 dishes, including chicken, duck, and fish. The man with glasses was surprised. Of course he didn't dare to ask, as long as he had something to eat. Han Lung's wife also knows the meaning of this meal. She was a bit dissatisfied with Han Lung's teaching Tang Qing martial arts. After all, her husband likes to fight and teaches people to fight. How could she support as a wife? If Han Lung said that Tang Qing isn't great. First, she had already raised objections, but now it's different. After knowing that her family was really on the verge of bankruptcy, she was also full of gratitude to Tang Qing. She frequently gave Tang Qing jiaocai, which made Tang Qing a little bit enthusiastic. Unbearable. For Tang Qing, who was able to give out hundreds of thousands of cash to help others at a young age, she also felt that this meal was a bit crude. Seeing that Tang Qing had eaten a lot, she was relieved. The man with glasses almost finished eating and went home to rest, and came back to work at 1:30 in the afternoon. Uncle Han, what's going on with brother's son? Tang Qing said to Han Lung when the man with glasses was gone. Very good. His mother had an operation a few days ago. The operation was very successful. The doctor said that he could be discharged from the hospital at the end of this month. The young grandson is taking care of him in the hospital these days. Han Lung replied, thinking that Tang Qing can do whatever he wants. Every time he took out hundreds of thousands, he would feel so unreal, but the facts were right in front of him. As if hundreds of thousands were not in his eyes at all, Han Lung couldn't help guessing how much money Tang Qing had. Well, that's good. Tang Qing nodded and said, by the way, Xiao Tang, it may take a long time for Xiao Sun to pay the money from. You also know that he has only brute force and can only slowly earn money to pay you back. Don't worry, he will definitely repay the money. I believe that Xiao Sun's character. Han Lung said again about this problem. It's just right to pay off debts, although Tang Qing also expressed his indifference and a greater desire before. But in this state, he must once again help Sun Chao express. It's okay. It's just a few 100,000. I'm not in a hurry. Uncle Han, do you know what kind of job Sun Gu is looking for? Tang Qing asked again. He had thought of recruiting Sun Chao before, but he couldn't take the initiative. Call to ask Sun Chao if he wants to mix with me. That would be a bit of a price drop. Although my face is not worth a lot of money, it's better to ask for a little bit, and it's a bit of a feeling of forcing others to repay me. I can only pass it first. Han Lung asks here, or expresses his meaning through Han Lung's mouth. Han Lung's wife couldn't help covering her mouth when she heard Tang Qing's tone. Her eyes widened. There were hundreds of thousands of people who didn't care at all. So much money. Although she was not going to ask Tang Qing to borrow money, she did. A wealthy friend always makes people happy, isn't it? My husband is a martial artist, and my friends are all comrades in arms. Now there is a wealthy apprentice, not to mention helping. At least my sense of security has increased a lot. It's like a person suddenly knows that he has a relative of the governor. Although he hasn't thought of asking him to do something, he has a lot of confidence. Han Lung immediately understood the meaning of Tang Qing's words when he heard it, and asked in surprise, are you going to introduce Xiao Sun to work? Well, I have this idea. Tang Qing nodded and admitted. You? Okay, I'll call him over and talk to him. Han Lung stopped talking. He originally wanted to ask what kind of job it was, but this might involve Tang Qing's privacy and let Tang Qing thought he didn't trust him. Although he was curious, he couldn't ask any more, so he didn't care about it. He called Sun Chao over and talked about it. Just let Sun Chao come and talk to Tang Qing by himself. Because the current situation is very complicated, Sun Chao owes Tang Qingtian's great kindness. Even if it is dangerous or illegal work, Han Lung estimates that Sun Chao will not refuse. Ugh, this is really a bit short, and the mouth is short, Han Lung sighed in his heart. He can only hope that Tang Qing will not harm Sun Chao, otherwise. He has nothing to do. He has inherited such a big love from others, and Sun Chao's character. As long as he is not betraying his country, he knows that Sun Chao will do it. It's okay to call here now. His mother has just finished the operation. Tang Qing said with a frown. Although from a rational point of view, there are doctors and nurses watching, Sun Chao has no effect. His mother can't stand it after leaving for a while. How can it be impossible? But emotionally, The mother has just recovered from illness and needs a son to be with him at all times. There is nothing wrong. These two thoughts, Tang Qing really couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. Each of them was justified for various reasons. It's okay. There is a doctor watching carefully, and a dedicated nurse is always with him. There is TV watching there. His mother is satisfied as long as he has Huang Mei opera to watch. Hee. Han said with a sneer. He didn't think like Tang Qing did. Complex. Han Lung immediately dialed Sun Chao's phone face-to-face, and when Sun Chao heard that Tang Qing was waiting for him, he was ready to rush over. Within 15 minutes, Sun Chao came to the shop. At this time, Sun Chao was still wearing the last clothes. Although Tang Qing asked him to tidy up, he was obviously very economical. He didn't buy new clothes. He just washed them and his hair was flat. At this time, Tang Qing and others have not finished eating. Han Lung is drinking beer and Tang Qing is drinking beverage. In this life, he has no worries to eliminate. Except for occasions that are really necessary, he does not like to find excitement to smoke and drink. The most important thing is yes. Is there anything more exciting than rebirth? Brother Han, sister-in-law. After Sun Chao greeted Han Lung and his wife, he said to Tang Qing sincerely, "Thank you, Xiao Tang." At this time, seeing Sun Chao's temperament and capable, his spirit and spirit were completely different from the last time. Tang Qing couldn't help sighing that he was indeed a soldier trained by the country. The overall quality was really good, especially the faint murderous aura from Sun Chao. After several battles and getting acquainted with Han Lung, Tang Qing's perception of murderous aura is becoming more and more acute. He also understood that murderous aura is not actually a breath, but a rise in the whole person's view of life. It feels like a murderous executioner. In their eyes, the living and the dead are not much different. They only move, and the other does not move. The specific manifestation is the slight indifference to life in their eyes and expressions. Sublimation of views. Brother Sun, sit down. Just do it. How is Auntie's body now? Tang Qing said with a smile, pointing to the empty seat next to her. At this time, Han Lung's wife had already prepared a new set of tableware and placed it in the position of the man in the glasses just now, and also gave Sun Chao a bottle of beer by the way. I have recovered very well. I had an operation a few days ago, and it was very successful. The doctor said that he could be discharged from the hospital at the end of this month. Sun Chao sat down and said, "Well, that's good. Are there any difficulties?" Tang Qing nodded and said, "No, thank you so much." Sun Chao thanked again. "Don't say thank you anymore. I will get angry if you say thank you again. By the way, brother Sun, what are your plans for the future?" Tang Qing asked again. I want to find a job in the city and make money. If I can't make any money in the village, I will leave my mother here to take care of it," Sun Chao said, thinking that he was still carrying it. Sun Chao's debts of hundreds of thousands were very large. Of course, he didn't regret it. He was willing to owe more money for his only relatives. Now it's definitely impossible to go back to the village. There is no chance in the county. Trying luck in the city. Well, I have a job. I don't know if you want to do it. Tang Qing seemed to say his purpose casually. "I do. I will do what you tell me to do," Sun Chao said without thinking. Brother Sun, you are not afraid that I am a bad person." Tang Qing was surprised by this refreshing energy and agreed without asking anything. "I believe in you." Sun Chao looked at Tang Qing and said seriously. This sentence is what he said in his heart. In many cases, even if a person pretends to be a good one, there is nothing to hide in front of some people, and Sun Chao, but they have this ability. This kind of person will not look at what you have done or what you have said. Even if you are as clever as a tongue and acting like a movie king, they can see the essence of this person at a glance. They relied on innate feelings, but Sun Chao believed in his own feelings. He had never missed anyone in his life, and he had never told anyone about his innate ability. He really believed in Tang Qing will never be a bad person. Han Lung was also frightened by Sun Chao's trust. He didn't know that Sun Chao still had the ability to recognize people. He only knew that Sun Chao's words were not just the reason for repaying kindness. It was true trust. He still doesn't understand where the trust comes from. "Well, I lack a bodyguard and driver," Tang Qing said with satisfaction. The feeling of being acknowledged and believed is really good, and he can't help but feel a little proud. "Driver?" Sun Chao said in a puzzled way. He didn't expect this. He thought that Tang Qing was introducing himself to a job to take care of himself, but he did not expect Tang Qing to be a driver. Does a student of Tang Qing need a driver? Besides, Tang Qing doesn't have a car. Of course, he doesn't believe that Tang Qing can afford a car, but with this logic, he still can't turn a corner. Bodyguard? Han Lung also asked in surprise. What he cares about is that Tang Qing needs a bodyguard for his strength. With this exploding force value, it is estimated that he and Sun Chao can work together to suppress it. Yeah, you also know that my money cannot be earned by myself at home. Now that I open a company, you can go there by name first. Generally, there is nothing wrong. I will find you if I have something to do. Tang Qing revealed. Some information about yourself. I do, thanks Xiao Tang. Oh no, Mr. Tang. Sun Chao said. This profession does not violate the law. He also likes it very much. And he is also very happy to be able to protect Tang Qing. His heart must be to protect Tang Qing, and he must not be harmed. But if he knew Tang Qing's strength, he wouldn't be so optimistic. It wouldn't be certain who would protect who would be. Haha. What's the boss? Just call me Xiao Tang, and you can call the boss too. Tang Qing laughed and said, finally having the first person who can be regarded as the future confidant. He is also a little excited, just like Lu Ginyagang. Like a monkey, I also have a bodyguard. That's okay. Sun Chao promised. Tang Qing said that he had scores, and he wouldn't be happy to pick it up again. Well, in this way, accompany me to buy a car in the afternoon, and then accompany me to do some things, and then go to my company to go through the entry formalities tomorrow. Your main job now is to accompany your mother. I am still in school. There are not many things. At that time, you will rent a place outside to live and take care of your mother, and the company will reimburse the expenses. Tang Qing said, now that the euro is open, he no longer thinks about saving money, because millions of dollars are just a drop in salary. Tang Qing was excited at the crazy speed of making money. Hey, I want to buy a better car this time. Of course, he is not interested in buying a sports car. He only likes off-road or cars. I drove Li Kai's Lamborghini sports car in the previous life. Inside, I feel that the whole person is not good, and it is very depressing. From then on, he has no love for sports cars. Therefore, in his opinion, the sports car is really not interesting except that it looks good, but it can also be prettier. It is still off-road or comfortable. Thank you. Sun Chao said moved. Although Tang Qing didn't say how much his salary was, he wouldn't be embarrassed to ask for it even if he had him. Besides, he believed that Tang Qing would not treat him badly. Thank you, Uncle Han. You have to keep it secret for me. My uncle doesn't know about my company. He only knows that I have shares in a restaurant. Tang Qing turned around and said to Han Lung. He knew Han Lung would keep it secret. Yes, but I still have to say. Don't worry, I will keep it secret for you. Han Lung promised. And at the same time, he could only say sorry to Qin Yugong in his heart. Now he is completely on Tang Qing's side. Well, Tang Qing said, the next thing is to eat and drink. Since I still have to drive and do errands in the afternoon, although I know that Sun Chao has a good amount of alcohol, he just toasted Tang Qing and stopped drinking. After eating this lunch, it was already over 1.40. Thinking that the car dealership should go to work in the afternoon, Tang Qing took Sun Chao to leave. First went to buy a car, and then went to Zhou Li's factory to ask for money. This style of painting, Tang Qing always feels wrong. Myself, became a door-to-door accountant. Tang Qing felt like he had jumped upside down. But, am I a positive person? This time Tang Qing is ready to buy a similar car and sit down. After all, it has only been 5 years old. Many of his favorite off-road models and sedan models have not been on the market. As for buying a multi-million luxury car, he still thinks about it. It's not Xiuquan. It's meaningless to pretend. After all, his business and money are basically unable to withstand investigation. Although he is not a civil servant, there is no crime of a huge amount of unidentified property, but he can't stop the prying of interested people, so it is better to be low-key or low-key. It is too arrogant and easy to be sneered by others. I am a kid who drives a few million cars to the streets and goes out to socialize and make friends. During this period, it is estimated that everyone will take a good look at his background. When the time comes, the group of people will check. Hey, there is content. Come, share money-making experience with the brothers. What? Can't. Locked up, squeezed juice, bleeds, and tortured. Okay, it's a bit exaggerated. But this kind of risk really doesn't mean to take it. Although it may not hurt yourself, It is disgusting. Besides, all the real bankers he knows are very low-key. They don't show up much in the media, and they are basically professional managers who are hiding under the water and making a fortune. Therefore, just buy one that is about hundreds of thousands, and it can't be too bad. It's good to be arrogant when your strength is stronger. After a while, Tang and Qing came to the place where they bought cars in Qingyan City. There are lots of car dealers here. After all, it is a prefecture-level city, and there are no luxury cars of millions. Luxury cars of that level are located in the provincial capital and several provinces. Only the more developed prefecture-level cities in China can sell it. As for the specific car to buy, Tang Qing has already planned it. Mercedes-Benz and BMW will leave it alone. Firstly, it is a little ostentatious. It is completely played by upstarts. Secondly, he doesn't like the several models currently on sale. He is used to all kinds of later generations. Models, these cars are really boring. So why not buy an Audi A6, low-key and comfortable, or a leader car? You don't lose your share when driving out. Come to the Volkswagen store. Amount. The crowd is crowded. This is the New Year's Day holiday, and there must be promotions, so there are many people who come to see the car. Of course, there are very few people who buy it, and most people come to watch the excitement. This also leads to a problem. That is, most people do not have sales staff to receive, and a sales staff in front of each car explains to a group of people. Then, naturally, Tang Qing and others have no special treatment. So if you want to listen to the explanation, you can only come in and listen to it yourself. The two Tang Qing made a circle in the hall. Haha. He has the feeling of watching a luxury car show in the Magic City. If you don't go up and ask, no one cares about them. Well, see for yourself. What else can Tang Qing say? Tang Qing took Sun Chao around inside, and he didn't look at it randomly, because the others were really not so good. In his opinion, the Audi A6 is better looking here. Standing next to the Audi A6, Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, classic is classic, but unfortunately his favorite BMW X6 and Mercedes-Benz S-Series of several favorites. Land Rover Range Rover Evoque, certainly not. Cadillac XT5 no. Now only A6 looks pleasing to the eye. At this time, a female salesperson was trying her best to introduce a local tyrant who wears gold and silver. Her eyes lit up, making Tang Qing on the side unbearable, and she sighed in her heart that this is the power of money. Of course, he can't despise people. In his opinion, any career that makes money is worthy of respect. As long as it is not robbery, stealing, drug trafficking, etc., there is no distinction between high and low. It is just that the division of labor is different, and the people served are different. The nature of work is different, and others can put aside their face in exchange for money. Is this wrong? Is this simply inspirational? I don't want to lose anything, but I want to gain. How is that possible? Just as he remembered the beginning of The Mermaid directed by Xing Yi, it was so incisive. Deng Chao's comments on the women who worshipped gold were really right. Those girls have the capital of youth, so it is not a shame to exchange their capital for money. Those girls lay down their dignity and restraint, laugh with them, chat with them, and let people take advantage of them. Do they really take them as they want? How many women are willing to do this kind of thing? They are not forced by life. This is just a general equivalent exchange, okay? He also hates to hear those who can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour, and stand up and speak without backache. Respect any profession. Respect the labor of others. Think more about others' contributions and the bitterness behind them. Compare your heart to your heart and be more kind. Hello, can I get on this car and try it? Tang Qing stepped forward and said with a smile to the salesperson. He also drove the A6 car in his previous life. It was the owner of his former farmer's company. Li Kai is also a car fan. Tang Qing likes Li Kai. Lamborghini is just one of Li Kai's sports cars. There is also a Porsche and an R8, but he is not used to driving. I'm sorry, this gentleman came first, and he will try first later. When the salesperson saw Tang Qing's clothes, his eyes flashed contemptuously. Now she is serving this local tyrant. She doesn't want to be excuse me. Okay, is there an existing car for this car? Tang Qing said embarrassedly when he touched his nose. He wasn't angry. Besides, the local tyrant came first, no matter what the salesperson said. He is not interested in reasoning. As long as it is not completely discriminatory, he can accept it. If he conflicts with people because of this kind of thing, it is really boring. He is not so idle, and he is in a bad mood, and overcomes the pleasure produced by this kind of person can't offset the loss of good mood at all. Let's not do business at a loss. Of course there is. For this New Year's Day promotion, we have prepared a lot of each model, and the female salesperson started talking about this as soon as she talked about it. However, Tang Qing was not interested in listening to her after she finished speaking. He just had to have an existing car. Although he was not angry, he was not interested in giving the commission to the one in front of him. Thank you. After speaking, Tang Qing turned and left and walked to the front desk. He was going to the front desk to find someone to quickly complete the formalities. He still had a lot of things to do. Seeing that Tang Qing turned around and left without listening to her, there was a hint of anger and contempt in the salesperson's eyes. She didn't believe that Tang Qing, a young man, could afford a car, and then she left her behind and started to face her again. The local tyrant explained carefully. Tang Qing brought Sun Chao to the front desk. I saw a pretty figure standing outside the front desk, wearing a car uniform, painted light makeup, and looking in her 20s. She was youthful and pretty and seductive. The key was that she had a little cute expression from time to time, which made Tang Qing think of herself. The second cousin. The person looked at the door from time to time, saw the guests coming in, and did not go up to introduce someone. Tang Qing at first thought she was waiting for someone, but when she saw that she looked up and down everybody who came in, Tang Qing went up and down, knowing that this person is choosing customers. A smart woman, this was Tang Qing's first impression. He also didn't take it seriously, no matter what the other party was doing, just don't use the same tone as the one just now. Whoever buys it instead of buying it. Sister, hello. I heard that your black Audi A6 has an existing car, right? Tang Qing walked forward and asked with a smile. It is good if you have money and you have enough confidence to say anything. Yeah, what's the matter? The pretty woman looked at Tang Qing suspiciously. She didn't think Tang Qing would buy a car. She had looked at it as soon as Tang Qing walked in. A brawny man in cheap clothes followed behind her. Obviously, I was walking with my elders. How could I afford a car? Then bring me one. Tang Qing said with a faint smile. I take the liberty to ask, why didn't you find the salesman over there to buy it? The woman was just surprised and returned to normal. Instead, she cared about this problem, which surprised Tang Qing. This woman's brain circuit, how does it grow? Well, he was too lazy to ask. Just as the other party didn't want to grab someone's order, the image of an honest person was formed in his mind. She has a bad attitude. Tang Qing told the truth. Haha, little brother, thank you for taking care of your sister's business. The woman said happily when she heard it. It really feels like waiting for you. Standing here, there will be orders for nothing. It's so easy. The two little girls in the front desk looked stupid. I looked down on her waiting here before, but in a blink of an eye, rabbits were delivered to the door. How could this embarrassing salespeople who work hard? You're welcome. By the way, sister, why don't you go and explain to the guests, standing here is not just waiting for a silly sheep like me? Tang Qing couldn't help joking. By the way, my name is Do Jiao. You can call me Sister Jiao Jiao. There are so many people. One person tells so many people, how can the success rate be high? And it is tired. Rich people like to be treated alone. Let's see whoever has money here. Do Jiao took it for granted. Her expression seemed to say how smart I was. This arrogant and a little bit face made Tang Qing feel like her big cousin. If she was a bit snobbish, Tang Qing didn't feel uncomfortable at all when she said it so directly in her mouth, but found it quite interesting. My name is Tang Qing, Sister Jiao Jiao. I didn't expect you to be so snob too. Tang Qing said jokingly. Haha, brother Xiao Tang. This is wisdom. You know, human beings. Is it wrong to do things with great power? Do Jiao said with some pride. But she said this kind of tone Tang Qing didn't feel disgusted, but felt very real. It's really true that you say that. The method of throwing a net is indeed undesirable. It means that you have no standards, no clear goals, and no self-confidence. You have been taught, Sister Jiao Jiao. Tang Qing nodded. Do he really agreed with Jiao's words. You're polite. Don't blame your sister's snobbery. This is wisdom. If you want to be successful, you have too much energy to do everything. Why don't you take the key points and dig deeper? Especially, don't you think your sister has an advantage like this? Do Jiaogong said with a serious face and immediately turned into an underfighting expression. This speed of face change is really comparable to his big cousin. Advantage? What advantage? Tang Qing asked very cooperatively. Pretty. Do Jiao raised her eyebrows and smiled. Sister Jiao Jiao, can't you be humble? Tang Qing was full of black lines. This person is a bit narcissistic, but I have to admit that chatting with this kind of person is really interesting. Obviously, Do Jiao didn't have the slightest sense of shame at all. Instead, she said more and more proudly. Hee hee, brother Xiao Tang. What's so humble? I am already pretty, and I didn't lie. Why, do you think my sister is not pretty? Sister Jiao Jiao is of course very beautiful, but I think it's better to be a little reserved. Tang Qing obviously dare not say that you are not the most beautiful. For women, never take her look and compared with other women. It's just looking for trouble. It's almost the same, brother Xiao Tang. Who is this? Do Jiao asked Sun Chao after a glance. At this time, she also knew that Tang Qing was the righteous, so she asked in a polite manner. This is my brother, and his name is Sun Chao. Tang Qing said. Although Sun Chao is his subordinate, he was prepared to train as a confidant. These details should be paid attention to in front of outsiders. Hello, brother Sunday. Do Jiao said hello. Hello, Miss Do. Sun Chao said with a light smile. Then his expression changed back to the old one, watching the surroundings vigilantly, completely entering the state of a bodyguard. Seeing Sun Chao's expression of indifference to her again, Do Jiao felt uneasy. Isn't she so unattractive? Humph. Do Jiao turned to ask Tang Qing. Brother Xiao Tang, what business does your family do? It didn't take long to sell clothes, Tang Qing said. The two talked as they walked, but Do Jiao was asking. Tang Qing replied, and Sun Chao continued to be his wood. At this time Tang Qing had been taken to the VIP reception room by Do Jiao, and Do Jiao couldn't relax while pouring tea. Brother Tang, I have this kind of character. I don't like to be snobbish, and I am not afraid of being snobbish. If I tell you the truth, don't tell the truth. In many cases, it is undeniable that some people have inherent advantages, such as beautiful. This will make people's success rate much higher. But this is also a disadvantage. Why? Just because they are beautiful, everyone wants to take advantage of it. Whether they buy it or not, they will try their best to create the illusion that he really wants to buy. Then what? I found that I had put in a lot of energy, and in the end it was not as good as the average salesperson. This sister obviously couldn't accept it. Do Jiao put the tea in front of Tang Qing and Sun Chao and continued. One more thing, the chance of meeting a wealthy person is not great. I will go up when I see someone. Others are nothing. But according to my sister's appearance, I will receive 10 customers per day as a minimum, which is 3,000 a year. Many, do you say how likely is your sister to encounter bad people, dangers and harassment? A woman, can guarantee to protect herself every time? Obviously, I don't want to take this risk, and this is just a conservative estimate. Even now, many people often call to harass me, and many come to the store to pretend to buy, but actually take the opportunity to talk to me and chat, which is really annoying. But fortunately, my sister's family doesn't say it's rich, but she's absolutely starving. You don't need to get yourself into endless harassment. It's really troublesome to deal with those stinky men. Many people will give you hope again and again, let you down again and again, so I might as well focus on some powerful big customers. Even if they are harassed, at least their hopes are realistic and the success rate is higher. Just like this, it's good. My sister's performance as the store is only medium, but the energy and time spent is indeed 1/5 or less of the same result. Hey, don't you think your sister is the winner? After talking, Do Jiao looked at Tang Qing with a questioning look, as if waiting for Tang Qing to agree with her point of view. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing certainly knew what to say. You are so reasonable, I was speechless. Tang Qing was really surprised by Do Jiao's words. Do Jiao's logic is absolutely magical, and you can't fault it. You really can't say that people worship money. In terms of snobbery, Do Jiao's behavior is completely commendable in terms of business logic, weighing the benefits and costs, and making the best choice instead of blindly investing. Now think about the snobbish salesman in the novel. They just made the right choice they thought were correct. Although the chance of success for this kind of person is not great, they basically live above the average level. Otherwise, this kind of people would have been eliminated by that industry a long time ago. Being able to exist means that there is no problem with their rules of survival. Of course, it will definitely be a harm to the group of neglected people. Do Jiao was amused by Tang Qing's words. Ha ha ha. Brother Tang, you are really funny. I don't know why I look at you so kindly, so I want to tell you the truth. Before I go to work, my dad told me that people must be successful. If you are so busy all day long, you will not be able to achieve anything. If you don't use your brain, you will not only waste time and energy in the end, but think you have gained experience, but in the end, you will not achieve anything. People must know how to calculate their most balanced profit ratio. Just like my sister, if I double the investment, my income may only increase by 10%. That's really meaningless and exhausting. And in the end, don't expect to be lucky. Sister, think about it. There seems to be such a famous saying. I also forgot who said it. The meaning is almost, I don't live by God-sent luck, but I rely on planning luck to be prosperous and blindly spend time to do it. It's better to spend more time thinking about what to do. Well, that's the truth. My sister has nothing to say to you. I just hope Brother Tang doesn't think I'm too snobbish. Hee. I'll look for my sister if I want to buy a car in the future. Amount. Tang Qing was completely fooled by Do Jiao's great principles before, and the whole story was full of inspirational feelings, which made him admire very much. These are definitely good words. But it hasn't been a few seconds before you have a magical turn to expose the fox's tail. Is this really good? Oh, yes. If you want to buy a car from the public, I will definitely go to Jiao. Tang Qing said hurriedly. Do Jiao's knowledge really surprised Tang Qing. And her father, he was definitely not an ordinary family. Even Tang Qing had already made up for a second-generation experience. Well, that's fine. Come on, let's swipe the card. Do Jiao smiled. After finishing speaking, he took Tang Qing to the finance department and swiped the card. The total amount was 670,000. You can drive the temporary card and hit the road later. Next came the various procedures. Tang Qing didn't understand anyway. He just signed and paid. After signing a lot of messy things, Tang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was troublesome to buy something. Sister Jiao, are you interested in changing jobs? Seeing that things are almost done, Tang Qing directly said his thoughts. From the conversation just now, he particularly liked Do Jiao's character, so he became interested in soliciting. Although Do Jiao is a little clever, but he can feel that it is only a superficial appearance. He knew that Do Jiao had just gone through the formalities. Jiao is absolutely unambiguous when doing things, quite a bit of a strong woman demeanor. Brother Tang wants to introduce me to my job? It won't be an unscrupulous job. I don't want to go. Do Jiao laughed and joked. She is not an impulsive girl anymore. A person who just met introduced her to work. Even if Tang Qing didn't seem to be a bad person, she couldn't agree. Of course it's a decent job. I am going to start a company. You will help me manage my usual business. Things are easy and the treatment is good. Tang Qing went on to say. Of course it was in his expectation to be rejected by Do Jiao. He didn't think he had any. Halo is loved by everyone. If Do Jiao directly agreed, it would be a hell. No, I'm here for any job. It's easy for my sister. The environment is good, the workload is small, and I never work overtime. I don't get dirty or tired. I still get paid. Do Jiao thought for a while and refused directly. She did this job. Well, there is no absolute reason why it is possible to quit and do a job with an unknown future. The working environment here is already familiar. She really doesn't want to adapt to a new working environment. Her personality is like this. I'm used to it, so I don't want to change. So she is not even interested in inquiring about what Tang Qing's new company is doing. Tang Qing was speechless and continued to tempt him. Sister Jiao, you can't pursue a little bit. The treatment here is very good. If you don't go, I like it here. It's relaxed and comfortable. Besides, what are you doing with so much money? Do Jiao looked at Tang Qing with curiosity and said. Do Jiao's expression made Tang Qing feel that it was vulgar to talk about money and treatment, and he felt guilty of deceiving the little girl with lollipops. But this also aroused Tang Qing's eagerness. You can't be a little more independent and earn more money to buy a house and a car. Tang Qing once again prepared a routine for her. Isn't this how MLM and other things come from? Use these prospects to seduce you. I have a house in my house, but I can't afford to buy a car. But take your time. When the time comes, my husband will ask him to buy it. Do Jiao smiled and said. Tang Qing was choked by Do Jiao's words and said in a tone of hatred that iron cannot become steel. Do you want to rely on your husband alone to support it? Of course not. Let's make money and buy it together. Anyway, you say it's useless. I won't work for you for your salary. Do Jiao pouted and said, with an expression that would rather die than surrender, "You don't seek to make progress." Tang Qing said anxiously, "This is really, oh beeping dog. Today, I met a strange flower." In the face of Do Jiao, who is unable to buy oil and salt, he really can't help it. Even the house and car tickets can't attract the other party. Is there any way he can use beauty? Hey, this is a good way. But he couldn't do it. Although he was a bit handsome, Tang Qing didn't have any interest because of his love and debts. Thinking of this, Tang Qing turned to look at Sun Chao next to him. Okay, I shouldn't have such thoughts. The two of them couldn't see the slightest posture of looking at each other. This girl just doesn't ask for improvement. What can you do to me? Do Jiao smiled slyly. I don't know why. She finds it interesting to play with Tang Qing. As for Sun Chao, the wooden person next to him who doesn't say a word, she just ignored it. Tang Qing was directly shocked by Do Jiao's words. How can I? Let him be a clever tongue, coercive and lure, knowing that he is moved by reason and affection, and Do Jiao will be completely useless if he is not interested. Up. What else can you do if others can't appreciate what you are holding? Can't sell it. Tang Qing feels depressed. Just when Tang Qing really didn't know any way to make Do Jiao change his mind, a man was holding a bouquet of roses. The man was in his 20s, wearing a suit and walking into the reception room with the sound of leather shoes. Do Jiao, the smile on her face was so cheap that Tang Qing had the urge to do something. The man walked quickly to Do Jiao, handed out roses with both hands, looked at Do Jiao affectionately, and said, "Jiao Jiao, be my girlfriend, I really like you." Tang Qing found that Do Jiao's face became difficult to look after hearing the sound of footsteps. After seeing this man, her face was as cold as frost, even to the point of gnashing her teeth. When Tang Qing heard the man's first sentence, a word came out in his heart. MMP. Sure enough, life is full of surprises everywhere. Su Xiangdong, go away. I'm not familiar with you. I've told you so many times. Don't call me Jiao Jiao. Do Jiao stepped back and frowned. He saw this man and heard him. Voice, thinking of this person's temperament and behavior, Do Jiao felt like eating a fly. She couldn't die, but she was disgusting. Jiao Jiao, I am sincere to you. Su Xiangdong said with a sincere face. That expression, that acting skills, okay, 30 yuan a day, don't let it go. Tang Qing, an amateur, thinks it's too fake. Cut, you said the same to Xiaoyan last time. Do you think I didn't hear it? Do Jiao said with a look of contempt, with a strong anger in her tone, remembering that a girl here was caught here 2 months ago. The guy in front of her got pregnant, and finally abandoned her shamelessly. The girl finally had no face to stay here and quit her job without whereabouts. As a woman, when she thought of this kind of thing, she couldn't get angry. Jiao Jiao, we broke up with Xiaoyan peacefully. I also paid her to break up. I found out that I really love you. Su Xiangdong said without hesitation. He had prepared this line for a long time, otherwise how dare he come? Confession. Love? Someone put out big belly is inappropriate. You beast, to his aging mother role. And then stand here and hinder the work of his aging mother. I cannot help but hit you. You this scumbag, get out of the way. Do Jiao was so angry that she was a little incoherent. If she hadn't had a fight or slapped anyone, she would like to slap it. You, if you don't agree, I'll tell my dad to fire you. Su Xiangdong, who was not deep in the city government, couldn't hold back his face when he heard such scolding and started to threaten. This was the case with Xiaoyan last time. At first he didn't agree, but he threatened his job, and the other party who was not well off at home could only compromise. As the most beautiful girl here, Do Jiao felt itchy every time he saw it. It's just that he forgot that Do Jiao is not the kind of woman who is submissive. Do Jiao really didn't want to talk to this idiot to a certain extent, and the pursuit of failure was threatening. This was the first time he saw this kind of person. Since this is the case, she no longer has any scruples after tearing her face. Scum, rubbish, don't stop me from working. Do Jiao felt a lot more relaxed in his heart when he scolded so happily. When Su Xiangdong heard of work, he remembered that there were Tang Qing and others next to him. After being scolded by Do Jiao, he felt angry, but it was impossible to scold Do Jiao. Then he really had no chance, and then turned his head to Tang Qing and the others said loudly, Then whoever you go quickly, we won't sell this car. Tang Qing witnessed the whole process on the sidelines, commenting on the line design from time to time with the mentality of watching the plot. But what is going on when this is suddenly implicated? This made him feel a little overwhelmed for a while and fell into a logical brain supplement. How can I offend you? Have I ever brushed the sense of existence? Did I stand for Dojiao? The point is, he really wanted to ask Su Xiangdong, where did you get the courage to offend a stranger so plainly? Are you afraid of causing trouble to your family? Or are you really bullying? Tang Qing is very surprised how this kind of second product survived now. Tang Qing suddenly remembered that Su Xiangdong just said that he would expel Dojiao. This is interesting. Then can he find something to get Dojiao to be expelled? At that time, Dojiao will be brought under his command. Well, this is a good idea, but it shouldn't be too deliberate. You have to think of a way to make this scumbag commit another one. Moreover, this scumbag needs to be educated, Tang Qing secretly planned. By the way, he could only say sorry to Dojiao. It was the first time that he asked for help or sent benefits to the door. No one else would take care of it. He was also inevitably uneasy. Of course, he had to grasp the opportunity. First, let Dojiao recruit his subordinates. Who are you? I want to buy a car. What is your business? And you are not allowed to harass Jiao Jiao in the future, or I will beat you to death. Tang Qing said arrogantly. Deficit. You? The manager here is my dad. We will not do your business today. Su Xiangdong was startled by Tang Qing's arrogance, and his tone became a little lower, and he moved out of his father directly before letting him. Have a little confidence. Yeah, manager. I'm so scared. It's a pity that your dad is just a manager, not a boss. Are you arrogant? Tang Qing pretended to be scared. Now he also admires his acting skills a little bit. The movie is going to go. As soon as Tang Qing was afraid of Su Xiangdong, he was still proud of him, but the next sentence directly choked him. The key is that this is a fact again, and he can't refute it. He pointed to Tang Qing angrily and said, Why? Do you two want to cause trouble? No, you don't count as a problem. So, if you have any tricks, just let it go. Tang Qing smiled lightly. Heart said, Meat show is coming. You. Humph. Jiao Jiao. I will come again tomorrow. Su Xiangdong immediately persuaded. After Su Xiangdong finished speaking, he put the rose on the table and turned away shyly. Before leaving, he gave Tang Qing a scornful look. This really stunned Tang Qing again. Su Xiangdong just left. How can the scene be played? This is completely out of the development of the script that he thought. Shouldn't the other party call the security guard to drive them out? What's the matter if I just left? Could it be that I was too arrogant just now to scare him? Or there is a problem with the dialogue you designed? Still scared by Sun Chao? Can't you play cards according to common sense? Damn, he really wanted to bring that guy back and ask, why did his scene end so quickly? Isn't it troublesome? What the is going on today? I just met some guys with abnormal brain circuits. Didn't you go out to read the almanac? FCK the script, I won't believe in novels again next time. And there is this silly character. Doesn't this make him play? Sister Jiao Jiao, has that person been harassing you like this all the time? Tang Qing said helplessly. Both of the scripts he designed were smashed, and the actors didn't cooperate at all, which made him very disappointed. Well, come here often. Later, when I saw that I didn't agree, I chased the other one. My stomach became too big, and I don't want people anymore. Now I am chasing me again. Disgusting. Do Jiao said in disgust. Hearing this, Tang Qing was a bit sluggish again. Su Xiangdong's brain circuit is simply going against the heavens. This is pursuing one without accomplishing the other, getting a big belly and dumping them, and then coming back to pursue this. Dare to come back and say true love after doing this kind of thing? Are you mentally ill? Otherwise, people who are not sick will have this kind of thinking and courage. Why did I meet some strange people today? Sister Jiao Jiao, is he mentally ill? Tang Qing asked the question in his mind. How can normal people have this kind of brain circuit? This is not a novel. I don't know. Maybe there is. Do Jiao thought for a while and said uncertainly. Under Tang Qing's guidance, she recalled what Su Xiangdong did before. She really felt that Su Xiangdong was mentally ill and was very sick. Thinking of this, Do Jiao shuddered. The mental illness was terrible. She kind of wants to resign. It's too dangerous here. Forget about him. Sister, I hope you will think about the suggestion I just made. I really want an assistant, and sister, I think I really need someone. That person will definitely come to harass you again in order to avoid trouble. Or that guy took the risk and used the 3 abuse methods. I think my sister should really think about my job. Tang Qing invited again, as if he is mentally ill. This brain circuit is gone. I can't understand it. Do Jiao pondered for a while and said, let me think about it, and I will give you an answer tomorrow. After this incident, thinking that Su Xiangdong was mentally ill, she was too scared, but she couldn't make such a hasty decision. She had to be reserved and consider whether it was not. But in the end, she is smart enough to guess it now. Her predictive ability tells her that she will choose to resign in the end, but she needs to go back and add the reasons. Well, I'll wait for your call. Tang Qing said happily. He could also see that Do Jiao was frightened by the mental illness, he said. Mental illness is good. Although did not follow the script but the goal is achieved. Haha. Today I finally got back around. Oh, it's not easy to recruit people. With the assistance of Do Jiao, the rest of the procedures were quickly completed, and the first car with the temporary brand Tang Qing was on the road. Of course, he was in a car, and Sun Chao drove. Sitting in the co-pilot, it feels really good. In order to have a good experience of the new car, Tang Qing asked Sun Chao to drive around Qingyan City. After a lap, Tang Qing found his shoe factory at the address stated by Zhou Li. Tang Qing discovered that Zhou Li's shoe factory was very close to his own garment factory, and he was only a 5-minute drive away. Looking at the row of shoe factories, Tang Qing couldn't help thinking that his clothing brand didn't seem to have shoes. Should he run a shoe business? Just now Tang Qing took too much time to buy a car. Zhou Li was waiting anxiously. When he called him, he was still circling around the city. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. This is the difference between recommended customers and general customers. There is no need for overdue interest. This kind of person is still so anxious. But how did he know that Zhou Li was because he wanted to pay back the money quickly and go back to live with his son? When Tang Qing arrived at the shoe factory, Zhou Li was already waiting at the door of the factory. Of course, Zhou Li didn't stand and wait. Tang Qing didn't have such a high status. Instead, he moved a chair from the guard room and sat down at the door. Looking at the sun, the weather is a bit cold now. It is really comfortable to have the sun in winter. Seeing a brand new Audi A6 parked at the door of his factory, he was only surprised and did not think about Tang Qing. It is impossible for customers to come today. Is it asking for directions? When Zhou Li was surprised, Tang Qing walked out of the co-pilot. Zhou Li immediately got up and walked up with a smile on his face. Xiao Tang, long time no see. Are you buying a new car? Of course he was not surprised that Tang Qing could afford a car. Hell if he couldn't afford it. He was surprised that Tang Qing's parents were so used to their children. Wouldn't they be afraid of being spoiled? This car is not cheap at first glance. His own baby is also in the 3rd year of high school. He has poor academic performance and can't do anything. It looks like Tang Qing. But Zhou Li turned to think about it. If his son is as capable as Tang Qing, as long as he can do it, he will find a way to satisfy his own needs. Yeah, Uncle Zhou, I just bought it. I tried it for a while, and it was not bad. Tang Qing stepped forward and shook Zhou Li's hand. Zhou Li circled the car and couldn't help but praised. It's not good. It must not be cheap. Is this? He saw Sun Chao who had parked his car and got out of the cab. My driver, Sun Chao. Tang Qing briefly introduced. It was with Do Jiao just now, this time with the customer. Of course, he answered Sun Chao's identity differently. Hello, Xiao Sun, please come in soon. Everything is ready. On Monday, he stretched out his hand and shook his hand with Sun Chao. He was not surprised to see that Tang Qing had a driver. Anyway, Tang was in his mind. Qing is a rich 2nd generation, and it is normal to have a car and a driver. In addition, the money he borrowed was a huge sum of money in this era. It is necessary to find someone to accompany the collection stone. If Tang Qing really came here alone, it would be a strange thing, and the other parents would not be able to relax. And seeing that Sun Chao's posture is definitely practiced, what kind of driver is completely a bodyguard? Or that is, thugs. But it doesn't matter to him. He doesn't want to go wrong. There is nothing to fear. Tang Qing replied. After talking, Zhou Li took Tang Qing to his office, and after making tea for the two of them, he took out the prepared money from the safe under the desk and put it on the coffee table. Tang Qing gave him the last time. Black handbag. Xiao Tang, here a little bit. Zhou Li opened the zipper and pushed over and said, since Tang Qing took Sun Chao by his side, He didn't need to hide it. And Tang Qing took the bag and poured all the money on the coffee table as soon as he turned it over. As usual, he clicked the number and stopped ordering. He has all the experience, and he is really not interested in the truth and the number of hundreds of thousands to count. Of course, except for customers who are not recommended by the system. Even if these former system-recommended customers borrow money in the future, he will not be so hasty, because at that time they are not recommended by the system that month, and they are not recommended or not enough. That is to be true. Examine him. Sun Chao looked at the hundreds of thousands of pupils on this table and couldn't help but shrink a little, and his heart was full of surprise and doubt. Why did Zhou give Tang Qing so much money? According to the number of wads, it looks like 600,000. Protection fee? Dividends? Pay the money back? Usury? A few thoughts flashed through his mind one by one, but Tang Qing didn't say. He didn't know what the money was, but he believed that Tang Qing would not do things like loan sharks. As for the protection fee, even more. It's impossible. He has to dare to do it. Qin Yugong doesn't break his leg. The most important thing is that he still dares to collect protection fees like this now. Obviously, there is no more. Those who dare to play like this will kill themselves. In the end, it can only be dividends or borrowing. It is really difficult to distinguish between the two. But no matter which one, we will see you later. Okay, no problem. Here is your receipt. Tang Qing passed the receipt from the previous contract from his pocket. Sun Chao immediately understood that this was a loan. Zhou Li received the receipt in surprise and confirmed that it was correct, but Tang Qing's behavior surprised him. Xiao Tang, wouldn't you be better? Zhou Li asked curiously when he encountered this situation for the first time. Tang Qing just looked at it a few times. Are you not afraid of adulteration or inadequacy? There is nothing to avoid from this kind of thing, so he asked directly. Hee, I believe Uncle Zhou. I see that Uncle Zhou is also a great person. How could this little money cheat me? Anyway, if you don't want money, Tang Qing said happily. I can't say whether you are true or false. Don't care, he is not crazy yet. Thank you, Xiao Tang, for your trust. You are the one who can do great things. Zhou Li was moved. A friend who only met once trusted him so that he felt the warmth of a long absence and made him feel deceitful in the market. He has seen too many things. Once it involves the relationship between money and people, it will become extremely complicated. Wanting to meet someone who can be trusted and someone who trusts himself is simply fighting for character. It is the limit for a kind of people to know 3 to 5. I can't help, but he's not moved. Of course, he doesn't think that the other party has a deep understanding of the inside story. Those who are capable of doing this are all human beings. This shows that they trust themselves. Secondly, they also show that they have the confidence to cheat him, but no matter what it is. He was still very touched by Tang Qing's words just now. You're polite. Yes, Uncle Zhou. If you still need to borrow money in the future, you can call me directly. Of course, you can call me during breaks. I can't answer the call during class. Tang Qing said, now that the remaining loan is almost a problem for him. Every time, I have to rack my brains. If Do Jiao comes by then, I will give him all the customer information of the previous loans, so that she will take the initiative to contact these potential customers. This group of people at least to a certain extent. It is trustworthy, he believes in the system. Of course, the amount of trust is also limited. If your assets are only 1 million, you have to borrow 10 million. Isn't this nonsense? And it's not just a little loan from the system. If the other party really needs it, he doesn't mind using his own money to help the other party. Tang Qing. With the banking system, how could he be short of money in the future? Okay, no problem. You must be found in Xiao Tang if you need it. Zhou Li agreed. I used to borrow more than 2 loans before, and now I use 1. Although not much, this does not mean saving thousands of dollars, but a reliable funding channel. By the way, what's going on with Uncle Yen? The business is not bad. Tang Qing asked about the customer that Zhou Li introduced. He didn't have time for later risk control, so he could only ask Zhou Li. Where is Lao Yen? It's not bad. There is no problem in business. But Lao Yen is in poor health recently. He is in hospital after a heart attack, and now his son is managing the factory. Zhou Li smiled. Well, that's good. If the business is in good condition, you just need to pay it back. Tang Qing nodded and said, he doesn't want any breach of contract. If you can accept it after a short period of time, you have to rely on it. When the time comes, he will be the most worried about the system assessment. This is the reason why he wants to set up a new company to manage these borrowing businesses. It is impossible for him to personally manage the risk control of such non-system recommended clients without the energy and time. It should be no problem to pay back the money. Most of our upstream and downstream customers overlap. We have no problem, and there will be no problems with them. Jolie said with confidence. Well, that's good. Uncle Joe, then I'll leave if I have something to do, and call if I have something to do. Tang Qing got up and said farewell. It's fine if there is no problem. Of course, he also has a lot of thoughts. The guy questioned himself last time. The liquidated damages setting made it have a pimple in its heart, but Jolie was present as an intermediary, and he didn't say much. It's just that this kind of client's later risk control will have to tell Do Jiao to focus on it, just in case. Okay, you helped Uncle Joe so much. You came here in person. I didn't eat a meal. Uncle really feels sorry. I will fill it up next time. Jolie didn't want to stay. Tang Qing said something on the phone before, apparently not. Time to eat this meal, and I have to go back to live with the child. Although I hate iron for nothing, who is my child? Okay, no problem. I won't miss the chance of Tsingfan when I have a chance in the future. Tang Qing smiled. Haha, that's good. I'm afraid you won't come if you look down on it. Jolie smiled. Hee hee, of course not. Then I will really leave. Tang Qing said. Well, I'll give it to you. Jolie said. Okay, brother son, put the money on us and go. Tang Qing said. Jolie sent the two to the gate. This time, Tang Qing was driving because he was going to take Sun Chao to his company for a visit. He didn't have time to go to the company for class tomorrow. While in the car, Sun Chao didn't say anything as usual. He was not a talkative person, but Tang Qing knew that he must be full of doubts. After all, he was going to collect the bills. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is not the case. A glorious thing, especially for later generations. The media reported a lot of violent collection news, and even legal collections were splashed with dirty water. Haha. Tang Qing was speechless. Brother son, do you know what I was doing just now? Tang Qing said, breaking the silence. Well, take the account. Sun Chao nodded. Of course his tone was still the same, not the slightest abnormality. Hee hee, brother son, you don't think I'm lending usury. Tang Qing smiled. You are not such a person. Sun Chao said without hesitation. Thank you, brother son, for your trust. Yes, this is the loan contract between Boss Zhou and I. Tang Qing smiled. It feels good to be trusted. He handed over the previous contract with Zhou Li from his pocket. Although Sun Chao believed in himself, he had to explain clearly whether it was not. Sun Chao is not a hypocritical person. It's not that he doesn't believe in Tang Qing, but since he has participated in this kind of thing, he has to understand the whole story. If Tang Qing's face is taken into consideration, he's not looking at it. Sun Chao directly. I took the contract and looked at it carefully. Tang Qing saw that Sun Chao took the contract and looked carefully. The corners of his mouth showed a smile. Sun Chao passed his level again. In this situation, most people care about face even if they are itching, and many are duplicity and want to see rejection. This is great for Sun Chao. I just want to see it. Even if I believe in the other person, I will create a more barrier-free relationship between the two parties. This is not a relationship, and there is no need for the mentality of do you dare to question and try. It took about 10 minutes before Sun Chao read through the clauses and clauses of the entire contract. Of course, the most interesting thing was the interest. What surprised him was that the interest stipulated in the contract turned out to be only 1%. This is in private lending. It's okay. It's not an exaggeration to say that you have not made any money. Don't think that the interest rate of 1% is nearly 0.5% higher than that of the bank. You just think it's very profitable. It's not a concept at all. For example, a bottle of Coke, 3 yuan outside, 20 yuan in a 5-star hotel. You think it is a huge profit. Your sister, it is that you have never done business and have not calculated the cost. The cost of funds for banks is very low. With their size and legitimacy, they can absorb a large amount of national deposits. The money is basically your own money. If you lose it, everyone has to drink Northwest Wind. The costs and risks faced by the two are simply worlds apart. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to say that 1% is not making money. And if the money is raised, the borrowing cost is more than 1%, not to mention the management cost and the interest lost during the idle period between short-term borrowing and the 1% of the interest is definitely a loss. Xiao Tang, your interest rate is so low? Can you make money? Does it make money without losing money? Other than that, the overdue penalty is a bit high. Sun Chao closed the contract and said questioningly, Hee, I don't plan to make any money from this. I just want to help those who are short of money and good people. As for the liquidated damages, I just remind the other party not to repay the debt, as long as the payment is made within 10 days of the stipulated period. I am not going to implement the breach of contract. Of course, this is not written in the contract, so that no one will get into it. Moreover, my main business is not this. I can't make money by relying on this. Tang Qing slowly explained. After a pause, Tang Qing said again, as for what the main business is, you will learn about it gradually. Don't worry. I am still young and will not touch those that shouldn't be involved. At present, Tang Qing can't completely leak his bottom, especially the foreign exchange transaction with Lu Qian. He is not going to talk to Sun Chao about this, or he will not talk about it in a short time, and he will not let him. Participating, at most, let him know about these relatively legal channels of making money in the stock market and international financial markets. Well, you are not that kind of person. Sun Chao handed over the contract and said, Thank you for your trust in Brother Sunday, okay. Then I will take you to the company for a round trip. You can report directly there tomorrow. I won't come if I want to go to class. It just so happens that my general manager is also working overtime. Tang Qing laughed Tao. And yes, Sun Chao said. He drove very slowly in order to let Sun Chao look at the contract. Now that he had finished reading it, Tang Qing kicked the accelerator after explaining it clearly, but it took 2 minutes to reach Shengtang Clothing. From a distance, Tang Qing saw Uncle Wu walking back and forth at the door, the same Chun Han before. Well, he actually stood in a military posture at the door. The car slowly stopped at the gate of Shengtang Clothing. Wu Qi and Chun Han both turned their gazes. Of course, they didn't recognize this car. Just as they were about to go up and ask questions, they saw Tang Qing got out of the cab and Sun Chao got out of the car. Uncle Wu, hello. Tang Qing got out of the car and greeted him. He could not get out of the car, but he wanted to introduce Sun Chao to the guard. To put it bluntly, he would give Sun Chao a platform. Office culture and disgusting things. Hello, Mr. Tang, I'll open the door right away. Wu Qi said when Tang Qing saw Tang Qing immediately changed to a smile and immediately opened the electric retractable door with the remote control. Thanks, Uncle Wu. This car will be my special car from now on, and this is my driver and bodyguard, Sun Chao. You will be colleagues in the future. Tang Qing pointed to Sun Chao behind him and said, after finishing talking, head to Chen Han, who also walked forward, said, Brother Chun, this is Chao Sunday. From now on, you and your department will come from the army. Brother Sun was born as a special soldier. You will get to know him well in the future. In order to prevent the company's security guards from having ideas, he directly said Sunday Chao's identity. After all, I'm looking for drivers and bodyguards instead of from the company. This will inevitably give them thoughts. Fortunately, except for the security chief who was born as a special soldier, everyone else in the company is an ordinary soldier. Otherwise, I'll really say it when the time comes. Unclear. Sure enough, Chen Han's face was a bit strange when he heard that Sun Chao was Tang Qing's driver and bodyguard. As Tang Qing expected, he inevitably became dissatisfied. Why didn't you look for a bodyguard instead of looking for an outsider? Although he keenly felt that the opponent was a soldier, as a soldier, he respected the use of force. There was nothing wrong with it. However, his unrest was immediately wiped out by Tang Qing's next words. The special forces were originally mysterious and powerful. With this status, it is not difficult for Tang Qing to choose Sun Chao. Hello, my name is Chen Han. Please give me some pointers if I have time. Chen Han stepped forward and said in a serious tone, the strong, naturally worthy of respect. My name is Sun Chao. I don't dare to give pointers. We all make progress together. Sun Chao said with a smile. Even Tang Qing next to him looked a little surprised at this. He was very curious that Sun Chao still has this modest power, but this is even more so. Well, he doesn't need a martial artist either. After the introduction, Tang Qing said, Haha, let's talk about it later. I will also discuss with you when the time comes. Then Uncle Wu, I will go in first. After talking, Tang Qing and Sun Chao returned to the car and drove into the yard. Although it is fun day at this time, There are still many people working overtime, especially in the design department. Half of them are there, and there are people on duty in other departments. As soon as I entered the building, I saw people walking around one after another, especially the design department on the second floor, where all women's voices were heard, and their noisy voices could be heard on the first floor. I couldn't hear what was being said. It's really harmonious. I hope there is no scolding him as a vampire boss in there, haha. Mr. Tang, good afternoon. Although the company does not have much business, there are still receptions. There are 2 in total, shifting each other. Today is a cute little girl who is looking bored at the mimosa at her desk. In a daze, I heard footsteps raising my head and saw that my boss came and stood up immediately. Hello, Sister Lu. I'm in a daze again. Tang Qing joked. Why? There are no people here today. The little girl stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly. Hee hee, I'm not blaming you. Next time you bring some books to see, learn more, you are studying finance again. Next time the finance department expands internal recruitment, you will still have a chance. Tang Qing said. Tang Qing knows before she just had a college degree and didn't apply for a financial position in the company, so she retired and asked for a reception this time. Really? But my academic qualifications are not enough, Lu Yan said in surprise. Of course she knows how this company is. According to the company's plan, it will definitely become bigger and bigger. Then the academic qualifications will definitely be more stringent. There is nowhere to go. She wants to find a job and earn money as soon as possible, and she will not stay here as a receptionist. Education only represents your past. As long as you work hard, as long as you are willing to make progress, the company will definitely give you this opportunity. Tang Qing said. Thank you, Mr. Tang. I will work hard. Hearing this, Lu Yan's heart was filled with hope. With the words of Tang Qing, as long as she works hard, the company will definitely give her a chance. When she thinks of Lu Yan here, I can't help but feel a little excited. After all, whether it is in terms of remuneration, realization of life value, or even ascending channels, business personnel and non-business personnel are simply very different. Well, work hard. The company won't bury talents. Tang Qing laughed. To be honest, this kind of destiny-determining feeling is really addictive, and he is a little floating. Yes, Mr. Tang walked slowly. Lu Yan bowed slightly. Yep. After Tang Qing turned and walked upstairs, there was a huge wave in the heart of Sun Chao, who was next to him. The young man next to him could decide a person's fate with a few words, and a few words would make a person alone. Great changes have taken place in his spirit. It is simply true. He really didn't know how to describe it. Maybe it's the smell of power. Tang Qing took Sun Chao to Yang Kai's office. The door was closed. Tang Qing knocked on the door a few times. He wouldn't be so rude to push the door directly. Boom, boom, boom. Please come in. Yang Kai's voice came from inside. Tang Qing pushed the door in. After Sun Chao behind closed the door, Tang Qing also knew why Yang Kai closed the door. It was because the girls on the second floor were too noisy. It might be because of the nature of work or overtime. If you don't listen, it's quiet. Women, I can't provoke them, we can hide them. When Yang Kai saw it, Tang Qing stopped his work immediately and got up with a smile. Mr. Tang, you are here, sit down. After finishing talking, I poured a glass of water for Tang Qing and Sun Chao. The company is still small. Of course he can't have a secretary. He can only do this kind of thing. Mr. Yang, this is my future driver and bodyguard. I also bought a car, and it's down there. He will report tomorrow. You will take him to the job at that time. The salary will be based on the salary of the deputy head of the security department. Brother Sun is in a special situation and only handles affairs for me, so he won't be here often, but you should arrange an office for him. Tang Qing sat down and introduced. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. As for the content of Sun Chao's work and how he came from it, he was not interested. By the way, Mr. Yang, what is the reaction of the employees during this period of working so much overtime? Tang Qing asked, although there is a feeling of knowingly asking, but you can't be indifferent and just ask. What else can you react? Of course, it is full of complaints. The development plan formulated by the company is so tight. How can it be accomplished without overtime? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Since joining the company, he hasn't enjoyed weekend vacations and is always there every day. Overtime, of course, he has no complaints about working overtime with a huge annual salary. After all, he works more freely than employees. He is the general manager and rests when he wants to take a break. If he wants to go out and walk around. But the employees below don't have any complaints. So leisurely, I have to do things honestly for me and the company, and I have to pretend to be. Okay, I have become a wicked capitalist too. In this way, those who work overtime will be given an extra bonus, and the canteen will be asked to cook more delicious food, and don't stop eating fruits. So many people. Every one person who worked overtime this weekend sent a gene to eat slowly, and went to the wholesale market to buy more at a time. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, in his previous life, he hated working overtime the most and deducting weekends and holidays. But how to say it? The decides the head, the position decides the attitude. As a boss, he inevitably wants the employees to work harder and do more. This is not for people. His will is transferred, and he doesn't have the Virgin Mary's heart of the common people. His own money is not brought by the wind, but it is also made by holding his head, so if it can't be avoided, then use something else to make up for it. Then I will thank Mr. Tang for my colleagues. Yang Kai nodded and said, now the company's finances are not well off, so the salary and overtime pay are just average, and the food is better at most. He didn't dare to make his own claims and engage in welfare. He didn't even mention it, in order to save a little money. Now that Tang Qing has spoken, he is happy to move forward. By the way, are there any difficulties in finance? I read the financial weekly report the night before and said that the company's funds are only more than 900,000 yuan. How long can it last? Tang Qing asked again. There is no problem in terms of funds. It can still be used for the new year. Previously, it was mainly because the factory still had a batch of accounts payable. The factory could not open the company to advance the company's turnover. The payment will be returned to the company at the beginning of next month. Plus the profit of e-commerce. The company's financial situation insists that there is no problem until all salaries and bonuses are paid out during the new year. Yang Kai slowly explained. Well, that's good. The 30 million capital will be credited immediately after the year's work. Tang Qing nodded and waited until Lu Gan's 30 million capital arrived on Friday. Then he could enter the stock market. Of course, the dealer is already in the stage of slowly accumulating money, so he plans to invest his own funds in stocks before Lu Gan's funds arrive next week, so as to avoid the targets being too big to attract attention. At that time, just leave $1 million in your personal account for emergency. Every time I hear the news of Mr. Tang, I feel excited and motivated in an instant. Yang Kai laughed. This is the truth. The one who manages the enterprise does not want to encounter the fundraiser to spend money to expand. This persistence and gains the thrill of is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Even for many professional managers, it has become a kind of obsession. Haha, that's good. Then you are busy. I'll go see President Qi and the others. Tang Qing got up and said, okay, you did it with the shopkeeper. Mr. Qi complained many times with me, haha. Yang Kai smiled. From his point of view, of course he hopes that the chairman will be the shopkeeper, and he can show his talents to his heart's content. But as the general manager and below, I don't think so. This is determined by position and has nothing to do with people. Well, then I'll take it to the door to calm her down. Tang Qing said bitterly. On the way to the shopkeeper, he is still going to stick to it. He is not interested in managing the company and is caught in a messy daily routine. Seeing that the real bosses of later generations are busy all day long, he is flabbergasted. This is not what he wants. In his plan, his future company will be under the supervision of a huge asset management company. This company has only one business, which is to review the company's systems, development plans, financial status, and resource allocation of all his companies. Although there is no direct affiliation, all major plans and development strategies of all subsidiaries of the company must be handed over to the company's professionals who are familiar with the industry to review the feasibility, so as to avoid those professional managers blindly chaos. Tang Qing didn't have the interest and energy to manage those companies. He didn't want to go to meetings. As long as someone would do it, he would pay and others would contribute. It was as simple as that. Out of Yang Kai's office, the voice on the second floor still didn't stop. Tang Qing came to Qi Yan's office and knocked on the door a few times without responding. Obviously, she was not in the office. She should be on the second floor if she wanted to. But listening to the sound like a vegetable market on the second floor, This kind of made Tang Qing afraid to go down. He was afraid of being complained by the eyes of the women below. The overtime on the big weekend was not directly requested by him, but who asking him to formulate such a tense expansion plan is not to be counted on his boss in the end. Take a few deep breaths. Forget it. Die and die. Tang Qing hesitated for a while before he was ready to be glared at by a group of people. If you are afraid of this, how will you experience some big scenes in the future? Tang Qing took Sun Chao to the second floor. The entire first floor of the second floor is the design department, and the staff has been expanding. Now there are almost 100 callers. Most of them are women. I just don't know that they are working overtime today. How many? In the stairwell, Tang Qing could smell the faint smell of perfume in the air. There were all kinds of perfumes. He didn't know any of them anyway, but it smelled good. In order to avoid being seen and affecting the image, he suppressed the urge to take a deep breath. But there is no way. Perfume is originally sprayed on women to increase the seduction of men. Well, this excuse is terrible. Since the entire building is a frame structure, the previous boss only used wooden boards to separate some offices. Later, Qian thought the space was too small and demolished it. The master specially asked the master to reroute the cables on the second floor. With a wall of barriers, it looks much brighter and brighter. Going downstairs and turning right and entering the door is an oversized office space that you can see at a glance. Fashionably dressed, beautiful designers gather in groups to discuss things that Tang Qing can't understand, and he is not bored to make up for those things. Nouns, just leave these to professionals. Seeing Tang Qing and Sun Chao, two big men, came in and immediately attracted the attention of the girls. It's not that they have never seen a man. There are men in the design department. It's just that the appearance of these two people strolling leisurely is too strange. Today, the administration department during the holidays. Basically, one person is left on duty, but the design department has no holidays and is too busy. Had it not been for the salary and overtime bonuses and the great blueprint of the company, it would have been long since. There's no way. What else can I do? Will I quit my job after overtime? The beauties are also helpless. It is not easy to find a job these days, and it is even more difficult to find a suitable and favorite job. The design department is seriously declining, and the male colleagues in the department are too sissy. Therefore, molesting the male compatriots in other departments is one of their pleasures. Seeing a handsome young boy come in, some bold people can't bear it. Living. Wow, so handsome, little brother. Little brother, who are you looking for? That's right. Who is my sister looking for to help you find it? What's your name, little brother? And sister's name is Li Mei, but remember. Wow, this guy is so man. Very suitable to be a model, that muscle and eyes. Your sister? Am I going to the wrong place? This is not a place for entertainment, hey? Girls of this era are so bold and dare to openly molested the Liang family boys? Tang Qing touched his nose and didn't reply. He was frightened by so many questions, and Sun Chao was blushed. It was the first time he was criticized by so many women. Since everyone who knew Tang Qing had their own office, no one recognized Tang Qing's identity. But it was obviously not a mess, and no one came forward to chase them. Tang Qing looked around and didn't see Wang Yan. The two deputy managers of the design department were not here either. Well, it seems that he is going the other way. They should be on the other side of the stairs. Although it was a bit impolite, Tang Qing really couldn't respond one by one. He could only say, "Ahem, sisters, you guys are on the other side, aren't you?" "Yes." She went to the deputy manager's office. "Little brother, what do you want to do with her?" "Who are you?" "I don't remember that she has a younger brother. He came to see our chief executive at this time. Could it be a blind date?" "Yeah? Well, the one behind you looks pretty good. It's just a little bit dirty if..." The one named Li Mei just said first, and then just can't stop. Tang Qing almost broke into a cold sweat on his head. "I'm wrong. I shouldn't ask for directions. I shouldn't be here. And how did your logic about blind dates come about? This thinking is too jumping, right?" Li Mei didn't give Tang Qing a chance to speak at all. In the end, her professional habits broke out, and she began to talk about Sun Chao's dressing and matching. Sun Chao directly heard the cold sweat and said in his heart that women are too scary. Although Tang Qing and Sun Chao couldn't stand it, other beauty designers were interested in supplementing and discussing them, and they even started arguing later. Tang Qing on the side was full of black lines, and the spit in his heart couldn't stop. "Hello, your topic is a bit serious, right? I just asked for directions. Do you want me to be sentenced? I'm wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have gone this way from the beginning. If I didn't go to the right, I wouldn't be sad. Tang Qing shook his head and shook off the strange conditioned reflex. It was all because of the fact that he had seen too much martial arts biography. Just when Tang Qing left, a voice sounded behind him. What are you guys doing in a circle and chatting? Didn't you do the work? And these two of you? Huh. Smelly brother, you are finally willing to come. Hearing Qi Yan's voice at this moment, Tang Qing was almost moved to cry. If a man dared to chat around him like this, he would have slapped the table and cursed. But in the face of this group of gossiping female employees, he was really helpless. Regardless of past life or present life, as long as he is not offended or excessive, he will not be aggressive towards women. In his opinion, such a lovely person, what are they doing? Tang Qing couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Lin Jiaxue and Wang Yin weren't such people. Otherwise, you can imagine that his life must be gloomy. As for the big cousin Qin Shiqi, that is already a great pleasure in life. The key is that he still can't resist. Thinking of this, Tang Qing feels that he has a directional masochistic tendency. Alas, there is no cure for this disease. Sister Yin, you are finally here, help. Tang Qing said bitterly. He wanted to rush over to give Qi Yin a hug. But this is just thinking about it. Except for Lin Jiaxue and Wang Yin, the two people who have embraced both in the past and this life, as well as other women besides his own relatives, he unconsciously has a kind of unconsciousness or guilt. Instinctively, I don't want to have too much physical contact with them. Well, we are such a specialized man, Tang Qing thought proudly again. Hee, what are you doing? Qi Yin smiled, but in an instant she figured out the whole story on her own. Tang Qing must have come to find herself, and then surrounded by these hungry designers. Don't say it. She found that Tang Qing is really getting handsome. This is not a handsome who is developing in the direction of the cream niche, but a handsome who is thinking of a mature and stable direction, and Tang Qing's skin is good. He is a woman. She is a little bit jealous. She wants to go up and squeeze, but now in the crowd, she is not so bold. Well, wait a while for a good squeeze. Of course, this is just envious. As women or beautiful women, all of them are skincare experts. Of course, they know that this is not the effect of using cosmetics. If there is such a smashing cosmetics, it would have caused a sensation in the world. How could she be? I don't know. Women's pursuit of beauty will make this company's market value absolutely even Microsoft scum. Seeing that their boss came, the beauty designers stopped arguing. For Qi Yin, the design manager and deputy general manager of the company, they were still very convinced, beautiful people, rich at home, studying abroad, and working at Versace. None of you here has such a glorious resume. At first, some people suspected that Qi Yin was only lucky to study abroad to have the opportunity to enter Versace, but after this time of work and study, they were really convinced. Qi Yin, with her strength, vision, and diligence, she won the respect of the entire department. But with respect, admiration, and admiration, the beautiful designers who weren't doing rigid jobs immediately regained their nature. President Qi, is this your brother? He's so handsome. That's right, it looks good. So let's come to model for us often in the future. Yes, that is, the person next to your brother is also in good shape. Is that your brother brought you a blind date? Well, it's pretty good looking, it's just a bit rigid. The girls talked about it again. This time it was Qi Yan's turn to be speechless. She liked to discuss others, but she didn't like being the object of discussion. Also, was the blind date? Stop, brother Xiaotang, is this one? Qi Yan said puzzledly. Although she knew that this was the gossip of the group of subordinates, she had to clarify that it was not, or she would leave without explaining clearly. What would they gossip about next? When she remembered that if she was the object of gossip and became the focus of the whole company's heated discussion, she shuddered unconsciously. It was terrible. Misunderstanding, this is my driver. His name is Sun Chao. He was just about to find you, but he went in the wrong direction. Tang Qing explained quickly. At this time, Sun Chao was already blushing because of embarrassment. He lowered his head slightly and did not dare to look at Qi Yan. After all, as a normal person, he would inevitably fill the conversation with the girls just now. He is not a monk. Although he was born as a special soldier, he is also an ordinary person emotionally. He has been single for so long. The beautiful Qi Yin said it was nonsense to say that she had no idea. Just thinking about the difference between the two identities and Qi Yan's beauty, Sun Chao couldn't help feeling a little inferior. So Sun Chao's face became even more red. When Qi Yin heard this, she looked at Sun Chao, who was blushing and dared not look at her. Of course, she couldn't be smart enough to laugh at this time. That would really be a blow to people's self-esteem, so she said, "Have you heard? Girls, don't talk nonsense anymore. I'm angry anymore." At this time, the caring people have noticed the driver in Tang Qing dialect. The word driver contains a lot of content. If there is a driver, there must be a car. A little kid has a car and a driver. The amount of information in it is even greater, but it is still before they could think of Tang Qing's identity. Two people walked over behind Qi Yin. "Good for Mr. Tang." "Hello, Mr. Tang, you are here." Two nice greetings came to mind behind Qi Yin. Naturally, the two deputy managers of the design department had arrived. The two of them met Tang Qing in the last meeting, and they naturally knew this young overboss. When they saw Tang Qing, who had become handsome again, their eyes brightened. They were young, heavy, handsome. If they weren't too young, they couldn't help but start. It's a pity. "Ah, hello, I worked hard overtime on weekends." Tang Qing raised his hand and said hello. Okay, he really doesn't remember the names of these two people. "Is there any reward? We don't have time to watch the movie with our boyfriend." One of the courageous deputy managers said softly. They also knew that Tang Qing had no heirs. It would be impossible if there were no complaints in the big weekend. So he couldn't help but amuse Tang Qing. What? Hold on. I will send a big red envelope at the end of the year, and I have asked Mr. Yang to give you a good meal, and there are some other benefits that you will see soon." Tang Qing said embarrassedly. This may be something rooted in the genes of men. It is really hard to get angry with women when they are acting like a baby. Of course, the premise is to look pleasing to the eye. Hooray, there are delicious foods. Just no eating. So he is the boss, so young. Don't you just know that the boss is young? Have you never seen a real person? It's a pity. If he is older, I will chase him. As you say, I'm chasing it too. He is mine. True love has no age limit. Okay, you are busy, Brother Xiaotang. Let's go to my office. Qi Yin said embarrassedly. She was really embarrassed when Tang Qing encountered this incident in her department today. And good. Tang Qing said hurriedly. He also wanted to leave this land of right and wrong as soon as possible. Tang Qing followed Qi Yin to her office, but after a few people left, the voice on the second floor became louder, and there was a growing trend. As soon as she entered the door, Qi Yin was not so polite to pour water on Tang Qing. She knew that Tang Qing must have drunk water at Yang Kai's place, and just sat down in her seat. "Brother Tang, why don't you call me? I'll go later. Maybe they will do something, haha." Qi Yin turned her hand and smiled. "Didn't you know that you are on the second floor? A few steps. I didn't expect to go wrong." Tang Qing said with a wry smile. Thinking of what happened just now, he still feels a little lingering. "What you bought is the Audi below. Why do you want to buy this kind of car? How good is it to buy a Mercedes-Benz BMW?" Qi Yin got up and looked around the window and said, "I don't like it. Audi keeps a low profile. We are not a layman." Tang Qing pretended to force it. Yes, our little brother Tang is not a layman. Or you can give me a vulgar car." Qi Yin immediately changed her face and said flatteringly. Although she didn't know the young Tang, why did Qing want to keep a low profile? But she didn't bother to think. It's her trivial matter. It's true to seek some welfare for herself. Let's talk about it in a while. Now the money I have is useful." Tang Qing did not refuse, before thinking that there is no need to allocate special cars to several high-level managers. But now is different, and we will never lack in the future. Money, a few cars are worth a few dollars. I bought it. Haha. Thank you, Brother Tang. I saw a Porsche before. Qi Yin then introduced enthusiastically. Stop, Porsche? Sister Yin, you're not mistaken. How vulgar you are. It's so vulgar. Tang Qing pretended to be screamed and stopped. Although he knew that Qi Yin was joking, but we have to cooperate too. Haha. I was joking with you. Just buy some Mercedes-Benz BMW or something. Qi Yin laughed. Tang Qing is speechless, so it's fine. Okay, who told us to be a local tyrant in the future? That's it. Let's talk about it in the next year. My car is usually in the company. If I want to use it, I just talk to Sun Chao. By the way, how is my uncle's condition? Tang Qing thought for a while and said, "It's okay. I can be discharged from the hospital this month. By that time, my dad is ready to take a good rest at home, grow flowers, play chess, and go for a walk." Qi Yin said, bringing a strange color in Qi Yan's eyes. Qi Yin knows that her father still wants to work in her previous factory, even if he is willing to produce on the first line. After all, he has had feelings for so many years, but in order to prevent Tang Qing from having ideas, she is not prepared to say. Her father was not stupid and didn't mention it, but as a daughter, she didn't know how. Well, that's good. Uncle should take a rest during his busy life. If he can't be free, he should go to the factory to give some advice and meet old friends. After all, this factory has devoted his uncle's efforts. Tang Qing nodded. Well, all right. Qi Yin agreed. Tang Qing left without sitting here for long, and Qi Yin was too busy, so don't mess with others. Tang Qing drove back to his uncle's house. Of course, he left the car for Sun Chao, so he could use the car to call him if he had something to do. As for Sun Chao's private use of the bus, in Tang Qing's opinion, since they are all his own, what are they doing? This trust is still there. Sun Chao drove back to the People's Hospital in a trance. The experience of just one afternoon today made him feel like he was dreaming. All kinds of unexpected events were played back repeatedly in his mind. Buying a car was despised, Su Xiangdong, the scumbag, and the witty Do Jiao. He still had a job, Tang Qing's loan business, and Tang Qing's company. There was that group of terrifying women, beautiful Qi Yan. The amount of information he received on this day made his tough nerves a little confused. The people and things in it were something he had never experienced before. It was just this afternoon. I have seen it all once, and the impact on him can be imagined. When he arrived at the hospital parking lot, Sun Chao didn't get out of the car directly, but sat in the car and fell into thinking. This will be a whole new life waiting for him, making him wonder how to face it for a while. For 10 minutes, after 10 minutes of sitting in the car, he still hadn't sorted out, and he felt agitated. At this time, Sun Chao suddenly remembered the words of his most admired instructor in the army. A man must stand upright, no matter whether he is right or wrong. As long as he does not betray the country and the people, then do what you think is right. Snapped. Sun Chao slapped the steering wheel. Do it. Hesitate so much what to do. People are dead and birds are in the sky, afraid of a ghost. Although there are too many doubts in my heart, but since I am determined to follow Tang Qing, there is nothing to think about, even if it breaks the law. Since I owe Tang Qing and others can think of myself, what else is there to say? As long as it is not against the country and the people, he will do it without hesitation. Sun Chao, who was relieved, returned to his mother's ward with some fruits in his hand. These were the most expensive ones Tang Qing bought on the road before. Chower, what are you buying fruit for? It's a waste of money. The grandmother saw her son come in, and her face suddenly smiled. But when she saw the large bags of fruit in Sun Chao's hand, she felt a little bit lamented. She knew that her son was carrying a huge debt. Yes, seeing her son buying something for herself, she would think of it unconsciously. Although she was touched, in her opinion, if she could save something, she would save a little. Let her son pay off the money as soon as possible, or she would owe so much money to her daughter-in-law. It's hard to get. In her opinion, it is because of her own old mother who is dragged down by her son, and no one wants to marry her son. Mother, I didn't buy this, but the one who paid you. Sun Chao laughed. Tang Qing bought a lot of fruit on the roadside before, and he thought Tang Qing bought it for his uncle's house. Yes, but when he left, he knew that he bought it for his mother. Because of the too much he bought, it was only less than 1/3 of the items that he brought up. There was still a lot in the trunk. Tang Qing is also rich now, and he doesn't have a count of what he buys. Anyway, he just installs what he thinks is good. If it's not for fear of putting it out, he wants to fill the trunk. After all, even if it is full, it can be up to thousands. Now for Tang Qing, spending this little money is really no different from spending 100 yuan. Well, Chower, this time I really owe a lot of love to others. It's all bad for your mother. If you owe so much money to others, your mother is dragging you down. The grandmother couldn't help crying as she said, "No, you gave birth to me and raised me. This is a great kindness. No matter how much money I owe for you, I am willing." Sun Chao hurriedly took out the paper and wiped his mother's tears. Now his mother has just finished the operation and still can't get out of bed, sit up and fly hard. Seeing his mother cry, He couldn't help but jealous. Super Air, sit down. What did the boss tell you to do just now? Grandmother also stopped her emotions and said, he introduced me to a job and acted as a driver for him. He will go through the entry procedures tomorrow. I even drove the car back and parked outside the hospital. Sun Chao did not dare to say his identity as a bodyguard. He was afraid his mother would worry about his safety. When the time comes, my mother will definitely feel more guilty if she thinks about doing such a dangerous thing as a bodyguard. This mood is not conducive to physical recovery. When the grandson heard that her son had a job, she said happily, that's it. That's good. You must work hard. Don't half-hearted. You know, we don't force wages. After all, you owe so much money to others. Just be able to feed yourself. Yes, I see. I will rent a house near the company to take care of you. Sun Chao agreed. Where do I need your care? When I get better, I won't be unable to walk anymore. When the time comes, I will find an easy way to earn some money. I have also asked the doctor. The doctor said that there will be no problems except for heavy work in the future. The grandmother said she didn't want her son to bear the debt alone. She also wanted to pay off the money early and give her son Zhang Luo a daughter-in-law. No, you have been tired all your life, so you should take a good rest. I will make money. Although he didn't say how much his salary is, he will never treat me badly because of his character. Sun Chao said. Although he didn't know what Tang Qing said before how much is the treatment of the deputy head of the security department, but it shouldn't be low. When that happens, it's good to leave only a little for himself and his mother. Well, you must repay them well. Our grandson family has never seen a white-eyed wolf. Grandmother nodded and said, I see, mother, come. I'll peel an apple for you, the doctor said. The next day, Tang Qing received a call from Do Jiao on the way to school, and it was done. With Tang Qing's previous guidance, after a whole night of consideration, Do Jiao had completely made Su Xiangdong a mental patient. So the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became, and the more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. Finally, he decided to resign the next day and stay away from this. Mental illness. She didn't want to stay at this car dealer for a moment, for fear that Su Xiangdong had a sudden onset of psychosis. Although it's a bit sloppy and ill-considered to take refuge in Tang Qing, who is only one-sided, but I don't know why, her instinct tells her that Tang Qing is not a bad person, and she can only attribute this inexplicable trust to her being an only child. There is a younger brother's mentality. She knew it was not love. After all, she was no longer a child, and she could still tell it. Besides, I am not a vegetarian, and there are not many who dare to lie to myself in Qingyan City. After hanging up the phone, Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh. Thinking that Su Xiangdong was being mentally ill, he felt a lot of fun, and finally took a sigh of relief. Su Xiangdong's chic strike at the beginning made him dissatisfied, and now Do Jiao is preconceived. Even Su Xiangdong is not mentally ill. Regarding Do Jiao, Tang Qing didn't specifically ask her to do her own loan management, or that loan management is only a very small part of the content. The company Do Jiao established is just the embryonic form of the future asset management company. Its main role is not to supervise other companies, but to provide information consultation and handle some chores. For example, if he wants to involve an unfamiliar industry, then the whole who will do the mess of industry investigations, preliminary preparations, and personnel recruitment. Of course it can't be him. He doesn't have the time. For another example, if he wants to raise funds or want to investigate detailed economic data of a certain country, who will do it? This company will also do it. To put it bluntly, the main business of this company is to serve him, and loan management is just a miscellaneous business at present. And now there is no need for the scale of this company. The business of this company in the early stage was mainly commercial information survey. Although the country has not opened up the industry too much at this time, everyone is doing it, and the boundaries are really blurred. In addition, it is not open for business, so he is not afraid. At noon, Do Jiao came to the byway restaurant as scheduled. Tang Qing also waited in the box early. This time, in order to familiarize Do Jiao with the business, he took leave for the last class. Yes, this is our goal at noon today, and it is also one of your future work content. Tang Qing handed over the prepared blank contract. Although it was blank, it was only missing a little customer information and so on. The terms are all printed. As soon as Do Jiao read the title of the loan contract on the first page, she looked at Tang Qing angrily and said, You are actually lending? It's not a loan shark. I won't do this job. Take a closer look at the content, my sister Jiao Jiao. What kind of profit is high? Tang Qing smiled bitterly. Do Jiao didn't say anything when she heard it, and turned her head over the specific content of the contract. The interest rate of 1% per month is very low. At this point, you still make money for ass. That is, the liquidated damages are higher. You don't just want to make money from the other party's breach of contract, do you? Get used to the contract. Do Jiao watched the contract in 3 minutes, closed the contract, and asked Tang Qing suspiciously that she looked deeper than Sun Chao and saw some hidden conditions in the contract. That's the way. Tang Qing was speechless. I'm a good person, okay, and immediately explained what Sun Chao said. Well, if I know that you are lending usury, I will resign immediately, Do Jiao said in a thoughtful manner. As long as she didn't lend usury and had the money to take it, she also thought it was a good job. Yes, I want to lend usury. You can call the police. Tang Qing promised, patting his chest. Cut. You treat me as ignorant of the law, loan sharking, and not breaking the law. What's the use of calling the police? Do Jiao glanced at Tang Qing contemptuously. Does that look like you think I'm law blind? That's true. Tang Qing rubbed his nose and smirked. This is true. Our country does not have the crime of usury. Loan usury is not against the law. It can only be said that surrounding behaviors may be illegal, such as violent collection, illegal detention, secondary lending of state loans, and illegal fundraising. Illegal. But as long as the money is your own, not borrowed from a bank or illegally raised funds, then it is not illegal to set the interest rate as high as you want, and it is an economic dispute that even the police will not manage, just like later generations. As long as there is no personal injury or mental devastation, the police will record a written confession at most, and then let you go, negotiate by yourself, or go to the court to solve it. Even if you go to the court, you will be able to get back at least the principal and 2% a year. 14. Interest. The state stipulates that the annual interest rate is higher than 36% is a usury, and the interest lower than or equal to 24% is the interest supported by the state law, and the interest between 24 and 36 is a natural debt. The meaning of interest in this range is that if you have already paid this part of the interest, the court will not support you to come back, but if you have not paid, the court will not help others ask you what you want. Generally speaking, usury is not illegal in our country. Even if you report it to the Supreme Court, you have to repay at least the principal and at least 24% of the interest. Is impossible. Then Do Jiao didn't say anything during the whole loan process when the system recommended customers. Tang Qing always said that he gave Do Jiao a complete demonstration, and it was the last time. After all, it's not difficult. There is no need to bargain, and the contract is also ready-made. If it weren't for a risk assessment report to be written, it could be completed in minutes. In the future, he is going to hand over these tasks to Do Jiao. In the future, whether it is for customers who are recommended by the system or for customers who have leftover loans, Do Jiao or her team will negotiate at the office and conduct information investigations. He is only responsible for remote, just transfer the money. Later, Do Jiao will give him the contract and investigation report, and he will write the risk assessment report. No way, the system said. It's not that Tang Qing's handwritten report did not allow him. Tang Qing did not complain about it. He is not too lazy yet, and even if the system does not require it, he will never allow himself to be lazy. That is basically a waste. This time the other party directly borrowed 1 million yuan for a period of 2 months. This was required by the task, and he could not change it, because the system would not give money if he signed a 1-month contract. However, Tang Qing thought about it carefully. How can there be people who always give him a loan for 1 month to upgrade the grade? This is the banking system. For example, those national-level loans are at least 5 years and 10 years, and the length is 2 years. For 30 years, the company and individual loans are calculated at least according to the year. The system must do this to take care of your initial development. Otherwise, you can only borrow for more than 1 year when you come up. You can't drag him to death. Then it will really be. The waiting flowers are all gone. Although 1 million has been loaned out, there is still 1 million left for this month, which is another big problem for him. After thinking for a while, Tang Qing couldn't think of a way. Tang Qing didn't bother to think about it anymore. It depends on the situation. There is no penalty for not getting the loan. It is impossible for him to borrow randomly just to complete the task. He is not a speculator. Must bet on the other side to keep their promises. As a person who is preparing to become a banker, the first thing to learn is to ensure the safety of funds. Just like basically all countries have regulations, banks cannot directly participate in company equity investment and high-risk games. Just think about it. If all the banks go to the sea to invest in stocks, invest in companies, or in foreign exchange to play futures, how can there be investment institutions? Who has more bank money? A wave of trends can be smashed with money. After the meal, the customer hurriedly checked out with his staff and left. Do you understand the process? Remember that every customer's information investigation must be done well, especially the use and repayment ability. Be sure to investigate in detail. We originally have low interest rates. If you are not careful, we will lose all our pants. Nothing to wear. Tang Qing exhorted. He also believed that Do Jiao would not have the slightest difficulty in doing this. But what should be said is still to be said. You don't have pants to wear. People are girls, and you are the ones who lose, not us. Do Jiao said grumpily. Do Jiao witnessed the entire loan process and found that it was the same as normal. There is no big difference between a bank or a variety of financing and borrowing institutions. In her opinion, this kind of thing is not the slightest challenge. Such simple things must be admonished, which is simply questioning her wisdom. Sister Jiao Jiao, your focus is wrong. Okay. Anyway, just be careful and careful. The future borrowing and repayment will be in the company, but you don't need to pay, and the money will not be transferred to the company's accounts. This is an extra, do you understand? Tang Qing said with a wry smile. Tang Qing is not stupid. If this account goes to the company, it will be a lot more troublesome. The legality of the business content alone is a time bomb, and the state stipulates that individuals and companies or individuals can borrow money from each other. But companies and the company cannot borrow money directly, and it must have a third-party institution with a financial license as an intermediary to borrow money. And this intermediary agency will charge a varying amount of processing fees, which seems to be only a few thousands at most. He does not remember it too clearly. Don't look down on it. But a small team of 3 to 5 people can make a year's profit. It's tens of millions. Although my clients are all personal borrowings at the moment, what about borrowing from the company when they become bigger? It is better not to leave any hidden dangers in your own company. Okay, then you can tell me about the company's main business in the future. Do Jiao asked seriously, looking at Tang Qing expectantly. Although she is not a talented student or a workaholic, she usually likes it. Steal a little lazy and play a little bit smart. But once you start to do things, you will never be sloppy. This is also what Tang Qing values most about her. She has no ability to develop slowly, but she has a correct attitude to work, and she has to be smart. Coupled with the particularity of the company's business content, the top students who can only do things stupidly are still honest. When the employees are better, Do Jiao, at least in the initial stage, will definitely be able to support it. Sometimes women are more trustworthy than men. Therefore, under comprehensive consideration, he will choose Do Jiao, a person who has only met once. Is it sloppy? Haha, just do it if you want. The boat is not big. Even if it is overturned, just build another one. Information consultation. Tang Qing said lightly. Do Jiao, who had seen the world, immediately understood the real purpose of this company and said puzzledly, "You want to be a commercial research company? This license is not easy to get. It's smart. That's what it means. But this company only serves me and doesn't need external business, so it's much easier to operate. We can buy dog meat with sheep's head. Haha, it's okay." Tang Qing laughed. How? Talking to smart people is cool. If it doesn't open to the outside world, then it's nothing. Okay, I believe you once. Do Jiao nodded and said. Seeing that Do Jiao is not disgusted with this kind of business content, Tang Qing also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Well, I will leave the company registration to you. I will find the address and personnel this week, as well as the company's formation plan for me. Come out. Your initial funding is only 500,000 yuan, but you need to save some money, but you don't need to save too much. It's not enough to tell me. Wow, a lot of money. When Do Jiao heard that the funds were 500,000 yuan, her eyes were full of small money. She was already planning how to spend the money. This was the first time she had such a large amount of funds. Right to decide, a big office is a must. Seeing Do Jiao's fascination with money, Tang Qing couldn't help but joked, "Sister Jiao Jiao, you don't want to embezzle public funds. Cut. It's like this girl has never seen money. It's only a few $100,000. Although this girl can't get it out, she doesn't like it. It must be spent on the blade for you." Do Jiao looked at Tang Qing dissatisfied and said, "Although I want to mess around, but it is impossible for her to do so. She still has this professional ethics." Yes, why would my sister Jiao Jiao be interested in this money? By the way, this is a phone number from a section chief of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. You can do it quickly, take the information and report it. He knows how to do my name. The company's name is Tianyan Consulting. If you are a legal person, you can tell me if this name is registered. Tang Qing handed over a business card and said, "This is the last time Qi Yin went. The section chief gave it to him when he got the license. The other party gave him several copies, and Qi Yin gave him one. I didn't expect it would come in handy so quickly." Do Jiao took the business card without looking at it. She put it in her pocket and said confidently, "Okay, no problem. I will handle it all for you tomorrow. I've given you the anti-orthogonal task. I will tell you carefully when the preliminary task comes. First, solve the company and the venue, and call me when everything is done." Tang Qing nodded and said, "Although I don't know where Do Jiao's self-confidence came from this day, or what he has to rely on, he doesn't bother to ask. He can do things well. The behavior of inquiring about other people's background is too low." "I understand, Mr. Tang." Do Jiao also quickly entered the role. To say that she has no ambitions and nothing wrong, Xiaofu is safe and enough. This is her mentality, but once a certain job is done, she will devote herself wholeheartedly to it. She can be lazy, but she will never allow things to be messed up due to her incompetence, and she will never be allowed to be told that she was paid in vain. "Well, then I'll go to class first. You should go and take care of the rest of the car dealership." Tang Qing got up and said, although Do Jiao offered to resign in the morning, how could one leave so quickly? "Okay." School in the afternoon. Tang Qing hummed a song as usual and returned to his uncle's house. This is really humming the song, because although he doesn't remember a few lyrics, the non-text memory of the melody is very clear. If it weren't for the money, he might sell the song. There are no regrets in this life. Although he has made some small achievements and has matured his temperament a lot, his mentality is more relaxed than in the previous life. Every time he thinks that everything is so beautiful, he wants to hum a few words. As soon as Tang Qing entered the house, the situation inside made him somewhat unprepared to react. Because at this time, Lu Gan, Zhang Dongqing, and Zheng Xiu were sitting in the room and chatting with their uncle. As soon as Tang Qing entered the door, several people stared at him. I wonder if they knew that Tang Qing didn't smoke. The smoke is like a fairyland. Tang, what are you doing stupidly standing there? Come in, some friends of your uncle are here today. Come and meet. Qing Yu just saw the stupid Tang Qing standing at the door and said hurriedly. Very strange. How could Tang Qing be afraid of life? But he didn't think too much. Tang Qing yelled his uncle again with a bitter face and pretended not to know him. Seeing Tang Qing's embarrassed expression, several people couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Qin Yugong saw Tang Qing you're so cautious and followed haha. Laugh out loud. Tang, hurry up and do your homework. Let me talk to your uncles. Qin Yugong said again. Uncle, there is no homework today. Why don't I cook some dishes for some uncles? Tang Qing put down his school bag and said. He had promised to come and cook for them before, although it was a surprise attack this time. We can't break our promise, it's not. As for homework, of course it is impossible not to have it, but for him as a school tyrant, the homework assigned by the teacher now is not much more difficult than the double-digit multiplication, and his problem-solving speed is not much faster than his copy. Tang Qing wants to take the initiative to cook? Did he hear me right? Qin Yu looked at Tang Qing with a faint doubt in his eyes. The previous few times when his friends and colleagues came, Tang Qing had never been so proactive. This style and logic made him unresponsive for a while. But since Tang Qing said it in public, he couldn't refuse, so he said, That's okay. Your aunt and sisters haven't come back yet, so go shopping first. Do you have any money? When he said this, Qin Yugong took out his wallet. He knew that Tang Qing must have money, but that was Tang Qing's money. If he entertained friends by himself, Tang Qing's contribution would be great, so he can't even post money. Right. No. Uncle, I have money here then I'll go shopping for groceries first. Tang Qing finished talking and was about to go out. At first he didn't realize what uncle really meant, but when he did, he had already said it. But since I said it out, Yuan came back too stiff, and I didn't care about it. This is not a big deal. Qin Yugong is not emoji, so Tang Qing will just give him money when he comes back, and said, by the way, your uncles, and they just brought a lot of hairy crabs and lobsters. Don't buy these too. Lugon is a big boss with assets in the unit of 100 million. How could he come to the door empty-handed? And it is impossible to bring simple things. He buys these things just like Tang Qing's previous fruit sales. There is no concept at all. It's the one who chooses a lot, and the one who chooses the big one to buy. These two are enough for their family to eat a few meals. Had it not been for Zhang Dongqing and Zheng Xiu to persuade him, he would never have accepted such an expensive gift. Finally, he decided to cook and eat at night, leaving him uneasy. Understood, Uncle. I'll go first, and you guys talk. After Tang Qing didn't even say hello to the three of them, he put down his school bag and escaped. There was no way he could pretend to be a first acquaintance with a few familiar people. Tang Qing was really embarrassed by the look. When he came downstairs, he noticed that there were two familiar cars underneath. He didn't pay attention when he went home before. He didn't notice the car and unconsciously judged the type of obsessive-compulsive disorder. One is Zhang Dongqing's Santana, and the other is Lu Gan's Mercedes-Benz sedan. He doesn't know the model. Anyway, it's not his favorite. With sharp eyes, he also saw a monkey in the driving seat of Lu Gan's car. When you see an acquaintance, you can't treat it as if you haven't seen it. Besides, the monkey nodded and smiled with him. This character is just right to be a bodyguard. Tang Qing secretly said in his heart that he just doesn't know who Sun Chao and the monkey are good, and when there is a chance they can make gestures, but Tang Qing subconsciously thinks that monkeys are a little better. After all, Lu Gan is impossible. For recruiting ordinary soldiers, the monkey's faint murderous aura is by no means much weaker than Han Bing. The monkey has always been a bodyguard, and Sun Chao has been doing housework and handyman after retiring from the army. The strength preservation and training of the two are definitely not comparable. But although Sun Chao is estimated to be unable to beat the monkey now, it is not necessarily when he recovers. Tang Qing stepped forward and smiled and greeted him. Brother Monkey, hello. Why didn't you say hello to me just now? I went up and saw that they were embarrassed to death, and there was no preparation at all. Our car has been parked here, because your alertness is a little weak. The monkey also got out of the car and said lightly. Tang Qing didn't entangle on this issue anymore. Think about it. He didn't pay attention to two such obvious cars parked at the door. Who can blame? Of course, I blamed myself for being careless. This also reminded him that although the country is very safe, it will inevitably encounter some dangers. If this ability to alert the environment is too weak, it is really a big hidden danger. That said, thank you, Brother Monkey. Then I will go shopping. Tang Qing said with a smile after adjusting his mentality. Well, looking forward to your cooking. The monkey nodded and said, although I only talked about buying vegetables, the monkey knew that he was going to make vegetables. Tang Qing was not surprised. How could such a negligence be possible with such a big boss? How could the bodyguards protect the boss? At this time, Tang Qing also noticed the headphones on the monkey ears. Bug. Well, this is not called eavesdropping. This is called protection. And he is not surprised. He was surprised that he didn't find a monkey just when he entered the door. He was also wondering why this bodyguard who could not leave Lu Gan was not there before. It is reasonable to monitor the safety of the boss in real time. Tang Qing came to the market and bought some meat, but more of them were vegetarian dishes. He knew that Lu Gan liked to be vegetarian, and he was already tired of meat. Zhang Dongqing and Zheng Xiu also liked lighter dishes and some snacks. When I got home, my aunt and my two younger sisters came back. With so many strangers, the eldest cousin was a little afraid to go back to the room and do homework quietly. My aunt was in the kitchen cleaning up the hairy crabs sent by Lu Gan. This thing is normal. There is nothing special about it, just steaming. An hour later, Tang Qing and his aunt finally finished the dishes, and the monkey came up. Come on, everyone to a toast. First, thank Mr. Lu for his generosity, and second, to celebrate our becoming friends. We will keep in touch in the future. Small, don't let us disturb you. Yes, everyone is a friend. If you have something to say in the future. Although Qin Yugong didn't know why these people were so enthusiastic, even if his comrades in arms were a bit too enthusiastic, especially Lu Gan, the big boss, was too enthusiastic, but he was too lazy to think about it, and he would never think that he was drunk. Tang Qing's light. After Qin Yugong, as the host, finished speaking and toasting the wine, everyone ate a few mouthfuls of dishes, and Lu Gan also said, "Come and let us have another drink. Next time you have time, your family will go to my place, and I will let the chef cook it for you." Haha, no problem. Qin Yugong laughed. Although his mouth was full of promises, Qin Yugong mentally didn't want to go. He had a short mouth, and everyone called brothers and brothers at the wine table. Privately, he should be more cautious about such a deep relationship. Great. Little Tang, go play with uncle when you have time. Lu Gan turned his head and winked at Tang Qing and smiled. Definitely go. Tang Qing said with a wry smile. During this meal, Lu Gan and several people took turns to mouse Tang Qing, which made him miserable, but they were all elders, and he didn't dare to put on airs, so he could only honestly take the trick. After eating, Lu Gan and Zheng Xiu chatted with their uncle in the living room. Zhang Dongqing winked at Tang Qing, and Tang Qing immediately took Zhang Dongqing down to buy cigarettes. "Xiao Tang, don't you have money there?" Recently, the business of the factory has increased sharply. Uncle is planning to expand the factory, and the bank's process is too slow. Zhang Dongqing stopped on the middle platform of the stairs and said. Tang Qing wanted to say so immediately. "How much does uncle need?" "It's not much. I have 1 million here, and I need 1.5 million. It should take more than 2 months." Zhang Dongqing said. Tang Qing made a decision after thinking about it for half a second. That is, borrowing. "No problem. I will see tomorrow, or at noon. I will give you the money." Although he will definitely have to advance 500,000 yuan this time. He may not be happy with other people, but Zhang Dongqing is an elder he recognizes, who can help as much as he can. Anyway, the money will come soon after the system's 3-tier euro is opened. Let alone 500,000. What about 5 million? He will still borrow. What's the use of this little money, even if it makes a few hundred or tens of millions more in the stock market? It's just a drop in the bucket. Thinking of the inversion income of hundreds of millions or even billions every month in the future, how big is the difference between a few millions and a few hundred yuan? Zhang Dongqing was overjoyed when he heard the words, "Thank you, Xiao Tang. You have helped me a lot. A few days ago, my comrade in arms was also promoted, and he had some order decision rights, so he wanted to take his own hand. He didn't dare to think about bank loans. The process was too complicated and the time was too long. He immediately needed this. A sum of money, and Tang Qing is obviously the first choice. What is this? It should be, but 1.5 million is not enough. I can borrow more here." Tang Qing smiled. Ever since Zhang Dongqing said that he could use the favor Lu Gan owed him to help herself, Tang Qing regarded Zhang Dongqing as a person worthy of all his help. If Zhang Dongqing was willing to borrow money from Lu Gan, wouldn't it? Not to mention borrowing. That favor Zhang Dongqing can get millions in exchange. Zhang Dongqing was willing to help herself in the first place, so how could she let him down? Enough is enough, plus my own is enough. Then we are set. Tomorrow is the same place. This time the cash is still? Zhang Dongqing said quickly, 1.5 million. If it is cash, he would want to bring a money counter. Transfer, you don't bother to count too much cash, Tang Qing said. After speaking, the two returned to their uncle's house. Of course, Zhang Dongqing could not tell Lu Gan about this. Only Zheng Xiu knew. Seeing Zhang Dongqing came back with joy, obviously things went well. Zheng Xiu also replaced Zhang Dongqing. Happy. Although the thoughtful Lu Gan suspected that the two were not going to buy cigarettes, he did not ask much. After so many years of ups and downs, what strange things have not happened? If you have to be curious to understand everything, then can you do it? Doing things. Controlling curiosity is a skill he has developed over the years. Knowing too much is not a good thing. If the other party is inconvenient to say, everyone will be embarrassed to ask it, there is no need to put it. God is chatting to death. Before leaving, Zheng Xiu and Zhang Dongqing were fine. But Lu had to give Tang Qing and his two younger sisters red envelopes for life and death. In the end, Tang Qing couldn't laugh or cry, pushed around or accepted. The merchant's gift-giving lips were quite powerful. Not accepting it seems to have made a big mistake. Good guy, there are 5,000 people in the red envelope. Qin Yugong was shocked. He even felt a little bribed. But seeing Lu Ganyuan went to add and didn't know Lu Gan's address, he didn't say anything. This kind of person has a good face. It's a bit of a slap in the face if I really come to pay the money. Moreover, Lu Gan and him are not at the same level, and psychologically up to down cannot be strictly counted as bribery. For example, if the governor comes down to give you a county governor's child 20,000 red envelopes, that's the heart. But if a county magistrate gave 20,000 red envelopes to the governor's child, it might be a bribe. After a few people left, Qin Yugong sat on the sofa smoking a cigarette. Today's things are full of weirdness. The enthusiasm and focus of Lu Gan's people makes him really unable to see through. At first he thought he was passionate about himself, but he always felt that it was not that simple, but was full of Tang Qing. Interest, Qin Yugong is full of doubts about this, but since he can't figure it out, he doesn't bother to think about it, as long as it is not a bad thing. Just as Qin Shiqi was counting the banknotes with joy, her aunt grabbed a handful of them, put it in her pocket, turned and walked towards the bedroom, leaving only one sentence. I'll keep it for you first. Naturally, the money in Qin Shiyu's hands can hardly escape the bad luck of being kept. Qin Shiqi's smile froze on her face, and then slowly turned into helpless depression. Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Then, Qin Shiqi's anger seemed to have found a place to vent. Brother Smelly, how dare you laugh at me? To see if I won't let you taste how good I am. Qin Shiqi rushed to Tang Qing to tickle him, and finally became more angry and suffocated the more I thought about it. Later, I was really outraged. One bite on Tang Qing's arm. Ha ha ha. Wow, you're a dog. You hurt me to death. Woman xia for mercy. Tang Qing yelled. Of course it's not really painful, but we have to cooperate and hum and say no, otherwise it's okay. It's endless. Maybe what Qin Shiqi will do. I don't care. I blame you anyway. I killed you. I killed you. I strangled you. My money. Is there any reason for it? Thousands of dollars are in her hands. Flying away, this is the biggest sum of money she has ever taken. Every time Qin Shiqi thinks about it, she regrets it. She hasn't finished counting. How can she easily let go of Tang Qing, who dared to laugh? Tang Qing estimated that the resentment of several thousand yuan would not disappear for a while, and its influence may last for a month or even longer. Faced with such a little money, fan cousin Tang Qing is also speechless. What can he do? Barrett, who told us to be such a lively sister. Seeing the two playing around, the uncle and the others couldn't help but laugh. In the end, Qin Shiyu came over and pulled Qin Shiqi away, otherwise it would be really impossible to stop for a while. Tang Qing's money was also taken away in the name of escrow. Of course, his two younger sisters were really escrow. Tang Qing's aunt estimated that he would give his mother or tell her that she would not have to pay for living expenses during this time. After Qin Shiqi was pulled away, her playful eyes turned away. Mom, the long babbling sound made the whole family tremble. Tang Qing even took a step back unconsciously, with a trace of panic in her eyes. He knows. The big cousin wants to zoom in. Sure enough, Qin Shiqi hurried over and pulled her aunt to act like a coquettish and sell her cute costumes and beg for pocket money. Tang Qing and her second cousin watched the show with interest. Tang Qing didn't care, because he was rich, and he didn't care much. There is a feeling of dreaming. The second cousin is. She doesn't care. She doesn't have any idea about money. Generally, Qin Shiqi takes care of her pocket money. She is so happy that she asks her elder sister if she has nothing, and then if Qin Shiqi is gone, she asks her aunt or Tang Qing for blackmail. This biological chain. Nothing wrong. In the end, it was my uncle who persuaded her aunt to give her 300 flowers. If she didn't give it, it wouldn't work. They knew that the eldest daughter's temperament would not give up until she reached her goal. They wanted to be clean. Qin Shiqi took 300 yuan and hurriedly ran back to the bedroom to enrich her small vault, and sister Qin Shiyu and Tang Qing naturally had a share. Noon the next day, Tang Qing called early in the morning to ask Do Jiao to go to Baiwei to eat at noon, first to handle Zhang Dongqing's loan, second to let her get to know the client, and third to test her ability on the spot. He also told Zhang Dongqing in advance. Zhang Dongqing is also willing to cooperate with her own goals. But what made Tang Qing extremely shocked was that Do Jiao actually got the company license in one morning, which made him unacceptable for a while. At that time, he had a relationship with the director's son and could not get it for a day. How did Do Jiao do it? Is there a faster process? Okay, Tang Qing can only think about it this way. Otherwise, the fraud will be impossible. Obviously not. The company's name is Sky Consulting. Of course, he will not use business information to investigate such a tall name. That would be too eye-catching. But the future will be the same. Office location: Do Jiao rented an area of 200 square meters in an office building in the city center. The rent was so cheap and scary. Even if Tang Qing didn't know the actual price, the average price of that piece was about the same. Do Jiao was able to get it at nearly half the price. Can this be an ordinary person in that place? But the city leadership doesn't have a surname Do. He doesn't know in the province. Tang Qing has settled down anyway. The fact that Do Jiao is a second-generation official is still a second-generation official with great energy. But it doesn't matter to her. As long as not the enemy, the stronger the background, the better. Little Tang, who is this? Zhang Dongqing asked as soon as he entered the door. This is my new recruit, haha. Tang Qing couldn't help joking in front of Zhang Dongqing. You're a buddy, I'm a girl. Do Jiao said anxiously. Whenever she thinks of buddy, she can't help but think of the appearance of the shopkeeper wearing a tablecloth. Hee, no kidding. This is Do Jiao, the general manager of my new company. In the future, other people will come to her for repayment and borrowing. I will be responsible for paying the money. If I don't have time or are not here in the future, Uncle Zhang will you can go to the company to find her. Tang Qing said sternly. Then dare to love me. I'm really afraid you will have nowhere to borrow money after you leave for the college entrance examination next year, haha. Zhang Dongqing was happy when he heard that. He was not a short-sighted person, and he was always worried that Tang Qing had passed the college entrance examination. He can only borrow those high-interest funds, and now he feels relieved when he hears that a company is doing this kind of thing. Yeah, it's much more convenient, and I don't need to be so busy. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Every month, he was busy becoming a dog and doing repetitive things. This really made him a little tired. You don't want to build a small loan company or something? Zhang Dongqing asked again. Of course not. In the short term, I have never thought of opening a microfinance company, and these accounts will not go to the company, nor will it go to this company in the future. All my personal accounts will be taken. Tang Qing said, shaking his head. Tang Qing really never thought of opening a small loan company. He did this in his previous life. Although he understands the principles inside, he can open a bank if he has a system now. What does a small loan company do? The return of funds is slow, the payment cycle is long, the profit level is much lower than that of the reversal, and the approval procedures will collapse him in this era, so he is too lazy to participate. As for opening a bank, he believes that the system will help it, and he doesn't need to worry about it. It is his current stage to consider completing the task upgrade. Of course, there are no absolutes in the world, and he dare not pack a ticket in the future, and he will never open a small loan company. It can only be said that there is no such plan in the short term. That's okay. Don't leave any handles. It's good. Mr. Do, please take care of me in the future. Zhang Dongqing said with a toast. This is my job. Do Jiao also raised his cup. Next is Do Jiao's performance time. Do Jiao does not record anything like Tang Qing. He only relies on his brain. After all, the location and mentality are different. Tang Qing believes that he remembers this, and Do Jiao believes that too. But the necessary process is still to go. This transcript is a stage that is necessary to go to formality. There is no such thing as face. She originally wanted to take a recording pen. Later, I thought about it. Then I will be in the company. Add it when you wanna, don't do too much on the dinner table. Zhang Dongqing didn't think there was anything. Tang Qing's previous approach could only be said to be unprofessional, and it was also a boss mentality. Now Do Jiao's attitude is worth advocating. Commercial society, contract society, everyone should be more transparent. Do Jiao's approach, it also made Tang Qing feel that he was a bit sloppy before. Based on his current experience, he would definitely not be able to upgrade in 2 months, so he worked around and divided the contract into 2. In order to relieve Zhang Dongqing's pressure, the system will pay back 1 million 2 months later, and his own 500,000 4 months later. Although Zhang Dongqing is strange, he didn't ask much. After a while, He agreed with almost no problems. Tang Qing didn't go back to school after Zhang Dongqing left. Since Do Jiao is so great, of course she has to set up some tasks. The company doesn't need to do everything in the early stage. Now you have two tasks. The first is to establish an information database for all enterprises above the designated size in the country. It does not need to be too comprehensive or detailed. As long as there is a shelf, you can find a few programmers. Write a classified search software. Look at the interface well, and the second task is to investigate the basic industry of all industries, including history, current situation, future trends, industry leaders, business models, etc. All the information you think is valuable. I know this many companies have things, and Baidu also has them. But you still need to do it yourself, mainly to familiarize yourself with the business, and then there will be more important and specific tasks. Well, for now, only these two. Tang Qing said. Do Jiao is a good student, taking notes. In the early stage, Tang Qing didn't need this company to do anything. As for these tasks, it's not interesting and even boring. You can buy a lot of these things even if you buy them online, but if you can only buy them, you can't do it yourself. This company must have an independent and sound information collection system and method, and may even become a business intelligence service provider independent of the asset management company in the future. These two tasks are only less than 1% of the company's work in the future. The world of information is all-encompassing, and ordinary people can't even think of a lot of content. Even the first enterprise information database is a huge amount of work. It will include the company's history, all operating conditions, asset status, personnel information, internal factions, future prospects, and the resumes of previous business leaders, and even what they are doing after retirement, are endless. Just a company may be 1,000,000 words, or even millions of words of information. The world of information, dig deeper. Never ending. How could his future source of intelligence be this one company? He wouldn't put his eggs in the same basket. Several competitions and verifications are the main ones. As for the acquisition or self-built company in the later stage, he is not sure now. I will talk about it later. Well, okay, before the end of the year, the boss will set up the shelf to give the company a certain level of strength. I don't know what the boss has for personnel. Do Jiao quickly entered the role and asked, well, this year, I will tentatively set 30 people with at least a bachelor's degree or above. After all, many professional industry analysis will be involved in the later period. You need to always pay attention to news and information from various countries, and you may even go to the country for investigation. It can't be done by copying and pasting on the internet. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, understood. I happen to have a friend who did this, and I also went to learn from him. Do Jiao nodded and said, well, yes, you can figure it out, Tang Qing said. January 7th. Friday. Halfway through the last class in the morning, Tang Qing received a system prompt message that the account had reached 33.6 million. Tang Qing hurriedly lowered his head and closed his eyes and called out personal information. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 3. Experience, 60///400. Loan amount this month, 200///2 million. Personal quota this month, 0//400,000. Withdrawable assets, 810,000. Spirit, 140. Physique, 140. Origin value, 0. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars and euros. A few days ago, buying a car, injecting capital from the company, and lending to Zhang Dongqing, as well as some scattered expenses, originally left 4.81 million. But after talking to Do Jiao at noon on Tuesday, he didn't want to go to school anymore. So he transferred 4 million to the securities bank, and then asked the head teacher for a short vacation to go to the company's own office computer. The company has successively changed all the money into stocks, and the remaining 800,000 yuan is reserved for use. This money may not be enough to cope with emergencies, but don't forget that the system has not used the 400,000 yuan personal loan this month, and personal loans can be overdraft for 6 months. After calculating, he can borrow 2.8 million yuan from the system at any time. At least so far, several companies can cope with any emergencies. Tang Qing then transferred all the 33.6 million to the account. Although he knew that no one had moved the money in the system-bound account, he still transferred it to the system's personal account to give him peace of mind. There were 34.41 million in his personal account. Tang Qing couldn't help feeling a little excited at this time. It stands to reason that the largest remittance he has received before has been hundreds of millions. It is impossible to be excited for tens of millions. But now this is the capital he started with is completely different from the previous ones. In the end, he simply rounded up and left 410,000 in the account, and the other 34 million were transferred to the bank account that opened the securities account, ready to buy all of them into stocks. In this way, his investment is 38 million. According to his estimated profit, he should be able to earn more than 60 million in the end. The specifics can only be seen after all positions are closed. After school at noon, Tang Qing called Li Gan to express his gratitude and did not say too much. Everyone has a relatively strong cooperative relationship, and each other has what the other needs very much. There is no need to say too much. It all depends on the future. Acted. After returning to his uncle's house for lunch, Tang Qing called the head teacher Shun Mei and asked for 2 classes of leave. If she skipped class directly, she would call her uncle to file a complaint. It would be troublesome. Tang Qing left his uncle's house and walked 1 street forward. At this time, Sun Xiao had already parked the car at the corner of the intersection and waited. Sun Xiao has completed the entry procedures on Monday, due to the strong request of his mother, and he also feels that it is like not going to work with a salary. Sun Xiao will come to the company to go to and from get off work every day, and there is nothing to do. Because they were all soldiers born, coupled with the admiration of special forces, he quickly made a film with the security guards and became good friends. In order to truly protect Tang Qing's safety, Sun Xiao also began to recover. Exercise. Sun Xiao knows that although he has been training in the past few years, his strength is still far from his previous peak state. So he works hard in the company, which has fitness equipment. These days, his daily task is training, and then practicing against the security guards. The day before yesterday, Sun Xiao went to Han Bing and learned about Tang Qing's terrifying strength. At first, he couldn't believe it. A student of Tang Qing hit Han Bing, who had been training, and rubbed it on the ground. It's almost the same as the Arabian Nights. But seeing that Han Bing was not joking, he also had to believe it. Thinking that Han Bing, who was stronger than himself, could not be pleased in Tang Qing's hands, he could not help but feel competitive and a strong sense of urgency in his heart. He used to think that Tang Qing needs his own protection, but now it seems that who needs protection is not necessarily the case. This sense of urgency makes him sleepy and sleepless. In order not to be too far down by Tang Qing, he trains harder. Now, it's not that I really want to surpass Tang Qing, but that he can't hold back Tang Qing as a burden. After knowing Tang Qing's strength, Sun Xiao saw that Tang Qing's eyes were not only touched, but also a lot of respect, a warrior's respect for the strong. But he was not stupid to go up to look for abuse. He believed in Han Lung. Han Lung's strength was that he was very interested in the 2-on-1 that Han Lung mentioned before. When he arrived at the company, Sun Xiao went directly to the training room. He knew that Tang Qing had something to do, but Tang Qing did not say that he would not ask. What is curiosity? Those are deadly bullets, which he has experienced in his own life, and curiosity on the battlefield will make a battle-tested warrior become a cold corpse. Tang Qing went straight to his office, closed the door, opened the computer, logged into his securities account, and transferred 34 million inches. The opening price of Hongwei Technology in the morning was 7.31, which is considered to be a slight increase. He bought 7.22 a few days ago. Of course, he could not directly smash in tens of millions. Therefore, he is not worried about not being able to attract funds. Tang Qing's 100-hand and 200-handed stocks are listed every 1 minute. In addition, there are 3 other stocks that are like this. 1 or 200 lots per minute, lest the target is too big. The bargaining chip of the market, but ordinary investors can't find it. As long as it does not affect the overall situation, the dealer will not control it. Of course, he knows that it is impossible for all of them to be sold. He is not prepared to spend all of them today. He will be satisfied if he can sell 1/2 of the transaction. He will buy the rest slowly next week. At most, he will spend the money on Tuesday. Finish. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sure enough, only 14 million yuan was traded at the close, less than half, but he was also content. When the dealer regained momentum on the weekend, it would be no problem to spend more than tens of millions on Monday, and it could be spent on Tuesday at most. After turning off the computer, Tang Qing called Sun Chao to send himself back to school. When he arrived at the school gate, Tang Qing walked directly into the door. Now the uncle doorman also knows Tang Qing, who is the #1 in this grade. At this time, seeing Tang Qing sitting in an Audi car, he naturally made up for the second generation of which family. Gee, it's good to have money and power to study. How can this let other people live? At this time it was the end of class. Tang Qing's arrival naturally caused a discussion among the classmates. Recently, Tang Qing was often absent from class. Although they were curious about what they were doing, they didn't tell Tang Qing, so rumors were flying everywhere. The teacher didn't say anything, which made Xiao Wendong mad with jealousy, especially when he didn't answer a question in class on Tuesday afternoon. He was punished by the physics teacher to stand. At this moment, Tang Qing walked in furiously. The physics teacher didn't say anything. I also asked a few words with concern. Such differential treatment and comparison made him very angry at the time, but he was helpless. Who said Tang Qing was the first in grade? See how long you can be arrogant. Looking at Tang Qing's back, Xiao Wendong gritted his teeth and said, but the voice was very quiet, no one heard. As soon as Tang Qing sat down, Wang Yin leaned over and asked in a low voice, "What did you do today?" She wasn't chasing or curious, but every time Tang Qing disappeared so unclearly, she couldn't help worrying if something happened to Tang Qing, and she would only breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Tang Qing ping appear in front of it. The company has something to deal with. It hasn't been dealt with yet. I should go next week, Tang Qing said vaguely. This was the reason for Wang Yan's answer on Tuesday. He knew Wang Yan was a wise man, but he was a fool. Woman, he believed everything he said. Although he was ashamed, he couldn't have a showdown now, but he was a bit alert. The next time he asks for leave, he should tell Wang Yan in advance to avoid her worry. Hiss. Tang Qing took a deep breath. How will this debt be repaid in the future? Tang Qing is big again. Oh, it doesn't affect your studies. The monthly exam is coming next week. You can't relax, Wang Yan exhorted. She couldn't help getting nervous when she heard that Tang Qing's company was busy, but she didn't dare to ask, man. She knows that she likes to carry things by herself and doesn't like to talk to women, so she wanted to divert Tang Qing's attention. Hee, don't worry, the first grade must be mine, and no one can take it away, Tang Qing said confidently. Well, that's good. If you are still the first in grade this time, I will invite you to dinner. I didn't ask for success last time. The more Wang Yan said, the quieter she said, and she felt that when she thought of the last time. It's embarrassing. If it wasn't for her acting skills, she would just wear it. Next time she said she would not go to this kind of banquet. The meal was really exhausting. Eating. Tang Qing couldn't help but think of the last wrong decision to let Wang Yan and his uncle's family eat. Fortunately, Wang Yan's acting skills are good, otherwise he would be finished. Well, my mother's cooking is delicious. I'm also learning how to cook, and I will let you craft when the time comes, Wang Yan said as if offering a treasure quickly. This was her sudden decision. In her opinion, Tang Qing is great, but his business experience and experience are definitely not enough. Then let her father pass on the experience. And by the way, find out what problems Tang Qing encountered during this period. One more person, one more effort. If Tang Qing knew Wang Yan's logic, he would definitely be impressed by the IQ of a woman in love, but he didn't know it, and only thought it was an ordinary meal. Go to your house for dinner? Tang Qing said in surprise. Yeah, what's the matter, you don't want it? Wang Yan said in a low voice, and at the same time, she felt sad. For the first time, she actively invited a boy to eat at her house, and was rejected. How could she acceptable? No problem, I'll go. Seeing Wang Yan's face darkened, Tang Qing said hurriedly. He was alienated from Wang Yan in his previous life because her power mother talked to him and said something unpleasant. The most important thing was to mention his parents. That's what he can't bear the most. But these things have not happened in this life, and he can't blame others for the things in the previous life. When Wang Yan heard this, she turned from sadness to joy and said, Then it's settled. Let you see my craftsmanship at that time. The smile and excitement on that face made Tang Qing really hurt. Well, if it doesn't taste good, I'll put it in your mouth hard. Tang Qing smiled. Hey, If it doesn't taste good, you have to finish it for me. So domineering? I'm so overbearing. January 9th. Fun day. The cold wind was bitter, and there was little snow in the sky, but it melted immediately when it fell on the ground. Tang Qing came to Han Lung again after breakfast. He originally wanted to go to Lin Jiashua's place, but he thought that she would have to take a monthly exam and didn't want to disturb her. After all, even if Shuaba hadn't had Tang Qing open and hang up like this mind, it takes a lot of effort to keep your position. Since learning martial arts, Tang Qing feels that his violent gene seems to be activated. Sometimes he clenches his fists unconsciously and enjoys listening to the sound. On the way home several times, he saw people preparing to be demolished in a small alley. In the ruined house, he would not be able to resist the past violently punching the wall. If it weren't for the influence, the bungalows would have been demolished by his bare hands. This situation was obviously abnormal, and he even wondered if he had any mental illness. For this reason, he asked the system, and the system told him that it was caused by the involuntary excitement of the nerves caused by the initial body not fully adapting to the surge of strength. When the secondary gene lock was unlocked, there would be no such reaction. Hearing here, Tang Qing Song took a sip of air, not just sick. This time Tang Qing came here. Of course, his hands were itchy. He wanted to find someone to practice, and he could even hit a sandbag. Anyway, he wanted to hit things now. This time Sun Chao drove to Han Lung's place. He didn't complain about working overtime on weekends. His work was originally not a weekend job. Plus, there's nothing to do at work, and it's easy to die. It's even more unlikely that there will be those messy things. Thoughts. As soon as Tang Qing and the two entered the door, they saw Han Lung loading the goods, and the glasses man was moving the goods. Sun Chao drove here a few days ago in an Audi. Han Lung was not surprised when they saw it, but saw Tang Qing carrying a big bag. With a little bit of complaint in Dongshi's tone, he said, "Xiao Tang, so are you? You'll be here as soon as you come. What else to bring?" "This is a hairy crab from a boss friend of my uncle. There are a lot of crabs at home, so I brought some out and asked my aunt to cook and eat at noon." Tang Qing laughed, and then put the things on the checkout counter. Of course, this was not left over from the uncle's house, but he bought it at the aquatic product market just now. The ones that Lu Gan gave were almost eaten by a group of elders, and the remaining ones were also eaten by Sister Qin Shichi the next day. Han Lung taught him so many things. Although he didn't formally apprehend him, he couldn't obliterate the truth of his apprenticeship, and he had nothing to repay him. According to Han Lung's character, Han Lung would definitely turn his face when sending money to him. A troublesome meal, it's better to send something, plus the meal was pretty good last time, so I went to buy some for Han Lung to eat. Of course, Sun Chao on the side knows that Tang Qing bought these hairy crabs in the morning and spent more than 2,000. At this time, he really feels that he is the right person. With such a knowledgeable and generous boss, he is really himself. Blessing. Han Lung was not hypocritical at first. He was not stupid. Tang Qing said that Qin Yugong left at home, but how could there be at least 3 big bags left? How could anyone give so many hairy crabs? And Tang Qing held it. He recognized the trademark of the bag, because he had also bought things in that store a few days ago, but he wouldn't be ignorant to reveal Tang Qing's kindness, and he accepted it. Yes, hairy crabs. This reminds me of the wild hairy crabs I ate when I was on the mission. They were 3 or 4 times larger than this. It was only because of the limited conditions at the time. It was just for the sake of eating, and they weren't delicious. Han Lung, you're welcome to walk over to look through the bag, and recalled. Hee, then you have to taste it carefully this time. Tang Qing smiled. Tang Qing knew that Han Lung was not pretending to be coercion, but rather sent out with feelings. Han Lung was not such a person. But think about it. So many special forces go to various environments to perform tasks. What is weird that they haven't eaten? Just like Bei, although behind the scenes, Bei eats nothing worse than in a restaurant. But those things that make your scalp numb can be eaten. No matter what it is for. This courage is worthy of respect. Tang Qing also had the idea of learning from Han Lung to survive in the wild at this time. Last time Han Lung only talked about it, but he wanted Han Lung to give him a personal experience. After that, Han Lung called his daughter-in-law to get these hairy crabs. At this time, Han Lung was still loading goods. Tang Qing walked directly into the training room and waved his fist at the sandbag. Of course, he wouldn't use his full strength to avoid frightening Sun Chao. He just used about 7 layers of power. Boom, boom. At this time, Sun Xiao in the training room was dumbfounded. The sandbag that could not be hit by himself was so high that the first punch in Tang Qing's hand was like a toy, and it was beaten up high. And then when it fell, Tang Qing punched it up again. After the kinetic energy and potential energy are offset, although it seems to be about the same high or even slightly lower than one's own, the power contained in it is far incomparable. He had only heard of it before, and he believed it, but seeing the real situation is indeed a more profound experience and shock. Is this the power a high school student can contain? Of course, he would not think that there is any inner power immortal method. As the country's top special forces, he has contact with secrets and characters far beyond ordinary people's imagination. In this way, he has never seen or heard of such internal power immortal methods. He is naturally atheistic. He can't think about it. He just thinks it's natural divine power. After a while, Han Lung packed up and walked in. Seeing Sun Xiao, who was falling into contemplation or sluggishness, he chuckled. He could understand Sun Xiao's mood. It is inevitable for anyone to encounter Tang Qing, a wicked fighting genius. Have doubts about yourself. Tang Qing has nothing to teach him in fighting techniques. He even germinated the idea of teaching Tang Qing firearm skills. With abnormal physical fitness, Tang Qing learned firearms with half the effort, and it was easy to get started, but now there is no gun to practice. Although it is relevant in the military area, it is impossible to break discipline to teach Tang Qing and bring him into the shooting range. Others can do it, but he will. Han Lung stopped these messy thoughts, took off his jacket and put it on the hanger, and said to Tang Qing, "Xiao Tang, let's fight. I will attack you with all my strength. Let's warm up first." Tang Qing stopped his fist and said excitedly, "Okay. Although it's just defensive, it's more fun than sandbags." "Drink," Han Lung screamed and rushed up. At the beginning, it was a record of breaking off the feet of his sons and grandchildren. Tang Qing saw black lines all over his head. "Come again, you like this trick. What about your ethics?" Han Lung's kick came in an instant, and Sun Xiao also stared at Han Lung's move in amazement. Is it really good to deal with a high school student with such a stimulating move as soon as he came up? However, Tang Qing's next action dispelled the worries in his heart. Tang Qing pressed with one hand, and that foot was easily blocked by Tang Qing. His face didn't panic at all, and he obviously didn't fear this kind of move at all. Next, Han Lung's attack became more sharp, and he used everything he didn't dare to use. He used Tang Qing to the fullest with the moves he didn't dare to use at all. Han Lung was happier and excited as he fought. This is not necessary. It's really cool to think about defense and to use any moves to attack. It's like having a cold drink on a hot day. It's cool from head to toe. Knowing it is one thing, but seeing it is another thing. Although he usually behaves quietly, a big boy who is a bit mature suddenly turned into a fighting expert, and he couldn't fight with Han Lung as a special soldier. Or that Han Lung could not hurt Tang Qing even if he used any insidious, killer, or weird tricks. Tang Qing has always dealt with it calmly, and it was quite easy to play. After 10 minutes, Han Lung finished warming up. "Stop, good boy. I'm completely gone. Xiao Sun, come over and let us beat him together." Han Lung panted and said to Sun Xiao, who was still a little confused, "That's not good." Sun Xiao regained his senses and said worriedly, "After all, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. This is not a TV movie. A martial arts master can single out dozens of them. In the real world, as long as the number of people changes, it is several times more difficult to deal with 12 or more than one person. If there are 3 or 4 people, if the other party has knives, he will really be dead. In reality, it is not as bad as the movie. They will take turns attacking, and others will watch and wait for the so-called opportunity. If a few people attack together, no one can stop it. It's okay. Xiao Tang has strong anti-strike ability. We just use ordinary moves at first. Pay attention to control." Han sneered. This. Sun Xiao was still hesitating. He was really afraid of hurting Tang Qing. "Brother Sun, that's it. You guys, fighting Uncle Han is really not addictive." Tang Qing said relievedly. "Smelly boy, your tail will be up to the sky." Han Lung scolded with a smile. There is no such thing." Tang Qing said embarrassedly. "Okay, Xiao Sun, let's go together. Xiao Tang, you have to be careful." Two people and one person are not at the same level, especially for opponents like me and Xiao Sunday. This represents your reaction. The ability and speed can be increased by at least more than half, so that I can't attack at a time like before. Han Lung said seriously, this can't be sloppy. He must remind Tang Qing. Understood. Come on, I'm ready. Tang Qing said with a straight face, saying that the whole body and mind are calm, and he assumes a standard fighting posture. His eyes and pupils are slightly enlarged, and the brain's information-gathering ability is enhanced. In this kind of fighting, you can't concentrate a little bit, but use your eyes to grasp the overall situation. With this slightly out of focus, although you can't see the opponent's face, the entire blurry scene in front of you will be fully visible, which is convenient for the brain to process larger and more complicated obscure information. Of course, it is impossible to use this out-of-focus mode throughout, but change it as needed. Seeing that Tang Qing was ready, Sun Chao and Han Lung looked at each other and nodded. There was no shouting. The two directly attacked Tang Qing at the same time. This time it was Tang Qingchuan's defense, Han Lung, and Sun Chao's free attack mode. Before that, there was only Han Lung alone. Tang Qing didn't have the slightest difficulty in dealing with it, but rather calmly. He could detect every step of Han Lung's attack and react quickly, relying on speed to completely resolve all of Han Lung's attacks. But when Han Lung and Sun Chao attacked together, it was not just one more person, but two more hands, 2 feet, and the different fighting thinking of the two. The information to be processed here was completely the same as before, not an order of magnitude. Even if Tang Qing's spirit was 120,000 points, he was a little rushed. As Han Lung said earlier, although Sun Chao is not as strong as Han Lung, it is indeed more difficult to deal with two people at the same time. If it weren't for both of them to control the speed, Tang Qing couldn't stop these attacks at all. Sun Chao and Han Lung also felt the panic and powerlessness in Tang Qing's defense. They did not despise them at all. They played against two experienced special forces in combat. Not to mention that Tang Qing has not started counterattack yet. It is enough that the defense can be done like this. It's an evildoer. This is not a movie, but a real 2-on-1. The beautified fighting scenes on TV can't be compared with reality at all. Tang Qing couldn't help getting anxious at this time. This is also human nature. He has been pressed and beaten, and he is exhausted from defending. If his mentality is still the same, then there is a ghost, but there is no way. His speed has been played. When you reach the limit, you can't use one more hand out of thin air to avoid the doubling of fist and foot attacks in front of you. Now his consciousness can keep up, but his body can't keep up. This is the method that he thought of the use of Jin Qi a few days ago. Since Jin Qi can be similar to strengthening muscles, but also has the effect of breaking armor, strengthening the neural response and brain intelligence in a short time should be no problem, right? Finally, she asked the system, and the answer was yes. The brain's response and processing speed will be strengthened to a certain extent. As for how much the system is strengthened, she didn't give a statement. Tang Qing tried it out with mental arithmetic, and now he can also increase it by percent. 20 or so. The duration is more than half an hour, and it can be used for half an hour after resting for more than 10 minutes. It is quite long-lasting. It is just that you don't ask about the setting that is cheating on the system. Tang Qing just wants to curse. There is no other way but to adapt slowly. Tang Qing even wanted to take a loan of 400,000 yuan to complete Achievement Task 3 and try to increase the source of energy by 5 points. However, after thinking about it, it would be of no use even if the increase was estimated, because the two of them had not yet used their full powers. 10 points of physique, fundamentally, it's useless. He estimates that only after unlocking the level 2 genetic lock can the two of them join forces with all their strength. But this is another arduous task. It takes only a few months to unlock the level 2 based on the experience of the system. Forget it. In this way, Sun Chao and Han Lung kept attacking and used simple moves, and they gradually tested Tang Qing's limit. Although it was strong and shocking, in the face of his own two special soldiers, he could only be beaten passively without counterattack. It lasted for nearly 20 minutes. After Tang Qing took his fist, Han Lung stepped back abruptly and said loudly, "Stop." Sun Chao and Tang Qing, who heard the sound, also took a few steps back. This is an instinct that has been cultivated for a long time. Once they stop, They must get out of the opponent's attack range as soon as possible in order to cultivate physical memory in future battles. Advancing and retreating can be defended. In real battles where a large number of guns and knives are used, the success rate of being attacked unexpectedly by the opponent is reduced. Xiao Tang, we have seen your limit speed and reaction ability almost. It is enviable. You can fight back in the next battle, but it is still a principle. Don't use crippling and death moves. I know your strength. Great, extremely fast. You can even beat us to the ground within 2 minutes. But this is not the purpose. The purpose of our battles is to grow, not to win. Han Lung said slowly. No way. Tang Qing's power is too abnormal. If you don't talk about formulating some rules, it will really hurt people if you start fighting. He likes to fight well, but he doesn't like being abused. Well, Uncle Han, I understand. Tang Qing nodded. It is not necessary for Han Lung to say that he cannot use those moves. Han Lung can use it for himself, because Han Lung can't beat himself by himself. If he can't control his power, it will be troublesome. Well, look at the trick. Han Lung suddenly came out with a sudden attack. Tang Qing is speechless. Can he change his tricks? The boss is not young anymore. What kind of experience made you play the sneak attack so slippery? Of course, he dare not really ask. Sun Chao didn't say a word and attacked after him. The next battle made Tang Qing feel a little relieved. He was so embarrassed that he was passively beaten. Now he can finally fight back. In the end, Tang Qing even gritted his teeth and directly borrowed 400,000 yuan from the system personally. After completing Achievement Task 3, he gained 5 points of Source of Energy. He added to the physique, making the physique 105. After strengthening again, Tang Qing's speed increased a little in vain. Although he still couldn't compete with the two, his pressure was reduced a lot. The two also wondered why Tang Qing's speed and responsiveness suddenly increased. Is there something reserved just now? The two who couldn't figure it out cast a look at each other. Then Tang Qing was tragic. The attack speed of the two increased in vain. Finally, Tang Qing was forced to defend and couldn't attack. Even later, in order to test whether this was Tang Qing's true limit speed, the two increased their attack frequency. But this time Tang Qing was no longer able to open and ended the fight with a few punches. Uncle Han, it's too sudden for you guys. I'm not prepared at all. Tang Qing muttered, clutching his chest, although it doesn't hurt. But after all it was attacked, he still had to rub it instinctively. Who told you that your speed suddenly increased again? We want to test your real speed. I didn't expect that your kids still had some reservations before. Han Lung said angrily. I didn't know why I just felt that the speed has increased. Tang Qing pretended to be embarrassed and touched his head. Of course he would not admit it if he is not stupid, but he felt this touched his head. The posture is so silly. Well, maybe it's breaking through the limit when it's in danger. Then continue. The warm-up has just begun. As soon as Han Lung's voice fell, there was a sudden attack, and Sun Chao followed. Tang Qing was too lazy to complain about this. All morning, several people were playing 2-on-1. When they were tired, they would rest for a while. In addition, they were familiar with the attack methods of the two. In the end, Tang Qing was able to withstand the combined attack of the two's 6-layer strength, and this was in a short period of time. There is no way to improve it anymore, unless he gains the source energy value to strengthen his physical body. Otherwise, he can only be like this in the short term. 1 hit, and 1 hanged and beat the opponent. 2 hit, and 1 was hanged. It's hard to beat 4 hands. Tang Qing thinks this sentence is really incisive. At noon, Han Lung's wife came to the store with a big meal. Tang Qing bought 3 big bags of hairy crabs. Of course, it's impossible to make them all today. You can't just eat crabs. This is why Tang Qing buys so many. If it was missing, the elders of them ate it. He knew that Han Lung's parents were still alive and living with them, and how they could eat it without buying it. Even Tang Qing felt that Lu Gan did it deliberately at the time, because the hairy crabs sent by Lu Gan were almost eaten at the time, but the lobsters have not been eaten yet. Well, I have mastered another gift-giving knowledge. After eating, a few people rested for a while and then continued to fight. Tang Qing has nothing to do today, although he has a monthly test next week. How could he be worried that he has already opened the test? This month, he has made up for his weak language. They must be taken aback at the time. He didn't dare to think of full marks, but there was absolutely no pressure to sling the second-place guy. Of course, if Wang Yin suddenly jumped to second place, it was also a gentle hit. With no increase in speed and adequate attack rules, Tang Qing still could only stop the two's 6th-level attacks throughout the afternoon. Even so, his understanding of the moves has become more thorough. It was possible to slap Han Lung in the past. 8 levels of strength are needed, but now the 7th level is almost the same, and there is still progress. As for Sun Xiao, Tang Qing's 5 levels of strength can make him doubt life every minute. This also completely aroused Sun Xiao's eagerness to win. He was determined to train harder in the future and find Han Lung or the company's security chief to practice. Otherwise, he would really not be able to raise his head in front of Tang Qing. January 10th, Monday morning. Tang Qing took another short leave directly. Sure enough, after 2 days of bad rumors over the weekend, a few stocks had a small dive at the opening, which was more than 4% lower than the closing price on Friday. Tang Qing did not hurriedly suck the chips in the hands of those speculators. In his opinion, people who can be driven away by this kind of news can only be described as a fencer, which is a gambling in itself and has won the gamblers. He doesn't have any psychological burden on his money, and he can't go out and say that this is a method for the dealer to raise money. Don't believe it. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Good fortune. Then he really should get back to the stove and brainstorm. In this way, before the close of the afternoon, at 2:30, Tang Qing spent all the remaining funds in his hands and replaced them with stocks of several companies. Because he invested less than 10 million in each stock. Capital, although a few stocks are not big, but it is also relatively large-cap stocks, plus various retail investors. The daily trading volume is also several hundred million. Tens of millions of funds does not affect the stock price too much. After spending the money, Tang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rest is to wait until the middle of next month to slowly ship, close the position, and leave the market. At that time, the Chinese New Year should still be there. It seems that I have to buy a computer to operate it. Alas, it would be great if the system could bind securities accounts to operate stocks. Unfortunately, the system does not support his high-risk game and can only bind bank accounts. After buying the stocks, Sun Xiao sent Tang Qing back to the school. During the end of get out of class, many of the students stood in a group of breathable and chatting at the door. Su Ziwang stood at the top of the stairs and stared at the classmates who went upstairs. His expression was a little nervous and anxious. Someone asked Su Ziwang to deal with it casually. Just when Tang Qing was up the stairs, Su Ziwang, who had been waiting for a long time, his eyes lit up and hurried up. Tang Qing also stopped and frowned as he looked at Su Ziwang, who came by, waiting for him to say, although things have passed for a while. During this time, Su Ziwang was also very witty and gave him a lot of care, but he still didn't have any good feelings for this person. Tang Xiao, during the last class, Xia Wendong approached the head teacher and wanted to change to the seat behind Wang Yan. Seeing his face, he should agree to come to the head teacher. Su Ziwang said in a low voice. He also thought a lot during this time. Although before Tang Qing was given a lot of care, such as sanitation. Tang Qing did all the sanitation, but apparently Tang Qing did not appreciate it much. He was also reflecting on his actions and came to the conclusion that he was too afraid of Tang Qing and did not dare to take the initiative to make a good relationship. After realizing it, he never had the opportunity. Today, as soon as he learned of what Xia Wendong did, he hurried up to report. Try to make a good impression and ease the relationship. What? Why did the head teacher suddenly agree? Tang Qing frowned and asked. Before Xia Wendong asked the head teacher to change positions with him, Xinmei refused on the spot, but within a few days he proposed to change to the vicinity of Wang Yan, and Shun Mei did not agree. In the end, I gave Xia Wendong a good warning, but I didn't expect that now Xinmei would agree to it. There must be a story in it. I don't know. Suddenly, I don't have time to inquire about it. Tang Xiao, now I don't think too much about Wang Yan. I hope Master Tang will not remember the villain and give me a new one. Opportunity, there will be something in the future. Tang Xiao, you order. I will go through the fire and water after taking the lead. Su Ziwang said his purpose. After this incident, he has grown a lot. What is face? If you want to relax the relationship, you have to take the initiative, and those who flinch from being looked down upon, why bother? Well, thank you for telling me in time for this matter. As for the rest, to be honest, you are not qualified to follow me, understand? Tang Qing said unceremoniously. You wouldn't be fooled by a few words. You have to forgive the other person, let alone being your own person. The impression that Su Zhiwang left on him before was really bad. Although he stood in Su Zhiwang's position, he might also do the same without the slightest advantage, but it does not mean that he agrees with this behavior. Yes, Tang Xiao is right. I will definitely rebehave in the future and never bully others. Su Zhiwang said cautiously. Then it depends on your future performance. To be honest, I don't believe you. Tang Qing said. If a person wants to really hold him, he must pierce the bottom line of defense in his heart. Although he is not prepared to do this kind of behavior of collecting younger brothers, if Su Zhiwang can grow up, this kind of person still has a lot of value in the future. Many things he is not convenient to come forward to do, they will do quite beautifully. Although Su Zhiwang felt that his self-esteem had been greatly hurt at this time, but he also aroused the desire to prove himself, and his face was firm and excited and said, "Okay, I will definitely make Tang Xiao believe in my sincerity." And determined. "Well, I'll wait," Tang Qing said lightly. Tang Qing didn't go back to the classroom, but turned and went downstairs to the office of the head teacher Xinmei. The door was open. At this time, the other teachers were not there. Only Xinmei was writing at the desk. Boom, boom, boom. "Come in." Xinmei didn't look up and continued to write the lesson plans. Tang Qing went in and then went straight to Xinmei and asked, "Teacher Shun, I want to know if Xie Wendong is going to be behind Wang Yin." When Xinmei looked up, Tang Qing had a deep smile on her face. Now Tang Qing is very sweet, the first grade, the future champion material. She even heard that the second middle school wanted to come to poach people, but she was caught by her own principal. She was shocked by her background, and she had expected Tang Qing to come to her in the past 2 days, but she didn't expect it to be so soon, and said, "Yes, what's the matter?" "I don't agree," Tang Qing said bluntly. It's a bit rebellious to say this from a student in front of the teacher. When the teacher's decision is the student's turn to question, if other students dared to say so, Xinmei must have gone crazy on the spot, but from Tang Qing's mouth speaking of it, Xinmei even took it for granted that he had personality and that he was straightforward, but rather appreciated it. "Why?" Xinmei said with a smile. "I don't like that person. If you want to come, you also know the relationship between me and Xie Wendong, and you also know the purpose of his changing seats." Tang Qing pointed out the nature of the problem directly. How could Xinmei fail to see this kind of thing? And it is unnecessary now. Hidden and tucked. Seeing Tang Qing speaking so straightforwardly, Xinmei appreciates it even more. As a student, like it means liking it, and dislike means dislike it. If you learn from the social people, then you will still be a student. As a teacher, of course you don't imagine being like this in the Tooth Tower. Pollution. I also hope that my students will be upright, not humble or overbearing, and talk about things. This time the vice principal agreed, and I can't refuse it. Xinmei directly said the reason without oblivious to it. Tang Qing fell into deep thought when she heard it. It was obvious that the problem was not with Xinmei. Xinmei himself did not agree to change seats, but he couldn't withstand the pressure of a vice principal. Haha. In that case, change it. However, Tang Qing suddenly thought of a way to deal with it, not to embarrass Xinmei, but also to get rid of the fly, and said with a smile, "Teacher Shun, if he insists on changing, I suggest that Mr. Shin change me and Wang Yin to another position. I won't make you embarrassed. You also have an explanation to the vice principal. What do you think?" "Haha, it's not bad. So it's decided. Where do you want to sit?" Xinmei said happily. Of course this is a pretense. She is not stupid. This way he and she had already thought of this way. He was waiting for Tang Qing took the initiative, and if Tang Qing was too stupid to mention it again, obviously Tang Qing's IQ did not disappoint her, and instantly thought of this solution for both. And just Li Kai's group. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, "It doesn't matter where to change, just stay away from Xie Wendong. If Xie Wendong is still stuck, he really wants to shoot." Besides, Xinmei was also on his side, and Xie Wendong couldn't get over the big waves. "No problem." Xinmei nodded and agreed. Seeing that the goal was reached, the class bell rang at this time, and Tang Qing returned to the classroom. Unsurprisingly, another class passed. During the end of Get Out of Class, Xie Wendong could not wait to change seats with the classmates behind Wang Yin. After that, he looked at Tang Qing triumphantly. At this time, Wang Yin went to the bathroom and was not there. Xie Wendong got up and got together. He went up and said to Tang Qing triumphantly, "I changed it again. What can you do to me?" Moron. Tang Qing didn't even turn his head or said a word. He lowered his head and flipped through a copy of Lu Xun's complete works. He felt a waste of saliva when he said one more word to the guy behind him. Seeing Tang Qing ignoring him at all, Xia Wendong's face couldn't be stretched. The classmates next to him also heard this sentence. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't care about Xia Wendong at all, his face was full of ridicule and hatred, so he sat next to him. The female classmate who was more than a year old changed, and a man came, and no one was in a good mood. She had already scolded 1,000 times in her heart. If she had not known that Xia Wendong was a second-generation official, she would not be able to provoke her, so she would have started scolding. Su Zhuang, who was separated from Xia Wendong, also looked at all of this, with a look of contempt on his face. Toad still wanted to eat swan meat. It was a wishful thinking. He even dared to provoke Tang Qing and didn't want to live anymore. "You, Tang Qing, you wait for me." The ignored Xia Wendong sat back to his position angrily. The resentment on his face intensified. After a while, Wang Yan also came back. She also noticed that the classmates behind her and Xia Wendong had changed seats, and she instantly understood what was going on. Seeing Xia Wendong, who was looking at her with excitement, she was unconsciously cold. Trembling, his complexion was instantly cold as frost. The female classmate who followed Wang Yan also saw Xia Wendong smile and felt nauseous. "Can you laugh more disgustingly? Do you know what convergence is? As for being so proud, this kind of person can only be if Wang Yan can see it, and I don't see it. What if there is a good old man? It's disgusting to look at it." Wang Yan returned to his seat. Tang Qing saw that Wang Yan's face was not good, so he chuckled, took out the workbook, wrote a paragraph, and handed it over. Sure enough, when Wang Yan saw the content of the note, the corners of his mouth suddenly turned up. The gloomy air was swept away. Xia Wendong behind him naturally didn't know what the two did, but looking forward to a good performance in the future, he asked Wang Yan to talk more. He believed that a good woman would be afraid of harassing men, and his sincerity would definitely impress Wang Yan. As for Tang Qing, it's just a poor boy. Wang Yan can agree, and Wang Yan's family will not agree. At that time, no matter how well he shows his father's power, it won't be too easy to defeat Tang Qing. In this lesson, Xia Wendong was living in his own YY, and he didn't listen to anything. He feels that he will definitely be able to embrace a beautiful woman in the future. He must be the final winner. The involuntary grin on his face made the biology teacher in this class even call his name. It's just that this class is over before Xia Wendong is happy. The head teacher asked the two classmates to talk about changing positions during the last class. Of course, those two classmates did not dare to refuse. They were not stupid. There was already a strong weirdness in it. The class teacher, Tang Qing, and Xia Wendong are all playing games. They dare not have any opinions. Sure enough, Xia Wendong's smile condensed on his face when he saw Tang Qing and Wang Yan change to another position. He couldn't accept it for a while. What's the situation? This. Are you being fooled like this? The smile on Xia Wendong's face gradually became gloomy. Indeed, I was fooled. The head teacher and Tang Qing gave him a big slap in the face, and he was slapped with a black nose and a swollen face. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.